right, it is 9 o'clock in the morning. Good morning, everyone. It is time for OnCon, the primary day, 9 a.m. on Saturday. We're going to get right into it with Phil Gallagher's panel, Greek Myth in 30 Minutes. So we're going to switch over to that just here in a minute. Welcome, everyone, and I hope you enjoy the panel.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Greek Myth in 30-ish minutes. I'm Phil Gallagher. I'll be sort of your host, lecturer, whatever you want to call me today, and I hope that you will enjoy this panel. So, Greek mythology is this huge, just massive topic, and sometimes people just don't know where to start with it since there's so much there. My job today is going to be give you sort of a very brief overview of some of the major aspects of Greek mythology. And conveniently, if you learn a little bit about Greek mythology, it's basically the same as learning a little bit about Roman mythology. The names of the characters are a little different, but the overall plots are the same. All right. So who am I? So again, my name's Phil Gallagher. I have a BA in Biology and Classical Studies from Cornell College out in Iowa. And then I got an MA in Greek and Latin from the University of Maryland. And I've been teaching Latin for about the last 10 years now. If you are a Magic the Gathering person, you might know me from my YouTube and Twitch content. You can find me at 3BenU on places where you can find people on the internet these days. I've been doing anime panels off and on since about 2006, where I ran some stuff at Anime Iowa on Yu Yu Hakusho, and then off and on as the chances arise, I tend to go and present at some panels on all sorts of things. So the reason I decided to do this panel is that recently there have been so many media things having to do with Greek mythology. Either they take some themes from classical mythology and sort of bend them and twist them for their own purposes, or they're directly based on classical mythology. And I thought it'd be kind of cool to go and give you all some of the background on some of these things. Now, note, I'm trying to condense all of Greek mythology into about 30 minutes, so I'm going to oversimplify some things and gloss over some things that are really important. I hope you'll forgive me for that, but, we got to keep the presentation rolling. I could spend half an hour very easily talking about any one of the Olympians. So keeping that in mind, it's going to be big overview level stuff today. And we're going to start with a fancy English word, okay? Cosmogony. Now, that's one a lot of you probably don't know. So cosmos, that's the cosmos, that's the universe. Goni, that root means birth. So when we talk about cosmogony, we're talking about the birth of the universe. And in Greek, the word cosmos also means order, as in organization. So when we're talking about the cosmogony of a place, we're talking physically about how the world is created, but also how order is created within that world. And we get most of the sort of Greek cosmogony, the creation of the universe, from the works of a guy named Hesiod. He wrote a story called the Theogony. Okay, review from last slide. The Goni root means birth, and Theos is the Greek word for God. So the title of his work means the birth of the gods. And the story goes that a muse, one of the sort of inspirational daughters of Zeus, comes down and whispers all sorts of secrets into Hesiod's ear about how things were going on at the beginning of time. So Hesiod's not claiming that he knows all of these things about the Greek gods because he was there. Instead, he's claiming, well, one of the muses told me what's going on, so this is legit. All right, let's take a look at what Hesiod tells us. He tells us that in the beginning, there was kind of this nothingness in the Greek world, and then four sort of primal or primordial beings end up arising. There is this chaos, which is this like void or emptiness. There is Gaia, a great earth goddess. Tartarus, which is sort of this abyss, this dark pit. And Eros, the very idea of love itself. And these four beings sort of spark off everything else sort of coming into existence. Outside of Greek mythology, just in mythology generally speaking, it's really common for the world to begin with this nothingness, and then there's some sort of spark that gets creation going, and then everything gets out of control real quick. And the sort of like Greek creation story happens through people having babies. These things that we might envision just as like forces of nature or events are really sort of given anthropomorphic traits. They're given human qualities. So these four initial beings, the earth, love, this sort of like darkness or pit and this void, well, these things end up reproducing, and that ends up creating all of this stuff in the world. The mountains, the sea, the light, the day. These things that we might think of as physical objects from our standpoint. The Romans thought of these beings, these gods that went and represented them. And the passage of time is something that's like kind of hard for humans to conceptualize. And so the Greeks conceptualized this through generations. There are all these different generations of gods and goddesses and initial beings, and they reproduce and they have kids, and that is sort of the process that leads to everything going and existing in the world itself. So let's walk through 3 of these generations, kind of give you an idea for what's going on. So first of all, as far as like family trees go, things get a little bit messy in Greek mythology. So Uranos and Gaia here, they're going to get married, they're going to have some kids, but it's going to be an it's complicated situation. Because number 1, Uranos, aka Uranus, if you are in Roman mythology instead, is actually a son of Gaia, and she's going to like go and marry her husband. Okay, so like we're starting out strong in terms of the family tree. All right, so Gaia and Uranos, they're going to have some kids, but Uranos is going to end up being super controlling, and he's not going to allow Gaia to give birth. All right, first of all, we have to suspend our disbelief a little bit, okay? Right? Like, ignore normal things you know about physical processes and biology, and just remember that this is a story, right? This is a story, and it's supposed to explain why things are the way they are. So, like, ignore the whole 9-month pregnancy thing. Like, that's not relevant here. Okay. So, Uranos, this sky god, refuses to allow Gaia, this earth goddess, to go and have babies. But the issue is that she's still pregnant, okay? And ignore biology. And she continues to get pregnant. She just has all of these kids building up inside of her, and she's in this absolutely terrible pain, and she has to give birth. And so she comes up with a scheme to give birth, okay? And remember that whole suspending the disbelief thing? This gets a little weird. So what she does is she gives one of her children, Kronos, a scythe. And, Kronos goes and attacks Uranos in a very intimate place and lops off certain parts of his body, and then all of a sudden, Uranos is overthrown, and Gaia is allowed to give birth. So just as a heads up, classical mythology-based art tends to have a whole bunch of nudity, so I've done my best to censor out some of that, because I don't know, what age demographic I'm working with here necessarily. So enjoy my my little anime edited pictures. So this first generation is Gaia and Uranos, and conceptually, the father was afraid of being overthrown, and that's the reason why he doesn't want Gaia to give birth. But by trying to stop her from giving birth and trying to stop himself from being overthrown by a son who might end up being more powerful than him, he actually leads to the very thing that ends up with him being overthrown and castrated. Ooh, not a particularly good fate. So this guy doing the castrating here, he's Kronos, and now he's going to become the big head honcho in Generation 2. Now Gaia is allowed to give birth now, and she gives birth to kind of 3 different conceptual groups of people. Here's the thing, though. The normal process of childbirth didn't happen here. These children were in her womb for too long, and they all ended up having these sort of strange, almost birth defects because of it. She gives birth to the Titans, these monstrous, overly huge, overly strong creatures. The Cyclopes, that's the plural for a Cyclops, these creatures with one eye in the middle of their forehead. And then the Hundred-Handers. I think you can guess what's going on with them. They have a billion arms, and they can throw all sorts of boulders at the same time. And so she gives birth to these three sort of monstrous groups of individuals. Now, Kronos, that nice guy that we maybe liked from, 2 slides ago because he saved Gaia from that father, well, he doesn't end up being such a good guy himself once he gets into power. He becomes sort of a new sky god, and he marries Rhea, another earth goddess. But now, because he overthrew his father, he's terrified of being overthrown by his own children in turn. So, let's think about what he learned from dad. All right, don't try to keep the children inside of mom. The children will conspire with mom, and bad things will happen. So he decides he's going to keep the children inside of himself. And he decides to go and swallow all of his children. He doesn't actually, eat them apart like we see in this image here. This image is just meant to, evoke emotion and be sort of a vivid demonstration of how monstrous the idea of eating your children is. All right, and so his wife has to trick him in turn. And what she does is when they have their next kid, she wraps up a rock in baby clothing, and then she feeds it to him instead of a baby. Yes, this actually works. Kronos was not exactly a smart guy, so he goes and eats this rock. The baby that got away was baby Zeus, who is ultimately going to end up overthrowing his father, Kronos. Now, Zeus is going to be generation number 3 of these earth and sky goddesses. And he's going to be the one who ends up staying in power. He doesn't end up getting overthrown by his own children. He's going to do some things a little bit differently than his father and grandfather. Now, I think most people are familiar that Zeus ultimately ends up getting with Hera, but there's actually another wife in between. Now, Zeus ends up getting married to this woman named Metis, and her name means cunning or wisdom. And Zeus eats her. Okay, what? I thought we just learned from that. I thought we just learned that was a no-no. Okay, but he really eats her. He devours her. And again, let's ignore biology for a minute. He devours her, and her cleverness, because her name means clever or wise, her cleverness sort of disperses through him, and as a result of eating the goddess of wisdom, Zeus himself becomes wise. Or maybe wiser is a better word, because he still does some kind of crazy and foolish things from time to time. And then he takes on a new wife afterwards, Hera, who is the goddess of marriage. You can see her depicted in this image here. She's not the one gently leaning on his lap, though. This is Hera over here. Oops. Zeus is going to end up having a lot of affairs, and we're going to talk about those in just a second here. Now, Zeus and his brothers and sisters, as well as some of his children, end up being known as the Olympians. And they are going to clash with some of the other offspring of Gaia, known as the Titans. The Titans are big, strong, and powerful, and they want to be the ones in charge of the world, not the puny, weaker, younger Olympians. And so Zeus and the Olympians and all the other Titans, as well as some of the other beings like the Hundred Handers and Cyclopes, kind of get involved in a giant, sort of world war sort of situation, in which Zeus, with his mighty lightning bolt as his weapon, ends up ultimately being triumphant and winning this war. And this sort of solidifies Zeus's position as sort of the leader of the world in terms of Greek mythology. There are a couple of hiccups along the way and some other monsters that Zeus ends up defeating first to really solidify his position, but for our overview, that's good enough. Now, what distinguishes Zeus from the people that came before him and what allows him to stay in power? Well, it's the fact that he ends up subdividing jobs. So with Kronos, as well as Uranos before him, they wanted to be the sole person in charge. They wanted to have all of the power. They wanted to be the ultimate patriarch. Well, Zeus realizes that, that hasn't worked super well the last couple of times. And so he gives all of his brothers and sisters and children various jobs, and he sort of divides power and responsibility amongst everyone, and that kind of ends up with things working out more or less okay. Sometimes people get pretty angry at Zeus, especially Hera, his wife in particular, but things end up mostly being stable. All right. When I say the word Olympian, I am referring to a group of either 12 or 14 people, depending on who you ask. The Olympians are sort of broken into two categories. Those are the people who are the children of Kronos and Rhea. That's sort of our first generation Olympians. And then you get the people who are the children of Zeus. Notice he's kind of a prolific father. You'll notice that there's an offshoot of Aphrodite there. There are some stories that say that Aphrodite is descended from uh, Uranus or Uranus with the Roman pronunciation. And there are some people who say she's a child of Zeus. That's one of those it's complicated moments where we're not going to have time to go into that today. So each one of these Olympians ends up having a specific job or duty that they're in charge of. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, Hera of marriage, Zeus of like the sky, as well as things like judgment, Poseidon, the sea, Demeter, grain, and so on and so forth. We're not going to have time to break down all of the Olympians today because that alone would take half an hour, but there's so many resources out there explaining sort of who's who. I pulled this infographic from a site called Athens and Beyond, which is a combination of sort of a travel blog and sort of it has mythological resources and cultural resources as well. So if you want a super sort of intro level overview, feel free to check that out. The one thing I want you to understand about the Olympians is they're not good people. So a lot of times when people think religion and they think of the god of any given religion, they think of someone who is like great and perfect and this ultimate role model of how people should be. This is not true in classical mythology. In fact, it's basically the opposite. In classical mythology, the gods are powerful, and because they are powerful, they get to do what they want to do because no one can stop them. Let me show you what I mean. Zeus has a lot of children. I believe it's somewhere on the order of 116 or 119 different affairs, all of which end up producing children. Very prolific guy. And the thing is that most of those affairs are, well, they're not consensual. But Zeus is powerful, and how is some mortal woman going to stop him? Oh, yeah, it's awkward. So a lot of times we go and say like, "Oh, and Zeus loved this woman and then they had a child together." It's not really that simple. And honestly, a lot of times when I've been using the word married in this presentation, I'm saying that because I'm used to working with middle schoolers, and oversimplifying things for them often ends up working out better for me. And then I hit them with the hard, harsh reality when they get a little bit older, a little bit later on in the year. And the second person I have depicted on the right here, that's Hades. He's one of Zeus's brothers and another one of the like big three male gods of the ancient world. And what you see him doing here is obtaining his wife. And how did he obtain his wife? Well, he saw her, like playing with some flowers, hanging out in a field, and he kidnapped her and brought her to the underworld and hid her from her mother. Her mother, Demeter, was terribly sad as a result of this and sort of like stopped doing her job. And so there was this huge famine on Earth, and a whole bunch of mortals died, and everything is messy. The Olympians act like normal people do. They have desires, they get angry, they hold grudges. And although the gods will help you out from time to time, they will also really hurt you if you have wronged them in some way. All right, now let's talk about heroes. Most of the time in the ancient world, heroes refer to either the son of a god or maybe the son of a king who go on to do great things. The heroes live an existence that's just a little bit different from the existence of a normal person. Conceptually, the Greeks tried to put things in these boxes. All right, so there were the animals. They were low on the totem pole. They can't speak. They can't really use technology. There were the humans. They get by, they survive, but they die. They have short lives. And then there's the gods that are above them. They live forever. They don't need to eat to stay alive. They're immortal. They're extremely powerful. And the heroes don't fit cleanly into any of these boxes. Oftentimes because they are the son of a god of some kind, often Zeus, and then a mortal, they end up with this demigod status. They're somewhere between those two clean boxes of human and god, and as a result, they live a life that is full of things that normal humans shouldn't be experiencing. They encounter all sorts of monsters. They're put through incredibly difficult trials and tests, and they live lives that, in a word, could be described as traumatic. And so we're going to try to look at four of the biggest heroes from the classical world very, very quickly. So, in terms of like the way Greek mythology goes about, at the beginning of time, there's this nothingness, and then there's all this hubbub with these first three generations of beings. And for a little while, there's a good amount of interaction between gods and mortals. And this starts dropping off in the age of heroes. And now, like the heroes, these chosen favorites, these people with a greater destiny, end up interacting with the gods quite a bit. But after that, the gods tend to sort of fade out of existence a little bit and only appear from time to time. All right. Hero numero uno, and probably the most famous from the ancient world, is Hercules. Now, Hercules is tasked with doing 12 labors, these great tasks that sort of a normal mortal, or maybe even a normal hero, surely could not accomplish. Now, why does he have to do this? Well, you see, Hera doesn't like Hercules. Hercules is a son of Zeus, but Hera is not the mother, so you can understand why she holds a grudge against him. And so Hera goes and drives him mad, and Hercules, in this bout of insanity, goes and kills his own family. And this was a big no-no in the ancient world. There's a handful of things you're really not supposed to do, such as marry your mother, or maybe kill your own family members, or eat other humans. And if you commit one of those things, it's a really big deal, and it takes a lot to make up for it. And so Hercules tries to go and do all of these superhuman tasks in order to make up for killing his family. Most of his tasks end up being feats of strength, such as defeating this many-headed serpent dragon-like creature known as the Hydra, or going to the underworld and obtaining Cerberus, a three-headed dog and sort of pet of Hades. And Hercules is sort of unique as a hero in that, in most versions of the story, he ends up going and becoming a god after completing all of these things, and he's really the only hero to go and do that. If you have only seen Disney's version of Hercules and that's your exposure to the story, just know that a lot of the stuff that's in that Disney retelling of the story is very family friendly in comparison to how the stories actually go down. Hercules was a very violent guy. Not just a brute, he's also known for doing some things that were incredibly wise. But there's a famous story where Hercules goes and kills his music teacher because his music teacher criticized him for being bad at playing music. So he's a guy of excess. Hero number 2, Theseus. Theseus was the son of the king of Athens, and his big job was to go and defeat the Minotaur. Long story short, Theseus was sent to Crete, and Crete and Athens had sort of a strained relationship, and so there was this peace treaty there. And the Athenians were going and sending 7 young boys and 7 young girls to Crete every year. And wouldn't you know it, these people were never seen again. It turns out that they were fed to the Minotaur, which is this half-man, half-bull hybrid creature. If you've been watching anime recently, you've probably seen one of these somewhere in these stories. And it was Theseus's job to go and defeat this Minotaur. The Minotaur was trapped in an elaborate labyrinth, that is a giant maze that existed under Crete. If you've been to Crete, you might know that there's a whole bunch of caves on Crete, and so the origin of this sort of like idea of there being a maze on Crete probably comes from that cave system. So Theseus wanders into the labyrinth, and with the help of a local princess there, he's able to find the tools he needs to go and defeat this Minotaur and go back to Athens and live happily ever after. Okay, I lied about the happily ever after part. Sadly, most of the stories of heroes end up being really dark. So Hercules ends up killing his family members, and he actually ends up killing himself later on in life. Uh, it's sort of a huge misunderstanding that leads to his death. He ends up taking another wife, and she becomes jealous of Hercules going and flirting with someone else, and she puts this love potion on his clothing that actually ended up being a trap, and it ends up burning off Hercules's flesh, and he kills himself to stop the pain. Oh, yeah, Greek mythology is dark. So Theseus ends up forgetting some of his father's instructions when he returns back to Athens, and his father thinks that Theseus died because Theseus didn't follow these instructions about changing the colors of his sails. And so Theseus's father sees this boat returning and has the wrong color sails, so he thinks Theseus has been killed by the Minotaur, and his father throws himself off a cliff, committing suicide when he sees this, but Theseus was alive. Theseus also does some not so great things to women, but I'll leave that to you for you to discover later. Next up is Jason. Jason is famous for going to an island called Colchis, where he meets this woman, Medea. And Medea helps him to get this great treasure known as the Golden Fleece. It's a fleece that's golden. Okay, cool. We've established that. Now, Jason doesn't do this task alone, though. He ends up getting a boat full of, like, the greatest, like, sailors and heroes that he can find, and he calls them the Argonauts. For those of you watching, Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? This is probably like setting off warning bells in your head going like, I have heard of that before. And so Jason and all of these great sailors and heroes, as well as Medea, work together to obtain this golden fleece, and he has to do all sorts of crazy things along the way, like getting past a dragon, getting past these cliffs that ram together and try to destroy his boat, and all sorts of other obstacles. His story is really compelling, although, if I'm being honest, Medea is probably the one in this story that ends up being more interesting. What you see here is the very, very end of the myth, where Jason ends up cheating on Medea and taking another wife, and Medea kills their children as a result of that interaction, as a way to get back at Jason. Again, the story is more complicated than what we can get into here, but it's super interesting and probably my favorite story from the ancient world. And the last hero I want to mention here is Perseus. Now, Perseus was a hero who was sent to defeat the Gorgon, specifically the Gorgon Medusa. And a Gorgon was a woman who had snakes for hair. And Medusa here, if you looked at her, if you saw her gaze, you were supposed to turn to stone. Medusa's fate is a rather sad fate, but that's again a story for another day that I encourage you to look into. And so the thing is that this is going to be a very difficult enemy to defeat, right? How are you supposed to go and defeat this enemy if you can't look at it directly? Well, Perseus is basically the Link from Legend of Zelda of the ancient world. Perseus is the guy who always has the right piece of equipment for the job. And so he ends up getting a lot of power-ups in order to complete this challenge. He gets a helmet of invisibility. It's actually Hades' helmet, god of the underworld. He ends up getting some winged shoes from Hermes or Mercury, the messenger god, as well as some other stuff from Athena, like sort of a mirrored shield that he can look into and then not look directly at Medusa, but kind of like use the reflection to get a feel for where she's at so that he can go and attack. And Perseus famously beheads Medusa and then uses her head as a weapon to go and attack other people. This is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to classical mythology. Classical mythology is so huge. And I've been studying classical mythology for years and years and years now. I've been doing it since I was in undergrad, and I'm still learning new stuff all the time. There's alternate versions of the telling. There's modern retellings that change some of the details of the ancient myths, playing with them for their own purposes. There's so much here in terms of classical mythology that I can't possibly give you a full understanding of classical mythology in such a short period of time. But hopefully I've given you a better idea of some of the basics of what's going on with classical mythology. And I encourage you to do a little bit of reading or listening or watching of stuff associated with classical mythology if you enjoy this stuff. The biggest resource I recommend in terms of online resources is this site Theoi, Theoi, theoi.com. It is a Greek mythology website that has both original texts and sort of simplifications of all sorts of various things. So if there is a topic in particular that you're interested in, like say you're watching Attack on Titan and you want to learn more about like these giants, these titans, you can click on a link for that. If you heard about the Argonauts and you're like, oh, I want to know what's going on with them, there's a link for heroes and villains and things of that nature. The Olympians in particular are something that like is really common in American culture. And if you are interested in getting a better feel for them, like getting an overview of the Greek gods and the Olympians is probably something that's really useful for you to do. If you want to read something, I recommend reading Ovid's Metamorphoses. That's Ovid, Ovid's Metamorphoses. It's sort of a classical mythology textbook from the ancient world, so to speak, and it tries to spin all of the myths together into one constant narrative. Fair warning, though, I recommend that you have a good reading ability before trying to read this text. So if you're younger, like if you're still in middle school or something like that, that's probably not the text for you. Ovid's Metamorphoses is a text that I recommend to like maybe high school seniors or above. It's a little bit dense, and there's a lot of things in there that reference other mythological things, so you kind of need to read slowly and carefully, but it's a really fun read once you get used to the style. All right. If you have any questions about Greek mythology and you just need someone to point you in the right direction, feel free to reach out to me. You can hit me up on Twitter at @3banu, and I'll be happy to field your questions. Or if you're more of an email person, you can hit me up at philgallagher11@gmail.com. I hope you enjoyed this brief overview in classical mythology. And hey, wouldn't you know it, we're at about the 32-minute mark, so I stayed true to my title of Greek myth in 30-ish minutes. Have a great rest of the day and enjoy the rest of your convention. See ya.
All right, we are back with Phil, the panelist from that very panel. Welcome, welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Hello, I'm Phil Gallagher, aka Thraben on all forms of social media. I am a Latin teacher, mythologist, and Magic the Gathering YouTuber. Thanks for having me on today.
Thank you so much for being here. It's great having you, and that was a really interesting panel. Loved watching through that. Is there anything else you wanted to sort of add on to that before we kind of get into the talk?
No, I think we can go ahead and just start with the banter, then maybe get into some audience questions.
Sure. So anyone in the chat who has questions, please feel free to drop them in chat. We will be keeping an eye on that. So a question I had, as we mentioned before, is, Zeus got around, and I'm wondering, like, in Greek society, like, what kind of purpose did that serve culturally? Like, why was that a thing in their stories, do you think?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is remember that Zeus is not supposed to be a role model. Mm-hmm. Zeus is this all-powerful being. He can do what he wants. Nobody gets to stop him. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times we as maybe American viewers, I'm going to guess a lot of our non-Ginger Gaiden audience is going to be in America currently. We tend to default to Christian mythology viewpoints, where like the god in that mythology system is perfect and a role model, and that's just not the case here. What I think is going on with Zeus having so many children is that he's fulfilling his duty as the sky god. All right, if you think of like the sky god and rain and such, rain is supposed to like fall down. It's supposed to make plants grow, and So like he is doing that sky god job, but instead of it being plants that he's making people.
Yeah. That makes sense. Fertility, in every sense.
Bingo.
That's really interesting. Was there? Do you think there was any sense of that being like the opposite of a role model? The idea of oh, there are people out there who are like this. Oh boy.
Yes, I think a huge number of Greek mythology stories are supposed to be warnings. The story of Daedalus and Icarus is a famous one.
Sure.
Where Daedalus, the father figure, tells his son, hey, I made wings. If you fly too high, they're going to melt and you will fall and die. And Icarus doesn't listen to his father and he falls and dies. And then the kids who are hearing these stories are supposed to go, oh, snap, I need to listen to my parents or I'm going to die. So I think there's a lot of that where these stories show negative examples of what you should not do.
Interesting. What do you think about like Hera? Because I think it's so interesting. I was just listening to one of the great courses on the other side of history. So kind of what it was like being not the top of society. And they're talking about how in Greek society, and please correct me if I'm wrong, like women were very much kind of cloistered. They were kept away. They were very kind of socially repressed in that sense, and they definitely were not expected to take the lead in things. But Hera is a very strong-willed person who very much takes the lead in things. So was that example of oh, you don't want to be kind of a strong character like that, or was it something else? What do you think was going on there?
Okay, I followed most of that. Would you ask the core of your question in a different way?
Sorry.
I follow the correct strand.
Sure.
There was a lot there.
Hera seems like she is certainly very different from the classical Greek expectation of how a wife and mother would behave, in the sense that she was very strong-willed and very much took an active part in things. Why do you think she was portrayed like that in that society?
Okay, all right, now I follow. Okay, so again, I think this is still on the same core of there are differing standards for gods versus differing standards for humans. And I think if a mortal woman did a lot of things that goddesses like Hera or Artemis were doing, it would just be seen as absolutely blasphemous.
Gotcha.
Greek and Roman society were just incredibly sexist, and there were literally parts of the Greek house, the oikos, that were called like the men's quarters and the women's quarters. And women were not expected to go outside much. Our modern day word economics is from the Greek word oikonomics, which means management of the house. And so the women's role in the Greek world was to manage the household. Although oddly, this did include many things like financial portions of it in a way that we might not expect.
Yeah.
So yes, we should not expect to see, the traditional Greek woman in ancient Greek society going out and being such a strong, bold character like Hera is. And they would really not like to see like Hera's vindictive and hateful traits in women.
Sure. Why do you think Greek society and Roman society, I guess, or and I guess a lot of other ancient societies, why were their gods like not role models? Why were there different standards for their gods than for regular society?
Oh, that's a good one. It's one of these things that my students really struggle with because they want to think of these gods as these like great and powerful people who are going to do things that are good all the time, but that's just not the reality. I mean, even in Christian mythology, we see the Christian god, getting angry, causing a giant flood, killing off almost all of humanity. And the same exact thing happens in Greek mythology too.
Wow.
With the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha. And they're left with exactly two survivors who, oddly enough, end up throwing rocks behind them, and the rocks grow into people to replace the human race.
Interesting. Yeah. It's and that could just be one of those unanswerable things where just, early societies had a different view of what deities were than, than we've evolved into. Yeah, I'm reminded of Irving Finkel, who is he works at, I think, the British Museum, and he's a Babylonian expert, talking about all of the different connections between different mythologies, but also realizing this is a very different kind of world than we live in, and you just you can't connect things. And yeah, exactly, Ginger. Those with great power aren't always moral, and it's true, or they have a very different morality than we do. So, are there some examples, specific examples in anime where you've seen like Greek myth used like more clearly than in others?
So the most explicit one from a recent season is unquestionably, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? I think they're up to 3 or 4 seasons now. I showed multiple photos, screenshots from that show throughout this. It follows Belcranel, a hero who is working under the goddess Hestia, who is this goddess of the hearth and home in Greek mythology who doesn't really have any cool stories about her. And so in the show, she's kind of this this poor, destitute goddess. And as the show goes on, you see more and more intertwining and interaction with other gods, not just from Greek mythology either. This show is a treat. If you know a little bit about mythology, you'll just go, ooh, 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 as you spot all sorts of things.
Cool.
The other one that I think is really good about this is the Fate series.
Ooh.
Because they always bring in all of these various, I forget what they're called. They're not stands.
Yeah, I'm a bad anime fan. Associates, okay. Whatever they are.
Yeah. And anyway, each one of these characters has this powerful creature that they can summon and that they're associated with, and they usually end up being famous figures from mythology, history, culture.
Servants. Thank you.
Yes, or something of that nature. And so you'll see, gods or people like King Arthur or Medea popping up throughout that show. To plug another show, and this one is not Greek and Roman mythology specifically, but another recent show that I thought handled mythology really well was Hozuki's Cool-Headedness. Oh. If you are interested in Japanese mythology, that show is a real treat. I learned a lot from watching that show.
That's really cool. Cool. Awesome. Well, I don't see any other questions in chat. Was there anything else you wanted to bring up as we were chatting there?
No. I wish you the luck throughout the rest of OnCon.
Thank you very much. What's your YouTube channel?
I am at Thrabenu, THRABENU.
Awesome. Everyone, please go there and subscribe. Thank you so much, Phil. That was awesome. Really appreciate it.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. All right, everyone. We are going to go ahead and switch on. We've got another panel coming up in just 2 minutes. A brief history of South Korean animation. See you then. There we go. Sorry about that. Had to just transition over a little bit. So we're going to talk here about South Korean animation real quick. Well, for the next little while. Because I want to talk a little bit about South Korean animation, something that I particularly love. And to begin with, let's actually just kind of nail down exactly what we're talking about here. So first off, the reason I'm doing this panel is because I think for a lot of people, when they think of animation, they just kind of think, okay, Walt Disney, the end. Or, anime, the end. And the reality is that there's animation being made all over the world for, in many different ways, many different places. And I want to kind of, shine a spotlight on animation that's being made in lots of places, particularly South Korea, because it's a really interesting history. Whoops, sorry, 1 second. Had to pull something up, which bounced all over the place. So yeah, wow, things are going all over the place here. So first off, we need to establish kind of what I'm talking about in terms of animation and kind of, because I want to focus in a little bit. I'm not going to be talking in this panel about South Korean animation that is CGI, that is puppetry, or that's stop motion. I think all of those are absolutely animation. Maybe puppetry you could question, but I'm kind of trying to limit the scope of the panel to hand-drawn animation in this case. There's some lovely CGI stuff out there, lovely stop motion stuff, but again, there's just kind of only so much I can dig into. Also, I'm not going to be talking about commercial animation, as animation made as advertisements, which is kind of unfortunate because when you think globally, there has probably been more animation produced for advertising than there has been for like movies. I think about all the animated ads out there. There's been tremendous amounts of hand-drawn animation made in the commercial space, and who drew that? We have no idea. Who made all that stuff? We have no idea. So unfortunately, there's just not much we can talk about there, which is again just kind of unfortunate, but just that is the case. Also, I'm not going to be talking about short films, experimental films, that kind of stuff. It's a very interesting area, but I'm going to be focusing more on like commercial releases of animation. Again, lots of cool, short films being made by independent animators and so forth, but just kind of out of scope. Okay, so let's talk about Korea and some of this and the history of animation in Korea. It's perhaps a little controversial to say, but the thing about South Korea in terms of animation is that really there was not a lot of infrastructure to produce hand-drawn animation in South Korea in the early 20th century as there was in other countries. There just wasn't enough money flowing around, not enough film being produced to really support an animation industry, really until the 1960s. There are some exceptions. There was a black and white commercial for Lucky Toothpaste in 1956, made by Moon Dalbu. Also, I'm going to be mispronouncing names like crazy here. I apologize. And why is that? Well, you may have heard of the Korean War. That may have been mentioned at some point in the 1950s. That certainly complicated things. That's what created North and South Korea. And by the way, there is animation produced in North Korea. You can look it up. Surprise, surprise, it's all hardline communist propaganda. But that certainly exists and is a thing if you want to dig into that. However, the 1960s did see a promising start to South Korean animation. There was a short based on The Ant and the Grasshopper in 1961, which showed that there was a space for this. And the animator of that, in 1967, released a full-color animated film, Hongil-dong, or The Adventure of Hongil-dong, in 1967. Why that's impressive is you have to remember that Astro Boy had only been released 4 years prior. Anime was in its infancy over in Japan, and there was already a feature-length animated film in South Korea. There had been a couple of feature-length animated films in Japan, but very few and far between. But now we had Hong Gil-dong in South Korea, and the animation honestly rivaled what you saw in Japan at the time. If you've seen Panda and the Magic Serpent from around this area, it's very similar in art style. Obviously, the production process was not quite as smooth as it was in other countries, but this is a thoroughly entertaining, mythological adventure tale in the classic sense of like Journey to the West and a lot of those other classic stories. And we had the Greek myth panel just a little bit ago, and very much in that style, like a Greek Ulysses style myth, but about a famous Korean character. And that's really, really impressive. And that spawned quite a few animated feature films during the late 60s, particularly adaptations of traditional stories and Korean comics of the time. However, this is the 1960s, time marches on, and there is this thing called the television. And TV was a really big deal. TVs were starting to really come into every household in Japan. And as a result, interest in movies in general decreased. So folks weren't going out to the movies as much, they were going to watching television, which is a thing that happened kind of globally as television took off. Film viewership tanked, more or less, or definitely decreased. So folks were going to television. And unfortunately for the Korean animation industry in general, there was this thing called anime, where suddenly anime showed up as an import possibility. And anime, as well as American animation, were all imported in Japan. And the problem was, it was massively cheaper to license an anime series than it was to create a whole animation from scratch. And there was so much, by the early to late 70s, there was so much anime and American animation to license that why not just license? And this led to a dramatic decline in the South Korean animation industry. When Mazinger Z was released in Korea in 1975, after its release in 1972 in Japan, things were so bad that there had been no new Korean animations produced in the country for the previous 3 years. So from 72 to 75, there were no new Korean animations. There was just no work. Now, obviously, there was probably commercial work being done. They were doing ads and things like that. But in terms of like commercial animation production, it just disappeared in the early 70s because it was just so much cheaper to import from other countries. There was just no demand for it. So the Korean animators basically decided, well, if you can't beat them, join them. So shortly thereafter came the premiere of a Korean animated series called Robot Taekwon V, a Taekwondo fighting giant robot that looks kind of similar. Yeah, little bit. Just saying. And so this led to a number of giant robot movies and some TV shows, but mostly movies that copied popular anime. And when I say copied, I mean, copied. Now, Robot Taekwon V is kind of interesting because the creator said, like, he was deliberately doing an homage to Mazinger Z. He didn't see this as like ripping it off. He meant as saying, hey, that's cool. I want to make my own version of that. So he just saw it as, again, strong artistic inspiration as opposed to other things. But it was not necessarily seen the same way by other people, as you might imagine. then other productions sprang up, and boy, they copied. I mean, not like this. I mean, they would literally send people to Japan to walk into animation companies and just take like character designs off of desks and like photocopy them and take them home. Like that kind of a level thing. They would literally just copy character and mecha designs and maybe change the color scheme. And when I say that, I mean pretty literally, yeah, like that's just Char Aznable with a different color scheme from Space Black Knight in 1979. And for those of you Gundam fans out there, you will know what's kind of remarkable about this is that Gundam came out in 1979. So they were like current with what was coming out in Japan. They were just grabbing that stuff and taking it over to Korea. It wasn't like, oh, this is something that we saw on television. No, they were pulling stuff from the production offices. Pretty crazy. There was a lot of that stuff going on in South Korea at the time. And oddly, despite the success of these works, Korean animation quality didn't really improve during this time. Animation basically just stayed very crude, very simple, very much like kind of the 60s. If you look at Korean animation all throughout this period, it all looks pretty much the same. You don't see that dramatic improvement in animation quality that you start seeing in anime in similar times. And then, unfortunately, in 1979, South Korean General President Park Chung-hee was assassinated, which led to wide protests and a new military dictatorship that continued until 1987. This was a very turbulent period in South Korean history, and during this period, a flood of anime entered the market, and that suppressed demand for native Korean work, and it just kind of just even further suppressed the market. There were some animated SF films made in this period, Space Legend Terra in 1982, Video Ranger 007, and others. But the 1980s also saw the return to South Korea of Nelson Shin. Nelson Shin had gone to America to work with Marvel Productions. And he came back to South Korea to form an animation studio in South Korea, specifically to work on international productions. Basically, he saw so much animation being produced internationally, he said, I can set up an animation studio in South Korea that can produce animation inexpensively for American clients, international clients, so forth and so on. And so he produced ACOM Productions. Or ACOM Production. He directed Transformers the movie in 1986, to give you an idea, and then worked on everything from G.I. Joe to the Pink Panther, Tiny Toon Adventures. He done all of that actually before ACOM Productions, just to be clear. At ACOM, they worked on The Simpsons, Land Before Time, Batman the Animated Series, and even anime. They were doing so for international for generally for American releases. They would do the animation. They would animate an episode of Batman, for example, or they would animate complete shots for a show. For anime, they would generally do what's called tweening. So a Japanese artist would do the main drawings in a sequence. And then those would get sent over to Korea, where Korean artists would draw all the drawings in between. So if you had 8 drawings in an action sequence to get something across, the key animator in Japan might draw 3 of those. And then the South Korean animator would draw the 5 in between that are kind of easier to do. And so you saw that with ACOM Production, and they produced a lot of stuff. They got really, really impressive, to the point where ACOM Production worked on Princess Mononoke. Yeah, they did shots for a Hayao Miyazaki movie later on. So this was a shot in the arm to the South Korean animation industry. It was still doing primarily work internationally, but there was now money flowing in, and there was now, more importantly, skilled individuals in South Korea producing animation. So the talent pool was there now. Then in 1987, a democratic government took power and quickly began encouraging local cultural production, including animation. And so they were really pushing for domestic production of domestic artistic works. And then the two main TV stations in Korea, KBS and MBC, began financing animated TV series. Again, sort of a cultural thing. And that helped a lot, particularly Theodori Kakashi, which was a baseball anime from '87, was a hit, as was Dooley the Little Dinosaur, which, as you can see, is a kids show, but spawned a major franchise, and now it's still to this day generates $1 million a year in revenue, which is pretty cool. And so you started seeing domestic animation production. The big ones at the time were like usually Taekwondo series, big shock, and science fiction series. Again, it was the 80s. That was a big thing back then. But unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but the reality was you really started seeing the animation industry focus on children. And really there was this split. So you had in television, basically kids productions. Pororo, the Little Penguin, was a huge smash CGI success in 2003, which I mentioned here because it was the Korean animation industry's first international hit. The economic impact is now into the billions of dollars. Like, it's a huge thing, particularly in East Asia. But you didn't really see a lot of more serious adult-oriented stuff on television. You saw people trying to do that in movies, and you saw a bunch of different really interesting movies made during the like the 90s in Japan. My Beautiful Girl Marie, Wonderful Days, Oceam, Yomi the Five-Tailed Fox. All of these movies are interesting, more teenager or adult-driven movies. Yomi the Five-Tailed Fox is basically a Miyazaki movie concept. Wonderful Days is this sort of cyberpunky thing. Really cool. Oceam is sort of a Grave of the Fireflies-esque, sort of serious, very serious movie. And they would come out, and they'd be really interesting, and no one would go to see them in the theaters. They were just all box office bombs. The South Korean industry just could not get a film industry going, nor interest in more serious animated works. Until 2011, when two animated films came out. The first is called Leafy, A Hen into the Wild. And this is a broadly family film about a hen who lives on a farm and wants to leave the farm and live in the wild, and manages to do so, and the things that happen to her. It is, on the one hand, again, clearly aimed at kids, because it's, farmyard animals and other like birds in the area that she gets to know, and she wants to be a mother, but she can't, basically. But then she adopts, and things develop. That said, this is a movie about industrial level farming and what happens to chickens in that kind of environment, as well as what happens to chickens out in the world where they are a prey species. So there's definitely drama to this film, definitely melodrama, if nothing else. And there's some stuff that happens in this movie. And it was very successful. Lots of folks came to see the movie. And so it kind of bridged that gap between clearly kind of having an art style. And it's beautiful much of the time. Really lovely film. And so you can go see that, but also there was an edge to the film. And speaking of edge, The same year saw the release of The King of Pigs. This is a very much a movie aimed at adults. It opens with a man with no clothes on in an apartment having just killed his wife. It's one of those movies. It's about bullying in school. It's about all sorts of very, very heavy topics. And low budget indie film, but it still brought in a large audience and nearly made back its entire budget in box office receipts alone. Suddenly now folks were tuning in to watch, or not tuning in, going to theaters to watch South Korean animation. And this led to a kind of a renaissance in the intervening years. Now we're seeing more and more interesting South Korean animated films. Lower right is from Fake, by the same creator as the same director as King of Pigs, which is obviously zombie survival horror. I'm sorry, Fake is upper left. Bottom right is Soul Station. That's so. Yeah. Can you see my mouse cursor? Yes, you can. So this is Soul Station. That's Fake, which is more like a crime film, as you might imagine. Down here is, that is Satellite Girl and Milk Cow, which has some really weird things, but is more of like a teen romantic comedy thing with some sci-fi elements. And then Clockwork Girl in 2014, CGI, but you can see the skill level really coming together. And that's been doing really well. And meanwhile, we've seen some animated hits on Korean television. Larva CGI series, which made $9 million in 2013, and even had, you know how in Japan they'll have like anime characters on like buses and train cars. Larva characters were featured on like subway cars in South Korea. It got that big. So the animation industry has definitely gotten moving in South Korea, which was really, really cool. It looked dark there for a while because they just couldn't get things moving. But there's a lot of interesting stuff in South Korean animation. If you're interested in it, highly recommend tracking down some of these films. It's now to the point where there's probably something for something for everyone. There's, science fiction or romance or action or drama or what have you. So there's a lot of cool stuff out there. I will say it's hard to find a lot of this stuff because a lot of it just hasn't been released over here in America. Leafy actually did get a Canadian release, so you can find that over there. And so, yeah, there are definitely a few options. Yogi the Five-Tailed Fox was on Netflix for a while. I'm not sure if it's still there. And so you can find bits and pieces, but you do have to search. And I personally believe that the search is worth the wait. So, that is a brief history of South Korean animation. I'm looking in the chat. Anyone have any questions for me about that? Be happy to answer any questions anyone has. Manav, you're absolutely right. Manhwa has been on the upswing for a very long time, and it's been a really big deal. Yeah, unfortunately, South Korean animation is not like anime. There's been so relatively little of it that it's hard to say, oh, well, here are the top 10 greatest South Korean animated works, because that's going to be a significant fraction of all South Korean animated movies, right, or whatever. So I didn't end this with like, here's what you should totally watch, but definitely worth checking out stuff out there, and I think people should just be aware of that. I personally believe that South Korean animation is going to is poised to hit the international scene in a big way. That we could be talking about South Korean animation the same way we talk about Japanese animation, and there have been several completely South Korean animated TV series that like aired in Japan that look just like anime. It's just right there. it's definitely been a big thing. But yeah, there are lots and lots of options. Potential. What do I think changed culturally that made anime more accepted in South Korea, going into theaters, actually making money? I think, honestly, it was a matter of build up over time. I think because the animators didn't give up, because they kept producing animated films, and it wasn't the same animators for every single film, obviously. It was, this person would do this person over there would do this, etc. and so forth, and maybe this person would come back, 5 years later and produce something. And I think that just built. And it built to the point where people were just used to there being animated films. So that when something like, Leafy or King of Pigs came out, it became, if not normal, then an understandable thing to do. Right? I think it was one of those things where you needed to make it normal, if you will. Just be out there. Yeah, I agree, James. It would be nice to see more South Korean work sort of break through the way Chinese animation is starting to get visible. I am digging into Chinese animation, but that takes some research and effort. That is not immediately obvious what's out there. Yeah, Golden Bat was definitely a thing. So yeah. Yeah, if you know some South, so if you can invest in ACOM Productions, this is one of the problems. Unfortunately, so many of them are. I mean, they're all South Korean companies, so they generally are not available for international investment. Sadly. Yeah, I agree, Ginger. Often manhwa ends up getting animated in Japan because Japan has a production capacity, right? And that's not insane. It's a matter of other countries that just have a much larger industry, and so it kind of makes sense to go over there because it's like, well, here's a studio that's laying around looking for work. Might as well go there than trying to find one of the very few companies in Japan producing this. And it's also difficult because there's a big difference between tweening and doing that sort of interstitial work and doing that kind of, we're coming in to help out with animation, as opposed to doing a production from scratch. The skills are not the same. So even though you may have an animation industry that's producing, all of these cuts, all of these drawings, all the other pre-production work, they may not be skilled in, and so it takes a while to get those skills going. A Korean series I'd like to see a Korean anime of, Ragnarok. I really enjoyed that manhwa back in the day, which is this giant, and there may be one. I honestly have not checked recently. But that is an older, long form Korean action thing that I just love to see done in Korean animation. I'd love to see what other folks in the chat think about that, actually, because I'm not as deep into South Korean, into manhwa as other folks. I just haven't read as much manhwa as other things. Shaman Warrior, cool. Yeah. Actually, no, I take that back. There's another one I want to see. 1 second. What? I just bought this recently. And I can't remember its name. There we go. Is that? Yeah, it's fine. Mythology of the Heavens. This is a really popular manhwa that is considered one of the great epic stories of manhwa. One of these are just really big stories of, epic things happening. And I've got to be careful here because it often shows stories of people living out in the wild who do not have the same modesty standards that we have. This looks okay, but to give you an idea of the general just sort of artistic quality here, it's really impressive. And definitely one of those big stories, big dramas. Oh, there's a Ragnarok OVA coming out. Awesome. There we go. Oh, maybe Ragnarok on Netflix. Yeah, awesome. So yeah, Mythology of the Heavens, really interesting. But again, be aware, nudity, quite a bit of nudity and violence. It's one of those. But I think it is all nudity and violence that are in service of the story and the thing being done. Cool. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with Unagi Observer's History and Anime panel. I will see you all then.
Matsuri, which is basically a big festival and celebration to welcome spring, welcome in the beautiful cherry blossoms around me. So I think I'm gonna go and see what kind of food is going on over here. There's lots of different booths and stands put up for that. So let's go see what we can find. So we found some pretty good food. Yakisoba for Alan. And then I got a hot dog thing wrapped in something. And then some french fries too. Is it yummy?
It is good.
Oh, yum. Good, good. Alright, here's my little hot dog thing. I don't know what's on it, but we're gonna try it. Whoa. It's like a... I don't know.
It's like a funnel cake or something, or?
Yeah. But it tastes like unsweet funnel cake. Like,
without the powdered sugar.
Like the bread is kind of chewy. It's good, I like it.
Nice.
So the cool thing about the french fries is that you can pick from like 8 different seasonings, and I didn't know what most of the seasonings were, so I just went with the bacon and pepper one. All right, here we go. They do taste like bacon and pepper. They're really good. I like them a lot.
Yes.
So now we're probably gonna get ice cream. You have strawberry, chocolate, black sesame, which is different, vanilla, sakura mochi, and matcha, which all look really, really good. Oh, sold out. Do you want to do matcha? They're sold out of the sakura mochi. So now I'm gonna get a chocolate banana. Take it over here and see. I've never had a chocolate covered banana before. But look how beautiful that is. It looks so cute. They also have pink ones and blue ones. This is so good. I love it. Oh my god. I love this. Alright, try a bite of it. Yeah, it's great.
That is good.
Isn't it yummy? Oh, it's yummy.
Just rubbing the butter on. This is good roasted corn.
Here we go.
Careful, it's hot.
Ooh, it's yummy. It's kind of sweet. So we didn't end up actually going back to the Montessori like we wanted to. It's just been so cold and rainy and windy. As you can kind of see, it's just been on and off stormy. So we didn't really get the chance to go back when the weather was nicer. But what we did decide to do on that day, after we were done eating, was climb a mountain. Okay, so the town over, one of the towns over in my region is called Fukuoka, and they are pretty well known for their giant mountain with a great view. And if I look outside my window, you see that statue? It's like a Buddhist statue. Yeah, we climbed that mountain up there to go view that, and then it gives a really, really pretty view of our home. We went to Fukuoka Castle Park, which is just this beautiful area and beautiful climb full of cherry blossoms, and when you get to the top you can just see like tons of buildings in the town, and it's just so pretty when the sun is setting. So I'll put in some video of that at the end, so stay tuned. Also, if you've been watching and enjoying my videos, don't forget to hit subscribe, and I will catch you guys later. See ya! Something different from what I knew.
there, and welcome to OnCon 4. I hope you guys are having a good time. I know that I am. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Steve Gerhardt. I do a little YouTube channel called the Inagi Observer. I talk about anime, manga, Asian stuff, other fandoms, kind of like, you know, sci-fi comics, things like that. So if you want to check my channel out, please by all means, come to the Inagi Observer. And that was my shameless plug before the panel. Speaking of which, what is this panel? Today's panel is, or at least this one, is going to be about history that you can find in anime. Now, there's a ton of history that you can find in anime, and so I'm only going to focus on about 3 particular subjects, and I'm going to talk about them here in a moment. But before I do, just a couple things. First of all, unfortunately, I can't really show any video because this is YouTube, and if I put something accidentally that's not, I don't have license to show, we might shut down OnCon by accidentally, and we don't want that. So there's not going to be any video. There might be some ambient noise. I say this a lot because I live in a city, Baltimore to be specific, and there's a lot of noise that goes on around me. Anything from traffic to people yelling, sirens, bullets, shooting, things like that. So if you happen to hear those in the background, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. So with all that said, let us start with history in anime. So for this segment, I want to talk about Summer Wars. I loved Summer Wars. That was a really great movie. On first glance, it seems like a rom-com. You know, it's shy boy has pretty classmate needs his help, takes him home, and then he finds out that the help is actually him pretending to be a boyfriend slash fiance to satisfy the desires of the grandmother, who wants to make sure that her granddaughter is marrying a proper gentleman or man. And so that's you know, on first glance, that's what the story is. But as you watch the movie, as you get into it, you come to discover that there's a lot of history, and it shapes the story. It shapes the narrative. The first sense of that he's coming into history is when he's going up the ramp to his classmate's house, and he's kind of expecting, you know, just a normal Japanese suburban house, and he was walking up this huge ramp and gets there, and he finds that he's standing in front of a gate of a castle, a garrison gate, like as in this like big huge thing, walls, door that it's so heavy that you kind of have to really kind of push it open. So he's standing there and he's just like, oh, wait a minute, is my classmate rich? You know, so he's trying to figure this out. And as they go in, you know, of course, it's traditional Japanese castle. Very beautiful, koi ponds, gardens, the whole 9 yards. You get inside the actual castle itself, and there is many rooms, many hallways, interior gardens, and things like that. So he's making his way, following her, trying to not get lost. And as they're going through, he gets a really good idea of how historic this place is, because there is a good scene that lasts probably about 3 or 4 seconds where you see a suit of armor, 2 naganatas, and swords. And he's walking past it, and this is when he starts to realize, I'm in a place of history. I'm in a place that has lineage. So when he finally meets the grandmother, he's freaking out because he's discovering that, yeah, it's a place of lineage, all right. It's a major clan. So he realizes that he's in the Januchi clan, kind of historical base of power. This has been their fortress that's been in their family for, you know, not just generations, but centuries. So he's kind of freaking out, and he doesn't know what to do. Now, the rest of the movie plays off of the clan structure and their history, the clans of Januchi clan's history. Obviously, the Januchi clan does not exist. It is played off of a real clan called the Sanada clan. I'll get into that in a moment. But it, a lot of the events that happen and how the plot progresses is mirrored in the history of the Januchi clan, which is based in real history. So, one of my favorite characters in this movie is is a guy who actually talks about the history, and when he talks about the history, he's actually talking about the Sanada clan, but of course he's calling it his clan, the Januchi clan. And he's, like I said, one of my favorite characters, and he's also very loud. He's a fisherman, and he's an uncle in this very large clan, and I just like to call him Uncle Mustache. Okay, so now we get the guy who gives us the history of the clan, but what is a clan and why is that important? Why is that important to Summer Wars? So let's talk about what clan structure is. In Summer Wars, we are treated to a family dinner. Grandmother sits at the head of the table. So many members of the Januchi clan are there. Kenji's there, sitting there, pretending that he's the fiancé. And you see and hear and meet the cousins, the brothers, the sisters, the daughters, the granddaughters, the grandkids. All these people, part of the Januchi clan, eating dinner, having a wonderful time. It's a warm moment. It's a solid moment. You see the solidarity in terms of family. And when you think of it that way, then you understand the concept of clan in that sense, in the familial sense. And that the power all drives from the grandmother. Everyone takes direction from her. She's given respect. And then as things progress, as the story progresses, we learn what it actually means to be a clan. Because in the sense of history, clan doesn't necessarily mean family. It does in that it's a ruling family. But there's a far more rules and obligations that you have to follow. In other words, you've come to discover that Januchi clan not only is a strong family unit, but they have strong ties to the community, and there's certain obligations that they have to the community and that the community has to the Januchi family. And that's the whole point of a clan structure. So how did clans come about, and why is this important? So clans in Japan have existed for centuries, okay? And they go back before there was an emperor, and they go back before there were, multiple kings and queens ruling various parts of Japan. It goes back to primitive days. So the idea, the concept of a clan goes way back. Now, what we're going to talk about in terms of the style of the Januchi clan in Summer Wars, we're going to talk about it starting as the imperial type of clan, because that's actually what we're focusing on. And basically it's power sharing. Clan structure is power sharing, and it's power sharing between a group of people and the emperor and the imperial court. So what happens is that the emperor looks around and he'll see a group of people, and these people live in a specific area and they do these specific things in this area, and there's a ruling family or a group of people who are connected somehow, usually by blood, that are taking care of things. And so the emperor decides we're going to give these people a clan name. By giving the group a clan name, it makes them part of the imperial court. And in that way, they have power and status. Now, we're not talking like they can do whatever they want or anything like that, but they become kind of like a citizen, if you know what I mean. So they have certain rights. They have certain abilities to do certain things as a clan member, as a member of such and such clans. Now, what about the ruling family, the family that actually takes care of this group? Well, they're given hereditary titles. These hereditary titles are where the actual power is. So they give this ruling family of the clan, they say, okay, here's your clan name, it's Januchi. So you have your regular name, but we're going to call you by this name. This helps us identify where you are in the world, meaning where's the location of your group of people, and you are going to represent us in ruling the clan. And when the clan deals with you, you are representing the face of the emperor. So it's a big deal. It's kind of important. So you don't want to screw it up, so to speak. And it's a way also to make sure that a grouping of people doesn't rebel against you by giving entitlements to those that are ruling over the clan. Now, there are different levels of power within that. So some clans have more power and some clans have less power. And it has largely what to do with what your clan overall can do for the state. In other words, can you make a lot of rice? Now, keep in mind the economy of Japan is based on the production of quality rice at this time. So if your clan goes over a large spans of farmable land and they're able to make a lot of rice, you're going to be powerful. And your ranking as a clan goes higher in the imperial court. Keep in mind, this doesn't necessarily make you a noble, but it gives you a voice in the imperial court. And sometimes your voice can be more important than a noble. It kind of depends on what you can provide the emperor, the imperial court, and the nation as a whole. Now, if you're a small clan and you have on a chain of islands like, say, the Tanegashima Islands, which are really tiny islands, and you can't really grow rice there, but you can grow sugarcane, your entitlements in the imperial court are going to be small. You're not going to get that much because you're not producing that much for the imperial court. So, to each their own. So, if you can do a lot for the state and you do it, the state will turn around and reward you. If you can't, well, at least if you run into trouble, you can always go to the imperial court and say, hey, I'm being invaded, and they'll try and help you, okay? So there's things that still benefit you from being a clan, even if you're a small clan with very little entitlements. Those entitlements are passed down to the next generation, which is also important. That means that the name, the power can continue as long as the ruling family of the clan continues. So all these entitlements, all these things are meant to tie you to the imperial court so that you will do what they say. And it lets them do what they want to do because they know that you, as the ruling clan, are going to take care of business at that level. So what does that mean? That means that you take care of policing things, of protecting the area with whatever troops that you can muster. It means making sure that if natural disasters happen, that you have a quick response, that you keep your people healthy, you keep the cogs going. Is basically what they're asking you to do, and in response, they give you a name and entitlement. So that's basically clan structure. So the Jinochi clan, when you see them mobilize in later on in the movie, as they do their part, doing what they're supposed to do as leaders of the clan, you come to realize that as grandma is mobilizing people, that they're pretty far high up on the food chain. So if you know Summer Wars, you know that the bad thing happens. And the bad thing that happens is that basically the internet is taken over by Love Machine. For those of you who haven't seen it, yes, that is the villain's name, Love Machine. Just watch the movie. It all makes sense. It's still a good movie. Anyway, so there's a point where things are breaking down. Social order is breaking down. Lights are not working properly. Phones aren't working properly, like cell phones. Communication, internet is down. Fake phone calls, fake calls for help, false alarms. All these things are happening, and they're kind of really disrupting the world, right? And Japan in particular. And so as things are kind of like society is sort of falling apart and people are identifying what's happening, that's when grandmother springs into action. And as the leader of the clan, of the Jinochi clan, she puts the clan to work, okay? So what she does is she goes to her, brilliantly, rotary phone, which cannot be affected by Love Machine, and starts making phone calls. What she's doing is that she's doing what traditionally a ruling member of a clan would do. Mobilize the clan. There's a threat. Something's happening. There's a flood. We're being invaded. Whatever the crisis is, mobilize the clan. Get the people together, marshal your forces, give the orders, deal with it. So that's what grandmother is doing. She's calling people up. And she's trying to get an idea of what's going on out there. So she's calling all the members of the family that live in the immediate area. So she's calling the nephews and the grandchildren who have jobs like EMTs, police officers, firemen. And they're all calling back and saying, hey, yeah, it's really weird because, we're getting all these false alarms and stuff, but, we don't know what's going on. And she turns around and says to them, keep doing your job. You're a member of the Jinochi clan. Your name has weight. That you have responsibility, you have an obligation to the people around you. I'm very proud of you. do your job. Make sure everyone is safe. So the Nenuchi clan says, oh, we got our orders. Let's do it. So out of respect of, not just out of respect of the grandmother, but understanding who they are as part of this clan and their obligation to the community. This is why they do what they do. So it's this great moment where you see all these different members of the Genuchi clan who can do things, who can impact things, are out there and they're doing it. They're tired, they're exhausted, but they keep going because grandmother, the ruling member of the clan, says, we got to protect what's ours. So that's what a traditional ruling clan member would do. Protect their community. Also what they do is they would call in the favors, right? Okay, so if you are in a clan in feudal Japan and you're part of the imperial court, that means that if you think you need help, you can contact other people and get that help, or at least try to. You see grandmother in Summer Wars calling people, and suddenly you're starting to realize that she knows people. She's connected. And she's made it part of her life to make sure those connections are maintained. So she's pulling out all these phone books, like, personal phone books, and she's going, I'm going to call this guy. Gets on the phone. And then you realize that she's talking to the governor of the prefecture, right? So she's making demands of those above her, to help her out. This is what the clan does, the ruling members of the clan do. They go out there and they say, we need help. You owe us. We've been taking care of things for you for a very long time. Pay up. It's your turn. So grandmother is going hardcore. She's mobilized the clan. She's getting them out there. They're doing their thing. She's turning around. She's going to the government, Japanese government, going, yeah, you better step up now. And they do. And that's the power of a clan. That's the power, they recognize that there is a certain stability in this region that she is showing by having her clan stabilize what's going on around. So the sons, the daughters, the nephews, all these people are stabilizing this one little area, and they're saying, hey, more help is needed. You better do something. We've done our part, you do yours. And that's the beauty of the clan structure. Now, this also kind of tells you how far up the food chain the Genochi clan is in Summer Wars. If they're talking to the governor of the prefecture and saying, hey, do something, and they respond, that means that in the past, they were pretty well connected. They were probably not on par of the Shogunate or anything like that, but they could actually probably get an audience with the emperor if they had wanted to back in the day. So that's, kind of what the clan does. And so that's what's so interesting about Summer Wars is bringing up this clan structure, this clan concept, and how, it's how effective it can be, and in particular with this anime, how it moves the story forward. Now, the other part I want to talk about a little bit is the actual history of not the Genochi clan, but who they are supposed to represent in real life, which is the Sanada clan. So while in Summer Wars the Genochi clan is fictional, it is based on the real-life Sanada clan. The Sanada clan was located near Nagano, and it was one of the many clans that existed in that mountainous region. Of course, we get a wonderful history lesson from Uncle Mustache in Summer Wars about the Genochi clan and their many battles, of which in the anime they claim to have lost. But what he's really referring to are the real-life battles that are called the two Ueda battles that the Sanada clan was a major part of. Many actual historians often talk about these two battles as the first and second phases of the one Ueda battle, even though the first phase occurred in 1585 and the second one happened in 1600. What's important to know is that the Sanada clan was the largest of the mountain clans in the area, and then they began to invade and take over the lands of the smaller clans around them, and that eventually led to the intervention of Tokugawa Ieyasu in 1585. Ieyasu demanded that Masayuki Sanada give up those territories he just conquered back to the Hondo clan, and Masayuki basically said, no, I'm not going to do that. It turns out that Masayuki Sanada was a master strategist as he defeated Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces despite being vastly outnumbered. Ieyasu eventually made peace, which he had to do because at that point Oda Nobunaga had just been assassinated by his people, and the war with the Toyotomi clan was just starting to heat up, so he had to make peace so that he could fight this other war. In Summer Wars, the battle that Uncle Mustache describes is actually the second phase of the Ueda battle, which occurred in 1600. Now, this is kind of important because at this point, this is when the Tokugawas and the Toyotomi factions are about to go head-to-head at the Battle of Sekigahara. A force under Hideata Tokugawa, which was Ieyasu's son, was supposed to meet up with his father at Sekigahara, but he was first tasked to bring down the Sanada clan. Now, Masayuki Sanada was again outnumbered. He had only 3,500 men going up against 38,000 Tokugawa troops. But Masayuki used the mountain terrain and the strength of his castles, and he managed to lure 2,000 Tokugawa troops inside of his castle walls and then close the main gates. Whereupon all 2,000 Tokugawa troops were killed by archers manned on the walls. So at this point, Hideata Tokugawa really wanted to take over this castle and take out Masayuki Sanada. But his advisor said, you know, look, it's only like 3,500 of them. We've got about 36,000 now. This ain't worth it. We got to be over at Sekigahara so we can support your father in the big battle. So let's go. And Hideata said, nope, we're going to try and take the castle. And after a couple days, he did give up in trying to take the castle. Sanada held firm. They held the castle, held the lands, and Hideata Tokugawa would go on to the Battle of Sekigahara and miss the battle. He never fought in that battle. But the Tokugawa still won, which meant that the control of Japan underwent the Tokugawa regime. So, did Masayuki Sanada and his sons die because they were in rebellion? The answer is no. Masayuki did something even more brilliant. And what he did was this. He and one of his sons stayed behind and fought at the castle. He sent his nephew and another son to fight for Tokugawa Ieyasu at the Battle of Sekigahara. So no matter who won, at least the hereditary titles and the clan titles would still be maintained. So that was kind of brilliant. This isn't brought up in Summer Wars when Uncle Mustache describes the battles of the Jinochi clan, but just wanted to throw out that it was kind of brilliant. So anyway, that is the history of Summer Wars. In this segment, we're going to talk about the island of Dejima, or the concept of the island of Dejima, which is basically a way for a government or the people in power to deal with people that they don't want, really, or kind of dislike, but they don't have any real solution as to what to do with them, so they just take the whole population and they plop them on this piece of land and say, that's your home, we'll figure this out later, and just stay there and just don't touch us, okay? Just please, just stay there. So that's kind of the idea of Dejima, both in anime and in real life. It's a band-aid solution to a problem that has no real good answer to it. And so before we get into the actual historical Dejima, let's talk about Dejima that occurs in anime. There's a lot of anime out there that has the concept of Dejima, but there's only a few anime that actually use the physical idea of Dejima. So let's talk about a couple of those. We can see the physical island of Dejima in anime like Ghost in the Shell. It's a place the Japanese government in the anime created by reclaiming land and creating a smaller city connected only by a long controlled highway to place the refugees that they felt somewhat responsible for from the previous World War. The Japanese government did not have a solution in which to deal with this population, so on this island, they continued to exist. Dejima itself is brought up in many other anime as the actual island itself, the actual historical island. Notably, in Samurai Champloo, there are samurai come across a Dutchman who is wandering around the city of Nagasaki illegally, and the reason why this is illegal is because foreigners, Gaijin, cannot leave Dejima except for certain times of the year, or if called for by local Japanese lords. In Ghost in the Shell, the island is large enough to be a small city, a very small city, and in Samurai Champloo, its size is not really referenced but considered large enough for a number of Gaijin to live on. Now, here's a historical picture of just how large Dejima had appeared to be in real history. which is to say it was not very big at all. Okay, to talk about Dejima, first we have to talk about the Portuguese. Now, the Portuguese were initially very good explorers. Prince Henry, the Navigator, he created the nautical sciences with which their ships to travel around the world and explore and find new places to set up new markets, because the Portuguese wanted to be economic masters of the world. They weren't, they knew they weren't big enough to actually take land and control it, but they knew that they could have a very large and powerful economic empire. So that's what they did. They went out and they explored stuff, but so did the Spaniards. And they were about to come to heads and come to blows, and the Pope stepped in and said, okay, Spain, you get the west, Portugal, you get the east, don't bump into each other. So the Portuguese went east. And it just basically followed the coastline. So they went around Africa, went around India, they went around the Southeast Asian peninsula there, Vietnam, Thailand, Bangladesh, all those places, and they wound up in China. They did a little bit of trade with Korea, but China was their big trading partner in the Far East. So they set up they went into the South Pacific a little bit, and they made a port in Papua New Guinea, and that's where for the Far East operations, that's primarily where they operated out of. So they did a lot of trade between the East and themselves, and so they were a major player. And because they did trade in China a lot, they knew that Japan existed. They came across Japanese merchants. So there was trade going on before the Portuguese actually went to Japan. Now, the Portuguese knew that Japan wasn't very keen on non-Asian foreigners, even at that time. They allowed the Chinese to come onto the Japanese mainland, but only by permission. And it was really hard for white Europeans to be able to do that. So the Portuguese at first had no interest in setting up a port there. But that all changed in 1543 at the islands of Tanegashima. Now, here's what happened. There was a ship that was supposed to go from Papua New Guinea to China to do the spice trade route, right? So they went into the South Pacific, and a storm happened, and the ship got blown off course, and the mast was broken, and they wound up in the Tanegashima Islands. The Tanegashima Islands are southeast of the main Japanese islands. There's a very small grouping of islands. There's a very small population there. The clan is very small. They don't really grow rice, but they grow sugar. So here are these Portuguese that land there in 1543. And they come across the Japanese, and they're a little bit nervous because they've heard the stories that the Japanese are just like, oh, white devils, kill them. So that was a thing, unfortunately. And so instead they brought out their matchlocks and did a weapons display, which impressed the clan ruler, Tanegashima, Lord Tanegashima, and a trade got set up. They said, okay, we'll let you be here. We'll trade you some food and find you a suitable tree to make a new mast out of, and we want you off the island as soon as possible. But we actually like those matchlocks. So can we trade for a couple of those? Now, like I said, Tanegashima grew sugar, not really rice. Rice is what fuels the economy for Japan at this time. So sugar doesn't really mean much in the Japanese economy. However, to the Portuguese, sugar is, wow, this is great. This is like a gold mine, because you can process sugar into many other things to create many other products. So this is a big deal. So the trade happens. And as a result, the Tanegashima, Lord Tanegashima, says, hey, look, we're not part of the mainland, so we can kind of get away with things because we're kind of far away. So why don't you keep coming back? We'll do trade with you. So keep coming back. And the Portuguese did. It got to the point where people on the mainland knew what was happening, and the technology of the matchlock, the Tanegashima matchlock, went to the mainland, and that's a whole other story for another day. But they also learned that the Portuguese were also engaged in the trade of spice and goods, and were particularly adept with the Chinese. So they were allowed to come into the Nagasaki harbor. So the Portuguese said, oh, okay, we'll come to the city of Nagasaki. So they went in there and they set up shop and they started doing a trade, and they cornered the silk trade with China in Japan. Nagasaki becomes a boom town. Everyone's happy except the Portuguese, as usual, screw it up. How did they screw it up? Well, I'm so glad you asked. One of the things that they did, which is something that the Japanese rulers had a problem with, was the spread of Christianity. So they weren't really keen on that. Well, when you're a Portuguese trader, when you're a merchant trader, whenever your ship leaves, each ship leaves by law with a priest, a Catholic priest, so that the priest can protect the crew, pray to God and protect them, and also to spread the word of God. Well, they went to Japan and they spread the word of God, and pretty soon many Japanese started going into the Christian faith. Well, the rulers at the time, the shogunate, was like, we're not really keen on this. And there's something else that we're also not really keen on. And this is what was happening. Poor families would look at their daughters, 12 on up, go to the Portuguese and go, we would like to sell you our daughter. So a weird little Lolita slave trade kind of occurred. I know, ew, right? So anyway, the Portuguese were like, okay, yeah, sure, it's a way to make bucks. So yeah, okay, we'll do it. So they started importing young Japanese women between 12 and 16 to Europe to sell to the gentry, and to have this spice in their life, I guess. We're not going to go too far into what they were going to do with these young ladies, but nevertheless, it's an evil thing and it's an evil trade, and the shogunate did not like that as well, which meant they had to do something, and so Dejima was the answer they came up with. Alright, so because the Portuguese screwed everything up, the local rulers and the shogunate said, okay, we're going to have to really restrict foreigners here in Japan. Now, up to this point, they would allow foreigners, like people like the Dutch and the Portuguese, to come and set up ports, and they would restrict them usually within the boundaries of the town or cities that they set up in. Now, for the Chinese, it's a little bit different. They were able to travel the country a little bit more than the white Europeans. The white Europeans pretty much had to stay where they were at. The Chinese could go out a little bit into the suburbs, but pretty much they had to stay in the city as well. But they had free run of the city. In other words, they could actually go anywhere inside the city. Same thing as the white Europeans. So the Dutch made a major port over in Harada, and the Portuguese were in the fantastic harbor of Nagasaki, which did far more business than the harbor in Harada did. But because the Portuguese were going against the wishes of the shogunate and aggressively trying to convert anybody that they could come across, as well as then buying the daughters of those people and then selling them to people back home, the shogunate said, okay, we're going to have to restrict you further. So not only were the Portuguese restricted in their towns, they were taken from other towns and put into Nagasaki. Then they said, okay, that's still not good enough, so we're going to build you, the Portuguese, a special little island, and we're going to put all of you on this little island, and we're going to keep you there. And we're going to do the same thing to the Dutch. The Chinese, we don't have a problem with. So they create Dejima. Now, the physical location of Dejima was originally a peninsula just on the inside of the mouth of a major canal in the city that emptied out into the bay, or into the harbor. And so they said, okay, this is where you're going to be now, and you cannot leave this peninsula. As a matter of fact, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go to the base of the peninsula and dig it out so that you are truly an island and you cannot leave it because we don't want you on this side. So they started construction in doing that. Now, what happened was that the Portuguese got worse, and the Dutch were upright citizens. They didn't do the same things as the Portuguese did. They didn't really try to convert people. They didn't sell sex slaves, that kind of thing. But the Portuguese doubled down and they kept doing it. So what happened was that in 1634, the construction of the island was finished, and they had enough with the Portuguese, and they said, you guys, get out. And they kicked the Portuguese out of the country. They looked at the Dutch, and in the Harada harbor, the Dutch were having a bad time economically. They just weren't making any money. And they said, you know what? Why don't you come into Nagasaki? We'll put you on Dejima. can't leave the island except under these rules. And, hopefully things will be better because you're not doing the same things as the Portuguese did. And the Dutch said, thank you, thank you, thank you. And they left and moved to Dejima. Now, the other thing that happened later on in 1634 is very important. Once the Dutch were ensconced on Dejima, that meant that the only European presence was there. And the only European presence that could happen was in Nagasaki Harbor on Dejima Island. The Chinese, again, they were fine with. White Europeans, not so much. So, what did they do? They ushered in the practice of sakoku, which is isolation from the rest of the world. So, the curtain came down, and that was it. And the only way you could trade with Japan, if you were a European, was through Dejima. The Dutch moved to Dejima. Now, there were several Dutch companies at Harada, but because Dejima was so small, they could only consolidate, and they made one company, and its name I cannot pronounce, so we're going to call it by its letters and call it VOC. So the Dutch VOC Trading Company was created, and that was basically the company that oversaw all European trade that went through Dejima. So the Dutch had a really good, prosperous time of it. So while they were making money, though, they had to live on this island, this little Dejima island, man-made island. So what was life like on that island? Well, like I said, it's small, like 2 acres small. That's how big it was. So only about 20 Dutchmen at a time were allowed to live there. And so they had barracks and homes to house them. They also had the warehouses for the ships that were coming and going from Europe to Nagasaki and later to China. And they also had room and barracks for the 50 Japanese personnel who served as interpreters or people who were watching the Dutchmen to make sure that they didn't do anything like the Portuguese would do, which is spread Christianity and or young girl slave trafficking, because, that's just an ew thing, and who really wants that to happen? So anyway, so it's a very small island. It's only about 2 acres. It's separated from the mainland by having a canal dug through the peninsula, creating the island. And there is a bridge that goes across the water, and there's a gate on the island side, the Dutch side. So Japanese could come to the bridge. They could even go onto the bridge, but they couldn't go onto Dejima without permission. The Dutchmen on Dejima could not leave the island under specific circumstances. So they were pretty much there 24/7 almost the entire time of the year. So it gets cramped. It's not the best living quarters, because think about it, it's 2 acres of land for about 70 people, and there's really not much you can do if a ship isn't there, right? So that's kind of how life is on Dejima. They made a lot of money, but they were bored a lot of the time, which worried the traders in Nagasaki, and they said, well, why don't we just, make things nice and easy for them? And so they allowed specific type of brothels to send their geishas over the bridge with permission, of course, from the local officials, to be companions for the 20 Dutchmen that were over there. So yes, that was an actual thing to keep them happy, to make sure that the trade kept going, because this was the only place in Japan that you could legally do any trade with anyone that was non-Japanese, particularly with Western Europeans. The ships that came, they were not allowed to carry weapons. They were not allowed to, beyond self-defense, kind of like cannon, but they weren't allowed to trade weapons. They weren't allowed to have books brought to shore. You could bring it onto Dejima, but they weren't allowed to leave Dejima. So the Japanese, every ship that came through, the Japanese would go, okay, hang on, and they would go on board, and they would inspect the entire ship, make sure nothing weird was going on, allow the trade to happen, inspect the ship again, then allow the ship to go. So that was basically life on Dejima. It was very routine. In about the 200 years or so existence of Dejima, the island, about 600 or so ships made it from European countries to there to trade. Now that doesn't sound like a lot over 200 years, but keep in mind that we're talking about sail technology and the fact that the Japanese were very controlling about what came in and out of their country. So that happened for a couple hundred years until the Americans showed up and just opened up the entire country and made Dejima obsolete. We're going to wrap up this Dejima segment with the Americans coming in 1853 and opening up Japan to the world through passive-aggressive treaty making and making sure that Japan trades with all the rest of the world, Western European, Chinese, Koreans, whomever wants to trade. And that creates a whole new era in Japanese history. It also made the idea of Dejima a moot point, and it actually created a better solution, kind of. Dejima, just as in the anime as it is in real life, was not a good idea. It was a band-aid in an effort to kind of hold off the decision making on something that was nobody really wanted to talk about. What do we do with all the foreigners? And it's a touchy subject. Even today, it's still a touchy subject. What do you do? Because there's no easy solution. It's a complex problem. And Dejima, unfortunately, was a simple solution that could not last forever. So that is Dejima in a nutshell. The Warring States period. A time where the Empire of Japan fell to internal strife and greed, bloodshed and violence. A time of constant war and chaos. And the setting of the ever-popular anime known as Inuyasha. So, for those of you who have lived under a rock and probably don't know what the premise of the anime is, let me just recap it for you real quick. So, a descendant of a shrine priestess falls into a well. The well is magical. The well takes her to the Sengoku period, or the Warring States period. There, she meets a dog demon named Inuyasha. Okay? So they pal together and they're fighting against this devil guy warlock thing called Naraku. And in doing so, they come across the Shikon Jewel, which is accidentally destroyed by the descendant of the Shrine Priestess named Kagome. So the rest of the series is them collecting the shards and battling Naraku along the way, picking up friends, and creating a little party of adventurers. And it's a wonderful little series, and there are demons, there are monsters, there are warlords, all this kind of stuff that's going on that they have to go up against every week in every episode. And the backdrop of all this is perfect, which is the Sengoku area, the Warring States period. And the reason why it's perfect, because this is a little over 100 years of nothing but chaos and mayhem that went on in real life. So if you want to make a story where you want to throw a lot of mythology into it and stories and not want to have to worry about certain factual things, this is perfect, because there really is, in real life, this was an awful time. People died horribly, and it was nothing but chaos. Like I said, chaos and mayhem. So the actual period itself, people give it a couple different date ranges, but it's usually about 1467 to 1568 or 1603, depending upon how you want to look at the Battle of Sekigahara and how you want to look at Oba Nobunaga. It's a time where Japan, the Empire of Japan, literally fell apart, and it fell into disunity. All these different little warlords, from large provinces to little tiny towns, they're all vying for power. They're all getting revenge on somebody else. There's nothing to stop them from doing anything that they don't want to do. And it's just a period of time. It's just a period of suck, honestly. And if you were a peasant in Japan during this 100 to about 104 years or so, you almost just wanted to find a cave and just stay there, because so many bad things were going on at the time. So what happened? Japan had enjoyed centuries of peace, of relative peace, and being led by an emperor and going back centuries. So what happened? Why did Japan suddenly fall apart? Why did the Sengoku era happen? So basically, how did the empire fall apart? The Empire of Japan, how did it just fall to pieces like that? Well, it took time. And there are three major reasons as to what happened, basically what happened. And the first is the decline of the emperor's power itself. The second part of it is the decline of the shogunate's power. Both of those things took time. The third is an event that happened that kicked off basically the 100 years of suck, and that was the Onin War. So let's start with the decline of the emperor's power. How did the emperor lose his power? Oddly enough, the emperor gave it away. That's essentially what happened. So just to give you an idea of governance in the Empire of Japan, went from a clan system to a royal system where you had kings and queens, and it went to an imperial system where you had an emperor or an empress and an imperial court. And basically what happened in 1199 is the emperor said, you know what, I'm kind of done dealing with the day-to-day minutia of running an empire. Now keep in mind that the Empire of Japan at this point was really kind of limited to the island of Honshu, a couple of other places. It wasn't as we know Japan today. They had influence in those other areas, but the actual empire was smaller than that. But still, the empire went on for a good many centuries. There wasn't that much civil strife, internal conflicts. Most of their wars were either defending against invasions or doing invasions. So so that's really all it was. That's where the violence came from. So in 1199, the emperor thought, well, things are going really well. Basically, things are fine. The vassal system is running. For those of you who want to know what the vassal system is, it's basically, you're the emperor, then you tell the next person down, the next level, you say, okay, these are my orders. Those persons take those lords go to the next level of lords. They go to the next level, and they keep going down the chain to the guy who might run a small town and on the other side of the island. So basically, it's a trickle down theory of power, and it seemed to work all right. Now, when the emperor decided that he wasn't going to do the minutia of day-to-day governance with the imperial court, he decided that he was going to give up that power to someone whom he thought was responsible, someone who would take it seriously, who would run the day-to-day, be okay with doing the day-to-day, and being able to communicate and go out and make the orders necessary to do what the emperor wanted. Now, this doesn't mean that the emperor stopped having power over life and death, or things, or create edicts and say, this is what I want the country to do, this is the direction I want the country to go in. No, he still had those kind of powers. It was just the kind of the day-to-day kind of law and order type stuff that he wanted to give up. And so that's what the shogun was created for. So this emperor created a shogunate. And the very first shogunate occurred in 1199, and the emperor said, here you go, here are all these powers. And of course, who does he give it to? Well, he gives it to the person who's best able to communicate to the vassals and to all the military that belongs to his vassals, and that is his best military leader. So this emperor in 1199 created the first military dictatorship in Japan by voluntarily giving up his own power to another person. So let's talk about that. So in 1199, the emperor gives up his power to a guy named Yorimoto. He is the best guy in their military, in the Japanese military. He's the head of the military, and he proclaims him as the first shogunate. Yorimoto is from Kamakura, so it becomes the Kamakura shogunate. And from then on, there's only 3 shogunates that go on, the last one being the Ashikaga shogunate, which we'll get to in a moment. So after the emperor relinquishes all of his power to this guy Yorimoto takes charge, and he runs the day-to-day happenings of the Empire of Japan. So things go pretty well for a while. The shogunate seems to work. The shogunate system seems to work. There's law and order. Again, there's not that much civil strife. There's, every now and again there's a rebellion, but, it doesn't last long, and it's dealt with pretty quickly. And again, they're either invading or defending from invasions. That's pretty much it. So it goes on for a very long time. Now, the deal about a shogunate is just like the clan system in that it's hereditary. So the next person who is born, the next male heir that is born, gets the title of the shogunate. So Yorimoto gives it to his son gives it to his son. You get the idea. So when the Kamakura shogunate is unable to produce heirs, the emperor at that time steps in and says, who's the next best capable military leader that I can do this for? And he picks someone, and that person is appointed by the emperor, and then that person creates the new shogunate, and then it starts over again. The hereditary goes on from son to son to son to son. Things go swimmingly. Nothing bad happens. The shogunate is pretty much in tight control until the Ashikaga shogunate. Now, meanwhile, while this is happening, like I said, the emperor pretty much gives up his power. Now, at this point, you're probably asking, so why doesn't the shogunate just take over and become emperor? Well, here's the reason. The emperor is considered by not only the shogunate, but by the people themselves, as a person of divinity. Not necessarily a god themselves, but basically of gods. So they believe that, and the shogunate believes that as well. So you're not really going to want to anger the gods by killing one of their own and taking their place, right? So there's that. But even if you didn't believe that, the emperor the imperial court did a very interesting thing. One thing that they were very, very good at was the justice system. So the emperor became a symbol of justice. So people left the emperor and the imperial court basically alone, and it was actually a pretty good idea to try and suck up to the emperor and get favors from them, because if the emperor favored you, then that means that the court of justice favors them. So it makes you look good. So the emperor was never in danger of being kicked out by a shogunate. So then we get the Ashikaga shogunate. Again, at first, pretty strong people. They do the job well, until they don't. So what prevented the Ashikaga shogunate from continuing? Well, they weren't able to produce a male heir directly to the son of the previous Ashikaga shogun. So you would say, okay, well, isn't the emperor supposed to step in and say, okay, we're going to appoint the new heir? Well, yeah, but here's what happened. So the emperor kind of looked around and said, okay, well, I'm going to have to make a choice here. Do I continue with the current shogunate? And the answer was yes, because there were a lot of samurai families involved with the Ashikaga shogunate. So he knew that if he created a new one, he might tick these people off and there might be a rebellion. So he wanted to be able to appoint an heir from within. The problem was that there was nobody in the Ashikaga shogunate family that was strong enough to do it. They were either way too young, the cousins, or second cousins, third cousins, whatever, were too young, they were too inept, they were too whatever, unworthy of the position. So he couldn't immediately go in there. But there were two very powerful samurai families that had married into the shogunate that also stepped in and decided that they had claims to the shogunate, and the emperor had to choose one of their people to be the next shogun. Hence the Onin War. The Onin War kicked off the Sengoku, the Warring States period. And this is how this period of misery and mayhem and death and sorrow and despair happened. It happened because the emperor couldn't choose. He couldn't choose between two samurai families because he was too afraid of a rebellion that might happen as a result. So here's what did happen. So by not choosing someone, and by choosing and by seeing who would come out on top and hoping that somebody from the Ashikaga family would actually produce somebody and say, here's our guy to be the next shogun, which they never really did. The two powerful samurai families who were married into the Ashikaga family, the Hosokawas and the Yamanas, they said, well, we have people, we're married into there, so we have family in the shogunate who are more than capable of doing this because we are samurai families, we come from samurais, we're warriors, you should choose one of us, and if you don't, we're just gonna be mad and angry. So the emperor did nothing. And so one night, literally one night, the two families' main mansions in Kyoto, the capital of Japan at the time, across the street from each other, right? One side started throwing arrows at the other. Then one side started throwing fire at the other side. And the other side had like a little bit of gunpowder, attached it to an arrow, and sent it to the other side. And then the other side did the same thing. And for about a year in Kyoto, there was a war inside of Kyoto between these two samurai families. For that first year, it was just stuck inside the Kyoto. It was just in the city. It didn't spread out just yet. Everyone was just kind of seeing who would come out on top and hope that the emperor would go, fine, I choose the winner, right? That didn't happen. So the war starts to spread for this part of Kyoto, and it goes throughout the entire city. And as the entire city is being engulfed in literal flames and chaos and mayhem and people coming from the countryside looting the city, they manage to destroy Kyoto. That's right. These two samurai families vying for the power of the shogunate destroy the city. The emperor has to leave the city so that his palace can be rebuilt because it's all burned down. And these two families are still going at it. And then it bleeds out into the local provinces. At this point, this is when all the other lords, from top to bottom, the weakest to the strongest, look at these two families, realize that the emperor is going to choose one of these two people, one of these two families, to be the next shogun. And they want to make sure that they're on the right side. So one side chooses the Hosokawas, and one side chooses Yamanas. A massive civil war starts. This is the Onin War. It engulfs the entire empire. One side going after the other, just to see who the emperor is going to put as the next shogunate, and then hopefully rule of law will follow. The war goes on, and the Hosokawas and the Yamanas manage to kill all of each other. They're all dead. There is no winner of the Onin War. The Onin War has no winner. The emperor can't really choose anyone of consequence, so he just arbitrarily chooses an Ashikaga who's weak, and the best that that person can do is protect the now rebuilt Kyoto, and that's it. And the rest of the empire falls apart, and hence the rest of the Sengoku period happens of, again, chaos, mayhem, famine, disease, poverty, you name it. If you're a peasant during this time, life is awful. All thanks to the fact that an emperor couldn't decide. He just couldn't decide. Now, as I've been describing, that life during the Sengoku period, the Warring States period, is full of mayhem and chaos and misery. Let me give you a little bit more of an idea of what was going on if you were an average Japanese person living during that time. So basically, you spend your day farming. That's pretty much what you do. You spend your day, you go out there, you do a lot of hard work, and you're basically providing services or goods for whoever is the lord above you, who is controlling your village, whether it be on the clan level, the lord level, Dejima level, whatever. And as you're going through your hard enough day, there are things that you have to deal with. One of them being, of course, malnutrition. That's natural during a feudal era. Also, things that you have to worry about are sickness. There's not a whole lot of remedies out there. So, any kind of that challenges you would think of a feudal era of any civilization, they had to face too. It was a tough life. And that's during the good times. When the Sengoku period happened, you had to deal with the normal life, which was hard enough. And then you had to deal with things like bandits. Small armies of bandits, usually 40 to 150. These guys just come to your village, take all your rice, and they go, sucks to be you, and they ride off. The tax collector from your lord comes in and goes, where's your rice? And you say, well, the bandits stole it. And they go, well, you better come up with something or else you're going to be punished. You had to deal with that. And then if that wasn't bad enough, then what would happen is that more often than not, there would be a war happening, or there'll be a battle going on the next ridge, which means that it'll probably hit your village, and people kind of don't care about your village or you, so they're probably going to, you stand a pretty good chance of having your home and all your possessions being burnt to the ground or stolen. You have a good chance of your wife or daughter being raped, so you get to deal with those things. And on top of all that, some of the more physically able men would then be chosen by certain samurai. Samurai would come down and they would ride in and they go, bring out all the men of the village. Let's see here, there's about 50 of you, 40 of you look like you're good enough to hold a spear, you're coming with us. So you're immediately drafted, you're given a piece of cloth or a hat that denotes which lord you happen to be fighting for that day. They give you a spear, they give you rudimentary training with that spear so you can be stabby with it. and then off the battle you go, and you hope to God that you live. That's the average day of a Japanese person in the Warring States period. So, things are bleak. And then, of course, there's famine. There's shortages. There's, poverty and taxation, and just everything is piling on top of each other, and there just doesn't seem to be any end of it in sight. So for basically what amounts to 2 generations of Japanese people had to endure a time of such suck that they were just willing just to go, you know what? I'm going over to the cliff. See ya, bye. I mean, it was just a horrible time to live. A very horrible, bleak time. And there just seemed to be no end in sight. And what people were wishing for was somebody strong enough to end it. It took a little over 100 years, but it did end. And it does end. It ends, depending on who you talk to, 1568, when Oba Nobunaga pretty much conquers the entire of Japan and starts establishing the rule of law again. Or some people would say 1603, which is when the Tokugawa shogunate firmly ensconces its own power. Either way, it does end, the misery does end, and we get Inuyasha. Okay, no. Inuyasha is not a direct response to all the misery of the Warring States period. But it's interesting that this anime uses that as a focal point for what they do in the anime, how they travel around, what things are like in Japan. You notice that the people are not exactly happy. They're not exactly, they're having a hard time with things, and there's things going on around them. Set aside the demon part and the fantastical part, they're still dealing in the anime with warlords. They're dealing with bandits. They're dealing with human evil, not just spiritual evil, but human evil. And that's the thing about the Warring States period, is that it was an evil time. Nobody really did that well in terms of morality during this period of time. It was like being lost in the wilderness. And Inuyasha kind of plays on that point, the anime plays on that point of that historical period where, here is this plucky group of adventurers wandering around this basically this wasteland of human morals. It's like people just trying to get by, just living day to day. And it's, you see the characters kind of being grateful for that campfire, kind of being grateful for that weak soup, because after a while they discover that, life is tough, life is hard, especially during the Warring States period, where any day really could be your last day. So this is another great use of history in anime, I feel. And while Inuyasha is upbeat and it can be funny and things like that, I think it makes good use of the historical period. So before I wrap this panel up, I know I'm probably going to get this question at some point, but I think Inuyasha, based on the canon of the anime and the movies, I think that it takes place in the time period of 1543 and 1547. There's a couple other people out there who did the math, and we all kind of come up within the same area, give or take a few years, maybe. I don't know. That's my best guess. So if that's a question that you have, there you go. I think that Inuyasha took place between 1543 and 1547. Other than that, thank you for watching my panel. I'm glad that you watched it, and I hope that you'll ask me some questions, because I'd love to answer your questions. And I hope you enjoy the rest of Oncon 4. Thank you.
All right, and we are back. James, I remember that show too. And it was called, I think, something like Time Travel Girl. It was something like that obvious. And so we are going to switch over to Steve here in just a moment. Let me switch this. I just need a quick moment to adjust a couple of things, and we should be good to go. There we are, and we are transitioning over. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Doing all right. How are you guys doing? Enjoying OnCon?
Yeah, glad to hear it. And as usual, it's just Steve on video because, Steve's the star here. So anything else you wanted to mention that kind of came to mind as you were watching the panel?
Well, just there's a lot of history.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there sure is.
There is a ton of history.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody was in chat about any books, and immediately like 50 books came to mind, but actual like historical books. So nothing like any manga or anything like that would actually talk about like the actual history of Japan. But I think that would actually be kind of interesting to see a manga or an anime that just said, okay, this is the actual history. We're not going to put anything fantastical to it. This is the actual history of it.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of neat.
The only one I can think of is Showa, Shigeru Mizuki's Showa manga, which does go into the 20th century. Why do you think that anime kind of, I don't want to say shies away from like standard, just straight up historical anime? Why is that so uncommon?
You were kind of alluding to it last night, and I think what one of the things is that for the Japanese, it's kind of like if we were talking about Civil War history here in the United States. Sometimes people are just like, oh God, this again, and so that might be part of the thing. And also keep in mind that Japanese history really does go back. I mean, we're talking centuries, we're talking millennia. American history at best is like maybe 600, 700 years. And also there are things in everybody's history. It's not Japanese. It's history in general. No matter who you're looking at, there are things that are not nice, and that are, and don't make you look good. And the Sengoku period was definitely a period of time. Thankfully, it was very short, where the government of Japan, or the lack thereof, they really did not make themselves look like angels or saints. So and those were choices that were made also. They made that choice to act in that fashion, in that way, due to the mores of the time. So I think it's probably a combination of, you hear it all the time, and that history is present all the time in Japan. So what something might be obvious to the average Japanese person is not obvious to us, which would be new to us.
Yeah. I also wonder, for Sengoku period specifically, I'm sure talking about war in general was somewhat taboo, post World War II. So it's like, let's just stay clear of all of that for a while. That sure didn't help.
Well, it's funny that you bring that up, because when you're talking about post-war Japan, you are also talking about how American government actually impacted the animation and film industry of Japan. Largely what they did is that the Japanese had basically a council of people that said, these movies are presentable. So you can do these movies because they showcase the best of us. So therefore you can do that. And we don't want to showcase the best of the West. So to speak. Didn't mean to be a poet there. But it's like, for example, Kurosawa, who is a lover of Shakespeare, wanted to do Shakespeare movies during World War II, and they said, no, because that's not Japanese. Ironically, when he would go into when the post-war Japan, the Americans would say, you're not allowed to make samurai movies. Because what is the samurai? Samurai, even now, when we think of samurai, we think of Japan, strength, virility, power, and it's kind of like the American cowboy. It's something that people like and people want to emulate. And so the American government was like, we're gonna tone that down a little bit. So we're not gonna let that go out into the public. So it wasn't just the movies, though; it was also the animation. Because when you watch the animation of the time, you don't get a lot of that. So it had to be kind of approved.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Interesting. Yes, and that would have made it really complex for anything. And obviously, too, at that point, anime is just getting off the ground. We're just getting, adaptations of popular manga. No one's really thinking about, let's make this a cultural product.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting. What would you say is like some periods in history that you think are really interesting that are kind of underserved in anime that really get you going and you'd like to see? Maybe there is some stuff out there, but you'd like to see more of.
Sure. Actually, what I would like to see is pre-Imperial Japan.
Oh, wow.
Anime, and where because I think that would be really incredible anime, because you would start to see strong mythology stories within people within the clan structure, or even up to the royal structure before there was an Imperial Japan. That's more of a almost kind of like a wilderness kind of thing in terms of history, where things were just happening, and the way that it was explained was this mythology. And then you have the hero stories, the epics, the sagas, and things like that. And I think that's a whole treasure trove of things that you can go into and have a lot of fun and good storytelling with. On a more bland note, I know this is going to sound odd, I would actually like to see something along the lines of a comedy, almost, of Tokugawa Japan. And it's just because Tokugawa Japan eventually becomes the epitome of bureaucracy. That's where the Japanese bureaucracy comes from, is from that period. So I just kind of want to see kind of like almost a Samurai Champloo, but just with like a salary man of the Tokugawa era, something like that. So maybe a little comedy of that.
That totally makes sense, because we talked about how the samurai kind of became bureaucrats over time, and so dealing with I have a sword and I can do all this stuff, and I'm counting numbers all day.
Now, yes, I'm counting barrels of rice. Great, that's my life now.
Oh man, it's interesting because I think there are so many aspects of Japanese history that, like we say, just kind of gets ignored because of just the way it is. Other than the kind of the occupation and all that kind of stuff, do you think there are any other factors around like what history works well for anime? Like if somebody's going to go in to make an anime series, what do you think makes for I want to say like a almost a marketable, or like what do you see as kind of trends that this is what people tend to adapt in historical anime?
In historical anime, particularly if you're watching stuff from the late 90s through the 2000s, you're really looking at Sengoku period kind of stuff. Just like I was mentioning, which was, this is a time period where you can take a very broad vision of the historical period and then insert all these different things in here, not have to worry so much about, okay, is this historically accurate? Is this really a thing? Is this, do we have to be concerned about this timeline? No, you don't. Things like that. So I think that's one period that's used a lot. Obviously World War II is another big one, and also alluding to World War II.
Sure.
We just finished watching Mobile Suit Gundam, and that whole narrative is in there. So there's some stuff that can go back a little ways, and there's some stuff that are pretty recent. One of the things I find interesting is that is not actually kind of going back to a previous question that is not being talked about a lot is Japan's involvement in Vietnam. And we don't get a lot of stories on that. I mean, we get touches of that. I think Blood Sea was it Blood when we were talking when we have an idea that it's happening on an American base that's supplying
Blood the Last Vampire, right?
That's it. Yeah. And so there's kind of anime that kind of touches on that, but you don't really see, because that was a big deal. I mean, we here in America are focused on our, not wanting to do it.
Yeah.
But, there's also what happened in Japan and their involvement with Vietnam and how that was not great for them either.
Yeah.
And, there was definitely strife over that.
Mm-hmm. And that was one of the primary drivers for all the student riots at the time, too. Yeah. Which was, it then became a big thing moving on. That's really interesting. Yeah. Now that I think about it, it is remarkable how little, comparatively, there's a fair amount of anime about, Edo era, Sengoku period, but not a lot about the 20th century.
Yeah.
That's just not really a time period, except for World War II specifically, where they'll do Grave of the Fireflies, whatever.
Right.
But that's interesting that it's not as big of a thing, and I guess that's also the aspect of recent events are somewhat harder to, I guess, fantasize, or harder to kind of tell a story about because people are alive, all that kind of stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting question from James DK in chat. If a manga was released covering one single historical event, which one would you choose?
Dear Lord, there's so many.
No kidding.
The actual Battle of Sekigahara, not just working around it, but the actual internal, because that story in and of itself is amazing. It's an amazing story. I would love to see that. I would love to see a story about the two samurai families totally destroying Japan and ushering in the Sengoku period.
Yeah,
because that would be kind of an interesting study in just like total obliviousness of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Probably, again, I would want to see something from about Vietnam, but probably the student riots, probably about that.
Yeah.
I would also like to see a story about almost any of the battles of Oba Nobunaga. Actually, no, I take that back. The Battle of Nagashino.
Okay.
Which is considered the modern battle that Japan ever.
Oh.
With matchlock rifles or matchlocks and things like that, and the way that Oba Nobunaga and who Oba Nobunaga. Actually, no, this would actually be a really good anime about Oba Nobunaga himself.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd love that. Ginger Guy asks, do you think Kimetsu no Yaiba will spawn more anime from the same era due to its popularity?
I'm sorry, which one was that?
Demon Slayer.
Oh, Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
Possibly. Possibly. Sometimes things feed off of each other, and so that could happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool. Anything else you wanted to bring up or mention?
Thanks for letting this. And yayo Ancon.
Absolutely. What's your YouTube channel for everyone?
The Unagi Observer. Please stop on.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Steve, for being with us. Appreciate that. And we will be right back in about 12 minutes with Otaku no Cooking, doing some baking. So I will see you then.
Hey guys, right now we're in Denden Town, which is basically the Akihabara of Osaka City. Today I just want to go figure hunting. We're actually right outside our first shop, so we're just gonna see what we can find. I have nothing. I love Osaka. Look how old these ones look. These are, OMG, no way, Aria? This is one of my favorite shows. Oh, she's only 500 yen. Man, if they had the set of these, like if they had Akari, who's the main character, I would probably get this, but I'm for some things, I'm very much a set person, so I'd rather just like get all the characters, but this is so cool. 500 yen, man. They even have read or die stuff. Like, I love the stores that have a bunch of old stuff. That's your favorite girl.
It's a really nice. That's a really good pose.
That is a nice one.
Yeah, there's this one too, but she's just holding an iron rod. She's not doing no gun on that one.
700 yen. That's
Yeah,
insane.
it's huge for 700 yen.
So they have Meg from Burst Angel, which is really cool. I actually love the design of Meg as a character, but the show is like okay to me. So I could take it or leave it, but this is a really nice looking figure. Like, you can't really see it, but I love the pose that she has. They do have a lot of older stuff though. Like Mahime, Gunslinger Girl, a lot of like early 2000s stuff here. Oh, Blood Plus as well. This is also one of my favorite shows. Air. Oh, do you see this one? It's from Air. I have like a prize figure of her, but I don't have a figure this nice. She's hard to find. I usually can't find Air stuff. Some little busters. I keep seeing this one everywhere of the Reen playing with cats. Alright, next shop time. Oh, cute. Look at these. Are these all from the new,
Yeah, the new
season? Look at the Ash and the
Oh my
Snorlax.
god, that's adorable.
That's very cute. Oh, that's adorable. That's a nice Rika figure. Oh, they have Renge, but they have, oh man, this has gone up in price. I remember when this was like 40, 50 bucks, but now it's like 8,000 yen. But if I get a Renge figure, I'm really gonna want it to be like a full-size figure, not a Nendroid. They have a lot of Rikas over here. They have like a chibi one. They have one of her in like a gothic Lolita outfit. That's so cool. Oh, this one's actually really nice. I mean, it's more expensive, but you can tell that it's a much nicer figure than like a prize one. They finally have Dr. Stone stuff. I haven't really seen a lot of Dr. Stone stuff yet. I guess it's still fairly new in retrospect, but yeah, they have some of that stuff now. What'd you find now?
That's cute. Misaka and Misaka.
Oh, that is cool. Oh, Minato! Oh my god! I've never seen one of him. I don't even think I have any figures that are dudes. I just have a lot of figures that are girls. I love this My Hero Academia one of Jito. This one's really cool.
Nice.
Look how big that is.
Anyone who's ever been to a movie theater in Japan will recognize these characters.
No more. These are basically the characters that tell you like, oh, you know, don't film at the movie. We don't support piracy and all that stuff. And they're really funny and like, it's like a nationwide phenomenon. Alan just found one from Emma, which is like a Victorian romance anime, and like that's actually insane. Like that this is something we found. The anime is like, I think it's like 2004, 2005 anime, and it's just not ever talked about that much. This is what they call the junk figure section, where it's like figures that might have something wrong with them. This is Lum, and I can't really tell. Maybe it's because she's got a lot of scratches on her, but this is a pretty good find for something like this. Even though they're calling it like a junk figure, I guess. But yeah, I guess it's like figures that maybe don't have boxes or might be missing pieces and stuff. Wow, I don't think I've actually ever seen Euphemia in this particular outfit as a figure. This is giant. Oh my gosh. I wonder how old this figure is actually. They give you a tiny discount for it being opened by a couple bucks. But oh man, that is beautiful. I love this show called Bakuon. It's just really cute moe girls who ride motorcycles, and they have like a motorcycle club at school, and I love the figure with the motorcycle. That's very cute. Oh no, the price. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's got its own lost in space. Oh man, I don't know if that'll ever go down. I'm gonna hope it does because I really don't know how popular Kanata Lost, like Astro Lost in Space is, but oh man, this is like
It's insane.
This is like my current dream figure, dude. Oh my god. Look at her. Look at her.
It's such a nice one too.
It is so nice. She's under 100 maybe, but oh my god. She's worth that much, but I'm not gonna justify it now. If you watch my last figure video, you'll know that I picked up an Eve figure from Black Cat, and I thought that was the only Eve figure in existence, but yeah, apparently not. Apparently this one also exists. And it's also really affordable. Like, this one's cool. I definitely would have gotten I still like the one that I have, but I would have also picked this one up had I seen it. Very cool. These Nekopara ones are really cute. They're huge, and I just love their cute outfits. They're so big that their hair has to be like clipped on manually. Oh, this is the Yuru Camp opening. Alright, we're in the next shop, and I noticed this Kino's Journey figure. I actually have never seen this show yet, but it seems right up my alley, and everyone keeps recommending it to me, so it'll probably be next on my list.
Robotics notes. Any
Yeah,
Science
robotics
Adventure
notes.
series fans out there.
Bunny Girl Senpai stuff. This show is so good. There's another Bunny Girl Senpai up there. That's the Cowboy Bebop set I have, but I have the set, but I don't have Ed, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I found the set in America, and the girl gave it to me for like $5 or $10. It just didn't have Ed. Gosh, with Ed, it's 7,200 yen. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that this was this rare. This is the first time I've seen this since I bought it in America. That's crazy. Oh, I'm actually super jealous it has Ed. Ed's my favorite, and I just still bought the set without Ed, but oh man, look at that. That's so cool. The Bungo Stray Dogs figures are really nice looking, actually. Whoa, Journey. Yo, do you remember when I played that game in college? Journey. That's
cool.
Pretty. Is this the Cat Returns right here too?
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty old. Lots of Vocaloid. All the time. Everywhere. So many Mikus. I've always thought this Asuka figure was really cute. Her in the little like plug suit inspired kimono or yukata. That's so cute. Look at the Shaman King ones. These are pretty new. These just came out. Because, you know, Shaman King's getting its second season soon, so I love those. These Yokos are cute in her normal outfit. Usually Yoko figures are pretty expensive, but that one's only 19 and this one's like 16. Oh, they have Clannad ones, but of course I own both of these. It's weird that they have two different boxes for them, but I think she's basically the same figure, but I do own these, so.
I got quite a bit of Clannad.
Oh, okay, they have Rio too. I have her, I think. Do I? Crap.
I think you have one of her.
Pretty
I don't know
sure
if you
I have
have
her.
this exact model though.
Oh man,
Oh, no.
this is why I need to take a picture. It's worth it to dig sometimes. Oh, okay, this is Bunny Girl Senpai. This is cute. I haven't actually seen her in the red one. Here we go, here's another Clannad one. See, there's Kotomi. I definitely have her though. That box looks like it has some sun damage though. There's more Clannad, oh my god. I think this is Fuko.
Fuko's adorable.
Yeah, that's Fuko, which I have her too. Some Clannad fans gonna come in here and be so happy that they're all here. Alright guys, we've spent most of our day just looking at figures. I didn't purchase anything this time, which is pretty crazy. I usually do. For now, we're gonna go rest a bit, rest my feet. I'm tired. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to push like, don't forget to subscribe for more anime and Japan content, and I'll play with you some other time.
Alrighty, we are back. I'm gonna crank up that microphone because we're gonna do some cooking. Hello everyone, we're back for the OnCon 4 cooking segment. I'm gonna bake some cookies for the charity auction coming up later. These are gonna be chocolate chip cookies, but because this is history and anime, we're gonna be making historical chocolate chip cookies, and I'll explain what I mean in a minute. I'm going to be using a combination of sort of regular ingredients. This will not be like exactly the classic Toll House chocolate chip cookie recipe that folks in America are familiar with, but it's going to be very similar. And so we're going to start with a bowl into which we'll put our ingredients. So I need to grab a scale. So I'm going to be using equal parts flour, sugar, in this case brown sugar, and butter, with an egg actually thrown in there as well. That's going to give us a nice soft combination. The reason I'm doing brown sugar is that brown sugar will make softer cookies than granulated sugar. And they'll also give it a nice little slight molasses-y flavor to it. So I'm going to measure these out by weight. Now, I happen to have exactly this much butter. So this is how much butter I'm going to use. And this is one of the reasons I like doing it this way, is because I can measure out by weight exactly how much butter I have, and then just use that much brown sugar and that much flour, and I'm good to go. So I'm going to measure this out. I have got, and we'll use grams here. We could use ounces. Same diff. So I have got exactly 189 grams. So I want folks in chat to remember, we have 189 grams of butter, which I am going to just soften real quick in the microwave. Just like 30 seconds in the microwave just to warm it up. Might do another 30 seconds. So again, 189, remember that. And so now I'm going to grab my my mixing bowl and I'm going to put in exactly that much. That's weird. Really? Yeah. Okay. Cool. It's a new bag, and I'm surprised. So we're just going to open that up, and we're going to put in. How much do we need? Chat, remind me. Yeah, good. That's nice and softened. Thank you very much. 189 goes in. 150, 160, 180. Whoop, slightly over. I'm gonna pull some back in. I mean, you don't have to be exact down to the gram. It's fine. This is gorgeous brown sugar. Like, it's nice dark brown. It's lovely. We got that. I'm gonna dump the butter in. Just like that. And then we're going to throw this onto the mixer. Put in the paddle. And there we go. I'm just going to mix that up. All I'm looking for here is to get the butter and the brown sugar reasonably evenly mixed up. Almost there. Cool. So what we have now, again, kind of hard to tell, but we have a fully mixed up set of that. I'm going to add an egg to this. This will also soften it up. So, single large egg in this case. Without it, the cookies would still be fine. They would just be more firm, more crisp. Not as soft and chewy. So I'm just gonna put that in there. I'm actually gonna scrape down the side of the, actually I'm not gonna use this. Why would I use that when I can use this? So I'm just gonna scrape down the side of the bowl a little bit because batter does tend to get up on there, and so it doesn't really mix in very well. Fortunately, it's the kind of thing you don't really have to worry about in terms of, like, you'll see that there's a division between all this dough on the top that's kind of one color, one mixture, and then everything else is mixed in on the bottom, so it'll be obvious if you do that. So I've added that in, then I need to add the flour. How much flour do I put in, chat? Anyone remember? I need some amount. I am not sure. I am relying on chat. Otherwise, I am going to make terrible, terrible cookies, and then you can't actually get them in the charity auction. You can't actually eat them if they're terrible. So we got to make sure I have the right amount. And obviously, now YouTube chat decides to have an incredible delay. 189 grams. Thank you very much. In they go. This is also the point at which I'm going to add a few other things. 189, perfect, right on the nose. I'm going to add some salt. A little bit of salt just increases the flavor of things. It doesn't make it salty. You're just putting a little bit of salt in there. Just like a pinch of salt into that. Also going to add some pepper. That's a joke. But what I am going to add, my secret ingredient in chocolate chip cookies, a little bit of ground cinnamon, which just punches up the flavor a little bit. Again, not enough to make them taste like, you know, Christmas cookies, but just enough to add some depth of flavor. Love that. I'm also going to add some baking powder. Baking powder adds lift to baked goods. It basically makes them rise more. You can obviously overdo this and get kind of like a souffle, but it's pretty hard to do that. You need a lot of baking powder. This will just make them, you know, rise and be nice and airy and fluffy, relatively speaking, by cookie standards, instead of like shortbread, you know, really dense. So I'm just going to add some of that. And I'm just looking for sort of a sprinkling of that, maybe a teaspoon's worth, something along those lines. Ah, that's too much. That's okay. That's not too much. It's just a lot. They'll just puff out more than usual. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's good. All right. So let's do this thing. And we're just going to mix that in. Now, fortunately, pretty much everyone watching this knows what cookie dough looks like. So that's what you're looking for here. Yeah. And so when you're done, you should see something very much like that. Classic dough. But you'll notice it's missing something. Where's all the chocolate? That's where things get a little special. This is special dark chocolate I have bought that we're going to chop up and put directly in to our cookies. And this is where we get to a little bit of a history lesson. I've got 2 bars here. One is Tony's Chocolonely dark chocolate. It is 70% dark chocolate. So I'm just going to chop up the rest of this bar with a knife. And I also have a special Endorphin Foods 70% dark chocolate vanilla bean chocolate. I'm going to chop that up as well. I won't angle the camera down, it's just me chopping. So the history lesson here is, so those in America are probably familiar with the Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookie recipe. It's on the bag of all the Nestle Toll House chocolate chips, which are all these uniform little dollops of chocolate. Turns out, the Nestle Toll House cookie predates Nestle Toll House chocolate chips. There was actually a like a B&B public house called the Toll House, and the woman who ran it, made these amazing cookies where she would chop up chocolate and put them into these cookies, and they were incredibly popular and incredibly famous. And so they were so famous that Nestle was known that lots of people were buying Nestle chocolate bars just to chop them up for the cookies. So Nestle began producing chocolate chips specifically for this recipe. That's how popular they were. And then eventually they, contacted the woman and bought the recipe from her to put on the back of all of their bags. So yes, the chocolate chip cookie predates the chips. And so we're just chopping this up into chunks. And again, you're thinking of like chocolate chips, that's kind of the size you want here. You get plenty of shreds that are smaller than that, and that's absolutely fine. I might just use this. There's actually a lot of chocolate here. We will see. I'm just making sure there are no huge pieces. Much as I love huge chunks of chocolate, the problem with having a large chunk of chocolate in cookies is that it will melt in the oven and just ooze everywhere, and you'll have kind of a broken up cookie. It won't actually hold together around that giant hunk of chocolate. It's just not the way cookies are meant to be. There needs to be, there's only so big these chunks can be, unfortunately. So again, I'm looking for something that's roughly at most the size of a chocolate chip, and I think we're pretty good there. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. There are a couple of larger ones I'm going to just chunk up. Oh, cool. And so what I got here, being very careful, is just a bunch of chopped up chocolate. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put that in and mix that in a little bit and just see how much chocolate we have in that. And if it's, if we could add more, I'll add more. We could add more. So I'm going to open up this other bar. Okay, and we just have a couple of pieces here. I'm just going to chop this up. Again, nothing too shocking. Just looking for chunk hunk sizes, and then we'll be good to go. And then boom, 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 and boom. That looks pretty good to me. So what I've got here are, again, and it's a very simple chocolate bar, just chopped into more pieces. Those go in, I mix those. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That is correct. So I'm just gonna put this in here. I've noticed there are a few places where some of the dough has kind of stuck to the inside, and I can see it's just a different color. I can see like streaks of butter in it, and I want it a little more uniform. So I'm just gonna mix it a little further. All right. And here is what that dough looks like. You can see a good amount of chocolate in there. I'm very happy with that. My oven is still preheating. So that's okay. I can hope that in the next couple minutes it'll be done. And meanwhile, I can start putting these onto baking sheets. So I'm just going to move some of this stuff out of the way. That is all trash. By the way, that is a good general ratio for soft cookies. equal parts flour, butter, sugar. And you get just kind of a nice classic cookie. Again, butter and brown sugar, eggs and brown sugar will make it a little softer. But you can just kind of start there. Okay, so let me grab one baking sheet. I'll bring another one here, but I don't have so much space. And we're going to, you know what I should do? I feel bad for you all, because you can't see what I'm doing. Can I angle down a little bit? I can. It's messy, but you can see now. Or you could see before the camera went dead. One moment while I restart the camera, because, of course, simply touching the camera is enough to confuse it. There we go. All right. So I can see a little bit more of what's going on here. So I'm also going to grab some parchment paper. Parchment paper is wonderful. Parchment paper is basically a barrier between the baking sheet and the thing you're baking, so that if it burns, if it sticks, anything like that, it sticks to the paper, not to your pan, and so you just toss out the parchment paper when you're done, and you can reuse it within the same bake. So you can use, if you're doing multiple batches, you can reuse it that way. But it's just wonderful. So now we're gonna grab a cookie scoop, and I'm going to just start scooping these onto the sheet. Now, you can totally just use spoons. That's fine. I happen to have a cookie scoop, and because it has a little sweeper, it's a little easier to scoop out. So I'm going to do cookies that are just barely filling that cookie scoop, and put those out there. And you want a fair amount of space between them, because they will spread quite a bit in the oven. That's something that we've been intentionally trying to do here, is to make soft cookies so they're going to spread and be nice and wide and chewy. We're going to have a lot of cookies here, folks. I will admit, I am baking for charity. I cannot guarantee that every single cookie I bake today will end up in the auction. Just FYI. I just have to explain that up front, because I am human, and I may make mistakes. I have to test the cookies to make sure they're good, right? I have to make sure I didn't do anything wrong. So I've got to try, at least 2 or 3 of them to make sure that they're not poisonous. So that's going over here, and again, same idea. It's in there. Parchment paper. I will admit, this is going quite a bit faster than I thought. I'm not complaining. There we go. Of course, the thing is, you have to wait for them to bake. So that will add to it. And we will probably have another batch in the oven when we switch over. So you just have to trust me on the last set. But that goes there. This goes here. We should be able to get, okay, I think we'll get a total of that many of that one. And there we go. So, just so you all can see, and I'm going to be very careful here and not repeat the mistake I made before. Here's my sheet all laid out with those cookies on it. And so those will go in once my oven decides to preheat. And I still have, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 cookies worth left in there. So we'll probably get another sheet's worth. This is a good time, however, to clean up. I know it's never fun to clean up, but actually, while you're in the middle of baking, is the perfect time to grab stuff and just kind of put it back in the pantry, whatever. Because the thing is, you're already in kind of that baking mood. You're already moving things around. You're already thinking, okay, I've got that done. I've got that done. And so you can be, in a sense, a lot more efficient with it while you're in the middle of doing other things. And so I'm putting all of this stuff away, which means that in a few moments I will be completely ready to go. Absolutely. So that's the other thing. We will be auctioning off these cookies, or some subset thereof, later on today during the charity auction. So other things you might want to get during the charity auction include the official Time of Eve Kickstarter release. So this is a near future science fiction show about androids and androids' place in society. Very thoughtful. If you like the science fiction of Isaac Asimov, for example, or Ray Bradbury, very much in that mode. In fact, the androids in this show explicitly obey Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. It's quoted in the show. So if you're interested in that, Time of Eve, the Kickstarter limited edition set includes postcards, a whole booklet about the making of the show. That is going to be auctioned off later on today. All right. So that is that. Still waiting for the oven to preheat. I will be honest, it's already pretty hot. Now, we'll give it a little bit. My oven's a little old, and so it needs some time. You know how sometimes when folks are just getting up there and they just need a little bit longer to get into the restaurant, you know, it's that kind of an oven. It just needs a few more minutes to find its way and figure itself out. I can unplug that. Does anyone in chat have any cooking anime or baking anime that they recommend? Anime about cooking. That is a KitchenAid Blender Professional 600 blender or stand mixer. Full disclosure, it was my mother's, and she kind of bought it by mistake. And so I was like, Brent, do you want a free stand mixer? I'm like, yes. Kitchen Princess, that sounds awesome. Brand of oven. It is a GE XL44, and it's several decades old, so it's got to that point. I actually had somebody out to look at it, and he was like, "Yeah, it's just kind of old. Like, it's fine. It's not the greatest oven ever, but it's fine. But it's just taking its time." And I just okay, I'm a YouTube streamer, so everything I do in my personal life is now video content. I just replaced my fridge because the ice machine broke, and it was old enough that it was like, okay, it's time. So I don't want to replace my oven now as well. Like, my bank account needs some replenishment. It needs to go out into the woods and meditate for a while and regain its chi before I go and replace the oven. A girl who moves from Hokkaido to a baking cooking school, and it is shoujo levels of dramatic. I am there. I really want to say it. Today's menu for the Emiya family? Yeah, that is. So, if I haven't told you all there, I told you all this story. During one of the seasonal anime watching parties, I switched over to this. You know, I'm not dramatically familiar with the Fate series, so I just, okay, this looks cute. Started watching it, and I was like, oh, this is a lovely cooking show. It's just people going around and, that young woman, she looks kind of like Saber. That's what's weird. I guess they're just trying to capitalize on Fate, you know, and then Saber and so forth. And they go out and they buy stuff, and he starts cooking. I'm like, this is lovely. And then Rin shows up, and I'm like, wait, is this a Fate thing? Okay. Waiting for the action scene. Waiting for the action scene. Waiting for the action scene. And it doesn't happen. And it's just a lovely cooking show. I was like, oh, that's lovely. Very much enjoyable. Drops of God. Yep. Manga about wine. There was Bartender, the anime from 10, 15 years ago about bars. Ha! So that is the beat telling me that we're ready to go. I have not seen, but I've heard good things about Yakitate, Japan. So I'm going to set a timer for 12 minutes, and we'll come back and check those then. Okay. 12 start. Yumero Patissiere? Yeah. I saw the first episode of that, and that is diabetic levels of adorable cuteness. Just so sweet. Other cooking anime. I mean, there's a lot of cooking in Fruits Basket, but it's not really a cooking anime. What else can I think of? Oh, well, there was Isekai Izakaya. Of course. Not home cooking, but definitely restaurant cooking, and talks about how to make the dishes, which is cool. Food Wars, true. Food Wars, you know. Cooking raised to ecchi levels. You know, great fun. Although apparently, and I don't think JJ's around, he watched a good chunk of that, and he's like, yeah, it gets a little absurdly ecchi after a while. Sweetness and Lightning, yes! That is sweet. Although, was it Sweetness and Lightning where, at least in the manga, a couple volumes in, like, everyone's just kind of being a jerk to the little girl. And they're just kind of teasing her a lot. And I was like, oh, like, I don't want to see the cute little girl getting teased. So, I'm sure that's just momentary. It's temporary in the manga. Yeah, Sweetness and Lightning I thoroughly enjoy. I read the manga, didn't read, read the manga, watched a bit of the anime. And with the anime I was like, yep, this is the manga. Like, they did a really solid adaptation of the manga. Which is cool. Yeah, other anime that really featured, which is, I mean, it's certainly a big thing. Cooking in anime in general is a thing. Well, then there's also a manga I strongly recommend. Which I mentioned last night. Delicious in Dungeon. It's about a group. Well, I'll tell you the story. The premise. So this group is adventuring down. They're being led basically by a brother-sister team. And then they get a good chunk of the way down into the dungeon, and the sister is killed. She's eaten by a dragon. And the thing is, they know that it takes a while to be digested in a dragon. So they can get back down fast enough, after they're basically res back at the surface, they can get back down fast enough and get to the dragon, they can pull out what remains of her, but there'll be enough to cast a resurrection spell to bring her back to life. So they're all just very in on this, but the problem is, like, they can't, like, they have to just go all the way down, you know, all in one go, and so they can't bring enough provisions to feed themselves the entire time. So they have to eat the monsters they kill on the way through the dungeon. So every couple of chapters is a recipe for how to make, you know, orc meat stew, or you know, wyvern jerky, or whatever. It's a lot of fun, and there's obviously a lot of, you know, they make sure that there's all equivalents in real world food. And it's pretty dramatic. I mean, serious stuff happens. Obviously, you know, a character dies early on, but there's a nice level of melodrama running in through that one. So if you like cooking, go for that. Say again? Gourmet Girl Graffiti. I have not heard of it.
Kofuku Graffiti.
Kofuku Graffiti.
We watched it one of the last times we were here.
Wow, that is not coming to mind. Oh yes! Yes! Kofuku Graffiti. Adorable cooking show. Just really, really lovely cooking show. I am tempted at this point to chug on the cookies, but I know it's not going to help. It's always that watch pot never boils situation. Yeah, we're good. Interesting. Sorry. I just got a message that I have to click on because it is about the 4th full-size Gundam statue. Okay, that's all we know. They're going to make a 4th Gundam statue because here's the thing. They made 2 in Japan, 1 in China. Where's that next one going? Somewhere else. Might be somewhere else in the world. I'm hoping it's Fairfax, Virginia. But, you know. We'll see. Ooh, I'm starting to smell it. I'm smelling the cookie smell. I'm going to get some racks, some cooling racks. These are not required, but they make sure that there is an even amount of air flowing over the top and the bottom, and they just make sure that the top and the bottom are even. Otherwise, you tend to get, crisper bottoms and softer tops, which is not the worst thing in the world, but again, one of those things where if you want to bake and cook, you'll see a lot of people with a lot of equipment, and there's a lot of stuff where it's like, it's nice, it does have an effect, but it's not like you're going to, kill yourself if you don't have those things. So I try to make that clear with folks that, there's the stuff that's important and the stuff that's Baltimore would work too. That's an interesting question. Where would they put the next Gundam statue? If it's not in Japan, it's not in China. Maybe it's America. The other thing is, it can't be too far away, practically. Osaka, yeah. India, Osaka, Indonesia. Let's be honest, it'll probably be in Japan. But if it's not, Taiwan, good call. Yep, Taiwan. South Korea, possibly. They have all the money. Although, there's an article a couple weeks ago, this isn't funny, but it is kind of. The South Korean government announced that they are pulling money out of farm subsidies going into computer chip manufacturing subsidies because they want to make sure they're making enough computer chips. So they are literally making less food so they can make more computer chips. Dang. But yeah, Taiwan, South Korea, something like that. Makes sense. Yep, I hear that. So let's see here. They've only been going about 8 minutes. I will check real quick. Nope. But they'll be done soon. And they're small cookies, so I don't need to put too long into that. On the moon! I like that. Yes, let's put it on the moon. Throw that there. It would be hilarious if it was in Antarctica, and they're leaving a Gundam behind for future generations to stumble on in the snow. Wait, what? Why is there a giant robot here? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Life-size Gundam strapped to the space shuttle. Yeah, Osaka, Fukuoka. Yeah, Kyoto is tough. Obviously, there's plenty of built-up stuff in Kyoto, but I think that would just be a little bit off. Osaka does make sense. Maybe Hiroshima. Yeah, something further southwest. Who knows? That area. Yeah. Yeah, this is how scientists did research hundreds of years ago. Kamakura, yeah. Kamakura's Eva, yeah, that's true. Evas are bigger than Gundams, though, aren't they? I think Evas are, like, significantly bigger than Gundams are. I mean, heck, just the shoulder pieces. But, Akone? Okay, yeah. But I'm not sure. I think Evas are significantly larger than Gundams. So a few more minutes, and they should be ready to go. Actually, I'm going to test them real quick. Nope, definitely not ready yet. So the way you can test cookies to see if they're done is you press into them slightly, and if they stay, the divot stays in, they're not done. But if it sort of pushes back with just light pressure, then they're done. Yes, I did go to the Gundam Cafe when I was in Japan. They were in Cosmic Era, so it was Gundam Seed themed, which I was very happy with because I'm a fan of that universe. And I had I think I had the Gundam Seed like food tray. So they had like a military tray of slop basically, and you got that. I did not order the Gundam wings, but I was tempted. I saw that in the menu and I was like, oh, well done. I'm actually gonna put this dough in the fridge real quick. Honestly, it won't make any difference at this point, but chilled dough does form a little bit better, just hold together a little bit better. Yeah, I was lucky. The Gundam Cafe was not that, it was fairly recently opened. In fact, while I was there, they opened the AKB48 cafe next door. And I did not go in because, as you can imagine, it was rather popular. I was like, I clearly would have needed to buy 20 AKB48 albums for the tickets, to the reservation, to the giveaway, to the option, to the chance to go to AKB48. So, nothing against AKB48. It's like, that's, I only have so much time here. Yeah, it was big. But of course, being, Japanese, it was packed, but it was orderly. Everyone was in their lines. Everything was all arranged. They had everything set up so that people are here, people are there. Traffic flowed. But yeah, it was. This is the Gundam Cafe. This is the AKB48 Cafe. Hundreds of people all. Okay. Check again. Top no. Bottom no. So we're gonna add. I'm gonna add 2 minutes onto that. See where we are then. So yeah, I did that. I did get to see the Gundam RX-78-2 statue while I was there, which was darn cool. That's the only Gundam I've seen though, which is an odd sentence to say, but that is a sentence you can say now. I have seen that Gundam. I have not seen that Gundam. I do wonder how expensive they are. Because the funny thing is, it actually makes sense the more you think about it. When they built the first one, it's like, imagine how much engineering it went in to build, install, configure, do all that stuff for one Gundam statue. It's like, why throw that away and never do it again? Why not make more? And so you're reusing that expertise of how to do all that stuff. It's more a matter of manufacturing the second time around, the third time around, as opposed to all the logistics going on. Obviously, you have to do the logistics, but now you know what those logistics are, which you would not the first time around. But yeah, that is really cool. So there's a few more minutes before those come out of the oven. And then at 1 p.m., I will actually be presenting a panel, A Brief History of Giant Robots. So this all works out quite nicely. I'll be talking about how the mecha genre evolved in Japan over time, which is a little messy, as you might imagine, but it's, that is the way things are sometimes. History is messy. We like to think of history as a simple linear progression. You know, things went from here to here, but that's not really the way humans work. Not really the way trends work. Things come in and they surprise you. We are at 2 minutes. Nope, not yet. Another 2 minutes. Glad we're checking though. Not a bad thing. And it had just switched over to 350, but which by the way, I'm making this at 350 degrees, which is 170 Celsius, 350 Fahrenheit. Ovens are often not like exactly at temperature when like they tell you they are. They're close, so it may still be stabilizing, or may have still been stabilizing for those first few minutes. Yeah, exactly. Ginger, is that, you know, we're going based off of records, and records are questionable. Like, how accurate is your diary? You know, if you go back, if you ever had a diary and go back, like how perfectly did that represent events? That's what we're going off of when it comes to history, most of the time. It's funny if you go back and look at photography. Folks are like, finally, we will now have a perfectly accurate representation of history. About that. Great. And then, you know, then video. Great. We can actually record things about that. And then now we have, you know, digital body doubles and all that. There's actually an article just the other day that some medical researchers have gotten lip reading AI working in hospitals. And so the idea is if you're all bandaged up, you know, and you can't really do anything, you can move your lips, but you can't aspirate. You can't actually like get, you know, air out to actually make sounds. But you can move your lips. They can hold a phone over that. You'll read your lips enough with like 90% accuracy to recognize, you know, maybe 200 common phrases. Very, very useful in hospitals, but it's like, oh great, that's not gonna be creepy. You know, that can't be used poorly. But hopefully, with all of the discussions of late around, you know, ethical AI, that at least some of those discussions will be put in early as opposed to after the fact. Would be nice. Nope. Nope, still a little bit longer, but we are almost there. In fact, I'm gonna do like 90 seconds. No, I'm gonna do 90 seconds. There we go. Grab an appropriate glove. These are my Crosstech Esca Super Mars gloves. Yes. And we'll pull those out momentarily. It smells good in here, I gotta say. It's smelling like cookies, which is good. Because if it tasted like, if it smelled like lasagna, I'd be concerned. But yeah. All right. Now we wait. Now we pace. Now it's like, okay, you know, it's almost there. You know, it's almost there. You know, no point in rushing it, but get it done. We'll get there. It's fine. So yeah. Oh, okay, I'm gonna check. I don't know. I'm gonna pull these out now. Yes, thank you. And they're probably gonna be a little underdone, like baked, but extremely soft, almost not done. And I'm gonna wait just maybe 30 seconds on the ones below because they were slightly less baked. Yeah, exactly. He says he wants to be force-fed oysters. Okay. Gotta be careful with that. actually, I can pull out the chilled dough. And just get that off of the beater. Much as I love cookies off the beater, which is my next album title. You know, I'm here to make cookies as opposed to anything else. All right. Check that. Yeah, exactly. How we doing? Yeah, that's good. So I'm going to show you. You might be able to see they're just slightly starting to brown on the edges. That's a good sign. They're still probably a little underdone. But again, I'd rather underdo them than overdo them. Here's the other problem. Those sheets are rocking hot. I want to put more cookies on them, but if I do, they're immediately going to start to melt. Because the problem is they're going to kind of sort of bake, but not really, because they're not in a 350-degree oven. They're just on a rapidly or a slowly cooling 350-degree surface. So you're going to kind of bake somewhat on the bottom. And if I put them into the oven, they're going to be partly baked on one side and not baked at all on the top, and they're just not going to bake evenly. So you really have to wait for those sheets to cool down to, roughly room temperature. They can be a little warm. And so what I like to do, if I'm impatient, which I sometimes am, is this. And just cool it. Just get a lot of air against it. And just keep on doing this. And the reason I'm flipping it is because my gloves get hot because they're on top of this. And so I need to make sure I'm getting a different surface on it every time. And this will start to cool it down. Certainly a lot faster than if I just let it sit there. And as a reminder, your oven is warm. So even like the surface of the oven is warm. So if you put this like just on top of the oven, it will cool down somewhat, but it'll still stay relatively warm. Like not hot, but it won't get down to room temperature. Yeah. I will neither confirm nor deny whether I've ever accidentally done that, but one does tend to get used to it. And let's see where we are now, which I can't tell with the gloves. Okay, it's warm, it needs a little bit longer. I will let it cool for a little bit. In fact, I'm gonna move it over here to this surface, because it hasn't actually warmed up at all. But we're a little cooler here, so we'll let it do that. Yeah, YouTube sometimes is like, oh no, you don't want HD. You want 144p. That's what you want. Okay, and now I'm going to, again, sort of recycle some of these sheets. So I'm just going to sort of shuffle the cookies up and off. Ooh, we're getting, okay, yep. It's all good. Be careful whenever anyone says that. Oh boy, no, it's all good. They're a little soft, and there's a lot of chocolate on the bottom that's melted that is just kind of getting everywhere. So I just have to be careful. Given how soft they are, they can easily break apart here. Let's get that off. So as you can see, we've got chocolate everywhere. Because there's chocolate on the bottom of it, and they kind of melted. This is the one, mild disadvantage of this is that you will have cookies with relatively large hunks of chocolate just on the bottom, and they will just kind of sit there and goop and just be melted chocolate on the bottom. And then if you try to move the cookies around, it's like, well, I'm now smearing chocolate all over the place. It's just not quite as, Toll House morsels are, almost, they're not spherical, but they're, a consistent small size. Sometimes you have larger, smaller, you could have like rectangular chunks. So that can be an effect there. I'm actually gonna wipe up a little bit of this chocolate. Just again, so I'm not getting large hunks of chocolate on the bottom of my cookies, which can then potentially even burn at worst. And how is my sheet's now at room temperature. Cool, so I can just go. So I'm now going to put these here. The last of the cookies. That sounded oddly apocalyptic. The last of this batch of cookies. That famous Daniel Day-Lewis movie, The Last of the Cookies. Boy, that's an old obscure joke. Anyway, we will get these in here. Yeah, we're only gonna get like 5 maybe here. And the last of this stuff here. Yeah, we're gonna get one more cookie out of that. So again, we've got just the 5 on there. They go back in the oven for sounds more like 15 minutes for these. Unfortunately, you know, got all this cookie dough on here, and I just, you know, there's not enough to really make a cookie out of, so I just don't know what I'm gonna have. Now, some among you may be looking at this and gasping in horror, because half an hour ago, I put a raw egg in this. And he was like, you are going to get salmonella. Well, the thing about salmonella, if you are a healthy adult, you might get salmonella from a whole egg. But if you're eating a tiny bit of an egg, might have some salmonella in there. But you will basically have it up to the stomach as a healthy adult. So I say, live your best life. And salmonella is not it's very rare to get salmonella these days. It's a good, so we're talking about history. So many things in history become kind of popular legend and popular information where people are like, oh, you know, make sure that you get your oil change, your car's oil change every 3,000 miles. That was true of engines from the 1950s, right? When that suggestion came out. If your new engine is leaking oil after 3,000 miles, something's wrong with your car. You know, you do not need to like flush the oil of a modern engine every 3,000 miles every 3 months. But that was a thing, you know, in the early thing. It just kind of became a common wisdom passed down from parent to child every single generation. So again, it won't hurt anything. But modern engines are way more efficient than they used to be, and so you know, that is not as important. So again, salmonella, less common than it used to be. You know, not dangerous for adults, healthy adults. So again, I am not a medical doctor. I'm not advising you based on your personal situation. Blah 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 blah. Here's the whole disclaimer, but that I can live with. Yeah. The one thing about the scooper, it's okay to put it in your mouth as long as you don't do this while you're eating it. That would be bad. Just I'd be careful of that scooper. All right, we're going to transition back for a few minutes. Those cookies, which I will show you now, some of them, will be auctioned off in a few hours at the charity auction. These cookies could be yours if the price is right. And so we'll auction off a whole care package of chocolate chip cookies, handmade. I look forward to seeing you all in about 5 minutes for a brief history of giant robots. And welcome back, everyone. Let us talk about giant robots for a little bit. One of my favorite topics, I will admit. This is a brief history of giant robots. We're going to go through just kind of what's happened in terms of mecha over time. A few quick notes. I have not seen every mecha ever made, every mecha series ever made. I will talk about as much as I can, as much as I've seen. But unfortunately, I am limited in terms of my exposure to things. But again, we'll try to cover as much as we can. Also, this is not going to be a review of everything that's ever been popular. There's certainly anime that are popular, but that weren't particularly memorable. Like, they didn't really change things for the medium as a whole. They didn't have much of an impact on the medium, and that's what I'm going to try to sort of focus on here. There's a lot of mecha. Like, there's a huge amount. We're going to try to focus on that. This is going to be kind of a Gundam-centric panel, partly because Gundam has been so influential on anime in general. So we will be touching on Gundam a fair bit, but there will be other mecha. Don't worry about it. Just FYI. So first thing we have to address before we get anything further is an apparently simple question. What is mecha? Right? Is this car mecha? It's a mechanical thing. Good question, James. No big Gundam spoilers. I'll talk about just sort of, and for generally when I talk about anime, I'll talk about kind of the setup, the premise, but I'm not going to talk, in detail about any sort of plot spoilers. So is this car mecha? Well, technically, it is a mechanical object, and there may be a mecha designer on a car racing show, for example, who designs the cars. So mecha designer sometimes just means designer of, complicated mechanical objects in a show, if they need to be, explained in detail. But for our purposes, that's not mecha. We're not going to count that as mecha. Is this mecha? Powered armor. So essentially, robot things, but they are directly related to the human body, right? There's no man-machine interface, so to speak. I personally consider powered armor to be mecha, but for this panel, I'm going to exclude it just because of time and space and so forth. So for our purposes, mecha, we're going to consider essentially three things: piloted giant robots, remote-controlled giant robots, and intelligent giant robots. Giant robots with their own intelligence, their own free will, so to speak. Now, what's interesting to me is that the history of mecha actually begins with early 20th century Japanese science fiction. This is not actually an image from an early Japanese science fiction novel. I couldn't find any that were representative, and they weren't 100 pixels by 50 pixels. This is just representation of sort of general late 19th, early 20th century sci-fi nonsense. If you go back and read early Japanese science fiction stories, particularly stories for young boys, they often had the following formula. A young teenage boy is living in Japan when Japan is under attack unfairly and unprovoked by a major Western power that is often left unnamed, but is something like, Britannia. And they're attacked, and again, through no fault of their own. And again, this is 20s, 30s, 40s. And then this young teenager discovers that his uncle / father / grandfather has secretly been directing the construction of a secret, super powerful submarine. And the boy discovers this, and of course discovers that his father has decided that this 14-year-old boy should command the super secret, incredibly powerful, super secret submarine. And so the 14-year-old boy goes out and fights the, oppressive Western power and wins, often at the sacrifice of, great numbers of Japanese, and often, the submarine gets destroyed. But they beat off the Western invaders. anyone with a knowledge of early 20th century Japanese history, might seem some parallels here to what's going on, both historically in terms of, obviously there was this concern about Western powers and the Meiji Restoration and how Japan was facing off against these very, very powerful other countries and other civilizations. And that this was a very obvious power fantasy for preteen, tween, and young teen boys, is that Japan would get attacked and we just have to kind of fight them back and do what we can. And I'm going to get into this super powerful thing because as a average 14-year-old Japanese boy, there's only so much I can do, but yeah. So that kind of becomes that you can see some patterns there in Mecha later on. But let's move forward into actual anime. As we talked about yesterday, many consider Astro Boy to be the first anime, arguable depending on how you count it. But Astro Boy is certainly the first giant robot anime in the sense that giant robots are in it. Not in the sense that it is a giant robot anime in the genre definition. So giant robots show up in Astro Boy because Astro Boy is about robots in general, robots in society. So you have big construction robots and all sorts of different things and circus robots and such. So you do have giant robots showing up. And robots in general as a theme, but I wouldn't really call it a mecha series in the modern sense. That wouldn't come until later that year with Tetsujin 28 Go, actually it's not 28 but whatever, or Gigantor as it was localized in America. Now, the story within the world behind Gigantor is that Gigantor was built to beat the Allies in World War II. Like, in the story of the manga and the anime, this robot was built as a super powerful weapon to beat the Allies and was under construction. There were a bunch of different versions of it. And with the 28th version, they finally got one that worked, but it was, August of 1945, and the war ended and they had to mothball it. So, much later in the advanced year of 1980 or whenever it was that the show was set, Gigantor is brought back up to use again. I'm going to say life, not really life, to fight crime, because that's what you use a giant robot for, right? Is to fight gangsters. So more than just gangsters, but so Gigantor was in a lot of ways like a manga to anime about World War II and about actual things that Japan was struggling with around this. Because when you think about it, the guy who founded Honda learned how to be a mechanic by building engines for bombers in World War II. And he used that expertise to build engines for like motorcycles and such after World War II. So there's a lot of stuff, there was a lot of high technology that Japan capitalized on post-World War II that came out of a lot of the war technology during World War II. And that was kind of a question that people were grappling with, is that how ethical is it to reuse these skills that we kind of earned with blood money, if you will. So kind of remarkable for a kid's show, and again, this is less than a generation after the end of World War II. We're already seeing those themes in anime. Also notable for the fact that Gigantor is not piloted from within. The main character has a little remote control. And because as we all know, you can pilot a giant robot or control a giant robot with a single joystick and 2 buttons. And that's basically how you control Gigantor. So the main character would get, called in to a various problem, and then would call in Gigantor to come swoop in and, beat the bad guys. And this actually caused something of a problem, because the thing about this is when your solution to everything is a giant multi-story tall robot, there are only so many stories you can tell with that in the real world, right? Like, gangsters are escaping through that alley. What's a giant robot going to do? Bash the alley, right? And you try to capture them. So there were actually a relatively limited number of stories you could tell with Gigantor, but these sorts of stories of remote-controlled giant robots did become kind of the de facto giant robot pattern for the next decade or so. remote-controlled giant robots, which was a fairly obvious power fantasy for kids of the time, right? It'd be awesome to have a little remote control, press a button, giant robot sweeps in. That would change in 1972 with the introduction of Mazinger Z. Mazinger is the first piloted mecha. In fact, you can see right there in the center, that little thing there is actually a little hovercraft, basically, that the main character climbs into and then literally drops into Mazinger's head to dock into Mazinger to pilot it. So the main character is literally up in the head there. And so Mazinger brings with it a completely new metaphor. Because now the mecha is an extension of the main character. There is a much more direct responsibility between these two things. Literally, I push a lever, Mazinger punches. So now the mecha is more of a metaphor for the main character's actions and behaviors. And so you can bring in different drama. The main character can do immature things in the giant robot, which then have negative effects. And so this really marks a distinction where mecha series become less about wouldn't it be cool if, and more about, wow, I have this big responsibility that I have to enact directly. And so it became much more about adolescent issues, growing up, with Mazinger Z. 1974, a couple years later, brought Getter Robo, which was an adaptation of a manga by Go Nagai, who also created Mazinger Z. He was a very popular creator at the time. And Getter Robo was the first combining mecha. Now, I would recommend, if you're up for a laugh, going on YouTube, looking up the opening credit sequence to Getter Robo, because they will show you the transformation sequence for Getter Robo. I'm not going to show it here because YouTube and copyright, and I'll probably get taken down. But basically, it's 3 vehicles which all combine into Getter Robo, and literally, they all come together and touch, and then just morph like Play-Doh into Getter Robo. There's no attempt to make it mechanically possible. It's just 3 vehicles and then something. It is Getter Robo. So it's really funny from a modern perspective. But Getter Robo lets you do a couple of different things. One is this gives you more characters in your mecha series, more protagonists. So you can tell stories about the interactions between those characters. Obviously, you have multiple characters in Mazinger Z and so forth. In fact, there are multiple pilots in Mazinger Z. There is a girl mecha pilot in episode 1 of Mazinger Z. Can we get back to that, please? But Getter Robo, you now have multiple characters all piloting the mecha, and they can all have their drama. So that kind of expands the melodramatic possibilities of mecha series within the various premise. It also has another big advantage. It's no secret. Why are people making mecha series? Why are people putting together money to make 50-episode, 80-episode mecha series on television? Toys. They're selling merchandise to kids. That money goes back in and fills up the coffers that were spent to make the anime series. It's more complicated than that, but especially for mecha series, there was a very strong relationship between the merch has to sell for us to be able to make more stuff. Merch was a very direct correlation. What does Getter Robo do? Now you have 4 toys to buy. You have each of the vehicles, and you have the giant robot. They don't actually combine physically because toy technology at the time was nowhere near capable of actually creating a combiner Getter Robo toy. It was later, but in the initial release, it was you'd buy the 3 vehicles, and then you'd buy the Getter Robo toy separately and pretend. So this was an important change, and this is the thing that you see. You see a lot of this is a trend. What we'll see is that creators are trying to evolve the formula and find ways of making it more effective and more efficient, both in the story side and also in the merch side, right? And people get really upset about the idea of merchandising being a part of the making of an anime series. But on the one hand, like, it's reality. On the other hand, there's usually a certain amount of separation where the toy company is usually not coming in and sitting in on every story meeting and telling them, no, this character has to say this in this episode. The toy company is setting up parameters, they're making sure that characters are reasonably well handled, that kind of stuff. 1 second. Could someone grab the cookies? And so that is a thing. You have evolutions of the story, but also of the merch that can actually be made. Just realized I want the cookies to burn. So, a year later, we got Brave Raideen, 1975. And this combined a couple of different things. It is the first Transformer mecha series. It's the first anime series by Yoshihiko Tomino, and it's the first anime series that was not based on a manga. First mecha series, not based on a manga. So, why does it matter because it's a Transformer? Because, in case you missed it, lots of Transformer things later. Lots of transforming giant robots later. So this evolution stuck. Yoshihiko Tomino would go on to create some fairly important mecha series, which we'll get to later. But also, the idea that you were not based on an original manga that you have to adapt gave the writers much more freedom in their concept. Now they could really do something that A, made the merch work, or B, made the story work. And they could kind of just be a lot more free in their stories. So time moves on. Folks continue to evolve. These are all still, to be clear, Monster of the Week mecha series. Tween boy is given by his uncle/father/grandfather control of a super powerful giant robot to defeat not the Western powers, because it's post-World War II, but aliens, usually, or monsters or whatever. So still that formula. 78, we get an interesting anime called Invincible Superman Zambot 3, another Yoshihiko Tomino series, notable for the fact that this is where Tomino earns his nickname, Kill 'Em All Tomino. Now, again, mecha series at this point are aimed squarely at the preteen market, maybe tweens, but young boys. Zambot 3 is about aliens from another planet who want to wipe out humanity, send monsters down, giant monsters down every week. And this is actually a combiner, so 3 preteen children are all chosen to pilot Zambot 3. And then about 2/3 of the way, oh boy, does this thing get dark. We start getting human bombs, people exploding on the street, literally, people getting kidnapped for experimentation, and large amounts of the human population getting no more over the course of this story. It gets real dark, especially for a show that is not that for the first half. And all of a sudden, mecha series are tackling much darker material, much more serious material than you were generally seeing in other anime at the time. Again, this is still the 70s. Anime is still squarely aimed at kids. You weren't seeing dark stuff. You'd had Space Battleship Yamato, definitely melodramatic and serious. You're getting things like Captain Harlock and Galaxy Express 39s. But now Mecha was picking up on that trend. And you're starting to get really serious, dark anime series out of that. Now, Tomino was working at a studio named Sunrise. And Sunrise had actually been founded by a couple of animators who had left Mushi Pro, Astro Boy Studio, to found a studio to focus specifically on mecha series. They basically wanted to specialize in these particularly merchandisable shows, the idea being that they could sit down with a toy company and make a really effective, dramatic, interesting series because they had experience working with this. And it's one of those things where if you just kind of grab a random animation studio, they may not understand that relationship well, but they understood it, so they can kind of go and nail and get it done. And so they were doing a lot of this evolution of different ideas. So the following year, they decided, hey, let's try something different. Instead of doing Monster of the Week, what if we told a war story? What if we told a story kind of like World War II, where it's two sides. One side does terrible things, but the other side has some people in it that are not great either. And it is just a story of two sides fighting in a war. And so we definitely have protagonists. We definitely have antagonists. But it will feel a lot more grounded. No monsters, no aliens, people fighting people. And that was Mobile Suit Gundam. Now, I think everyone here has probably heard of Gundam. But remarkably at the time, Gundam was not hugely popular. It had its audience. But the audience was relatively small, and it was not a big success when it first came out. So much so that they actually ended it early. They were not given their full run and had to stop at episode 43. Episode 42 over here. So that was a problem for everyone involved because they were really changing this up. And one of the reasons they did this is because, again, think the toys. You have, all right, let's say you're 8 years old and you're a big fan of Brave Raideen, right? And every week Brave Raideen goes out and fights some monster kaiju. What Brave Raideen toys are you going to buy? You're going to buy Brave Raideen. You'll buy maybe one or two of the monsters of the week, the really cool ones. But how many of those other monsters of the week are you going to buy out of toys? Right? In a war story, Mecha can come back. Mecha can be featured. Different Mecha can be there for different reasons. You can have aquatic machines. You can have air support machines. A whole galaxy of different Mecha and other, vehicles and so forth and so on that are all part of this large narrative and that don't have that sense of here today, gone tomorrow. So it was massively more merchandisable. Now, unfortunately, the original company they were working with, Clover, I think it was, the original toy company, they made very sort of classic toys out of it, cheap plastic toys out of it. When the company, or when the series kind of tanked, at least in terms of popularity, they instead started working with a company named Bandai. Aha. And Bandai brought out model kits. Bandai was known for doing model kits of, real-world airplanes and battleships and all that kind of stuff. And they said, let's do model kits of giant robots. Now, model kits are obviously aimed at a slightly older audience, and they caught on. They sold like gangbusters. And that really worked. And Bandai released these model kits that happened to be both inexpensive and high quality, relatively high quality. And Gundam started selling like nuts. But meanwhile, the staff had already moved on. Gundam was kind of a failure, and so Tomino moved on to make Space Runaway Ideon in 1980. Ideon's notable because Tomino re-earned his nickname. And I don't want to get into spoilers here, but yeah. It is the story also of a group of humans who are spreading throughout the galaxy. Humans are spreading throughout the galaxy. A group of humans stumble on this planet. They're basically an archaeological team, and they find this ancient, actually a group of vehicles that combine into a giant robot. As soon as they discover this, a signal gets broadcast out, and a nearby race of aliens who have not contacted the human race yet hear this signal and know that somebody has activated the Ideon. And the Ideon is this apocalyptic weapon of destruction in their history. It's a legend of this incredibly powerful thing that can just wipe out like all life in the universe. And so they immediately went in to investigate and find these aliens swarming all over it, us, and swoop in with their ships. And while we humans are sitting there investigating this thing, and suddenly all of these alien ships sweep in, and we're like, uh-oh, we better arm ourselves. And so it turns into this war between us and the aliens, despite the fact that neither of the group really wants to fight each other, right? The humans are kind of on the run from these aliens. The aliens are just freaking out about the Ideon and just frightened about how powerful it is. And they don't hate humans themselves, but they're just freaking out about what the humans might do with the Ideon. So it's a much more mature setup than you see in a lot of other anime series, and a lot more thoughtful. As Charles pointed out, the Ideon really is that powerful. One of its weapons is a black hole gun. And it does that. And that's arguably not its most powerful weapon. Yeah. So, Ideon, a thing. And was actually quite well respected at its time. At the time, anime fans, and anime fandom was starting to really coalesce at this point in Japan, anime fans often considered Ideon better than original Gundam, a more mature, more sophisticated, expression than original Gundam was. You could argue that, but people were very impressed with Ideon at the time. A few years later, we would get a new mecha series that would kind of change things up a lot. Macross really combined two things. Not only were the giant robots now combining mecha, or transforming mecha, rather, they transformed into really, really cool fighter jets. Macross combined really, really high budget animation with this, Romance Among the Stars. And this is important because up until this point, usually anime studios did not get big budgets for anime. The reason anime always looked cheap is because the budgets were always incredibly low. And so with Macross, they somehow managed to get a big budget, and I don't know how they did, but they somehow managed to get a budget to make really high budget animation, really butter smooth animation. And as a result, Macross looked beautiful, and it also had material that brought in a female fan base. Now, it's not that girls never watched Mecha before, but these plot lines that were more about relationships definitely brought in a significant female audience. And that proved a couple of things. One is that Mecha could appeal to a wide base. And that animation and anime in general in Japan could look awesome if you gave people budgets. In fact, there were two animators in particular that worked on Macross, among others. A man named Ichiro Itano, which, if you've ever heard of the Itano Circus, so the animation of a bunch of missiles all kind of going off in trails going everywhere, that's called an Itano Circus. That is a thing that Itano pioneered. You see little bits of it. He actually worked on original Gundam. He did a bit of it in Gundam. You see a bit of it, more of it in Ideon, and it finds like its full initial potential in Macross. And also a man named Hideaki Anno. We'll get back to him in a bit. Do you want to mention a few other things in passing? 1983 saw Our Battle of Dunbeen, which is the first, as far as I know, fantasy mecha series. It's actually the first isekai as well. And I mean that literally, the first isekai anime. Main character is transported to a fantasy world where people pilot these giant, but they're insectoid suits of armor, basically. Also a Yoshiyuki Tomino, excuse me. And really, really interesting series for that kind of concept. Really, really pretty. Yeah, it's a really interesting series, and pretty dark. I've not seen much of it, but little bits in pieces. So first fantasy mecha series. 83 also saw Armored Trooper Votoms, and many people would consider Votoms to be essentially the series in which mecha as serious war drama first really got established. Obviously, you have that concept with original Gundam, but in Votoms, it feels like well, roughly speaking, if original Gundam is World War II, Votoms is Vietnam. And all of these sort of dark psychological elements you'd imagine for a Vietnam War movie. And obviously, Japan didn't have the same experience in Vietnam that we did. But that kind of pattern of the American Vietnam movie, Apocalypse Now kind of thing, you see in Armored Trooper Votoms. And it became a very, very successful franchise as a result. So, again, not one of these things that completely changed everything, but an interesting note. A few years after that, we would come back to Gundam. Gundam was selling so well that they had actually commissioned a series of 3 anime movies that re-edited the footage from original Gundam and added some more material and released it in theaters. And that did so well, Mobile Suit Gundam got a 50-episode original anime sequel named Zeta Gundam. As far as I know, this is the first time, this is the second time that had ever happened in anime. Yamato had second seasons as well. But Gundam suddenly got a full series sequel. And oh my gosh, the budget of Zeta Gundam. The difference in animation quality between Gundam and even just like Votoms and Dunbeen are clear. Budgets were massively higher. And the story was also more complex. And there's a lot going on in Zeta Gundam, which I kind of can't get into here. And this led to more Gundam series, Double Zeta Gundam, Victory Gundam, so forth and so on. And Gundam kept on being made, and it was a huge force. Which led to this question. Because Tomino was directing all of these Gundam series. He directed original Gundam, Zeta, Double Zeta, so forth and so on. But Gundam had become such a juggernaut, there was a question. Was Gundam going to be a Tomino-only franchise? When something becomes that big, think Marvel movies, you need multiple creators involved, you need multiple directors involved. So in the late 80s, there was an intentional attempt to create a Gundam series not directed by Tomino to see, can somebody else make something that feels like Gundam who is not Yoshiki Tomino? And the result of that was Mobile Suit Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket from 1989. And the answer is yes. War in the Pocket very much feels like Gundam. It is an OVA set in the Gundam universe that explores the themes of war in Gundam in a perfectly condensed form. It doesn't feel perfect when you first watch it, I will warn you. It feels kind of awkward and weird. When you get to the ending, yep, it's all there. And that set the stage really for Gundam being the phenomenon it is today. Other things would happen, but they said, okay, we can now expand Gundam. Anyone can direct that. Obviously, you want to make sure they know what they're doing. But this can just go on and go on and go on impressively. Now, quick detour from Gundam. You'll notice all of the anime I'm talking about here have been serious stories. That is because original Mobile Suit Gundam essentially invented what we now call the real robot subgenre, as opposed to the super robot subgenre. Shows like Zambot 3 were super robot anime, meaning, tween young teen boy in giant robot fighting monster of the week, whereas a real robot anime is more about a recognizable war story. It's more serious, more dramatic. It's more about character growth, so forth and so on. Super robot heroes generally don't grow much over the course of the series, but there's usually some character growth over the course of a real robot show. And ever since Gundam, for the next decade, Super Robot was out. Real Robot was in. People were making real robot anime. That was a thing. Until 1990 and the surprise success of Brave X Kaiser, which was a Super Robot series that was just a Super Robot series. And this is about a tween boy who basically makes friends with these intelligent robots. Very much Transformers. in terms of like intelligence, right? Like they can think on their own, act on their own. But he makes friends with them and kind of tells them what to do, so to speak, in that weird way of Mecha series where, you know, you're a unique individual, but you have to follow my commands. As a 10-year-old boy, I'm much smarter than you, ancient robot, whatever. But yeah, so Brave X Kaiser actually spun off a whole series of series called the Brave series. Brave X Kaiser led to King of Braves Gao Gaigar much later, a bunch of other series with Braves in the title, which were all about intelligent robots with tween boys, you know, leading them, essentially. And this was really the one shining light for Super Robot fans. Everything else was Real Robot. There was very little Super Robot being made at the time. This, if you wanted Super Robot, you had to go to the Brave franchise, more or less. Except that other things were happening in Gundam. By this point, there were quite a few Gundam series, and they were all set in the same timeline, Universal Century timeline. There was lots of stuff going on. And the timeline was frankly feeling kind of full. So what happened was Sunrise, the anime studio that made Gundam, was actually bought out by Bandai, the toy company that made Gundam, which concerned a lot of people at the time. And surprisingly, it worked out really well, because Bandai basically said, look, we're not going to tell you how to write a Gundam series. We're not going to tell you how to plot it out moment by moment. But we can tell that the Gundam franchise is kind of losing its way. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to fund 3 new Gundam TV series. Each one will be set in its own alternate timeline, completely new characters, completely new plot, completely new mecha. We're going to see if we can make some that feel like Gundam, and if any of them are successful, we will kind of move off in that direction. And their first attempt was Mobile Fighter G Gundam in 1994. And this is the Super Robot Gundam series. People call it Dragon Ball Gundam, which is a little unfair, but not inaccurate. As you can see, it's a rather over-the-top Gundam fighting show. And it was divisive. A lot of people loved it, especially younger fans who were aware of Gundam, but hadn't really got into the more serious Gundams. This was kind of their good introduction to Gundam. But the more established fans just did not like the Super Robot feel of G Gundam. So it was kind of a mixed bag. So, you know, Gundam was looking a little worried at the time. Like, this is going to work out. We need a hit. We need a success. So the next year, they brought out Gundam Wing. Yeah, that worked. So Gundam Wing was a big hit in Japan and eventually over here in America. Why? A couple of reasons. One is that it is a very densely political series. So you have, you know, big action series, but it's about colonists fighting for independence and sending teenagers down as basically terrorists to disrupt what's going on on Earth, and lots of different political groups going back and forth. But it also happens to feature 5 really, really pretty teenage boys. And this was very much intentional. They wanted to do kind of the Macross thing and bring in a female audience, large female audience. And again, Gundam had a sizable female audience to begin with. You know, not a not trivial size, but oh man, yes. Gundam Wing brought in the fans, both traditional mecha fans and new fans, and this really worked, especially when it came over to America on Toonami a couple of years later. But by then, something else had happened in Japan. Another mecha series had shown up. Neon Genesis Evangelion, the same year as Gundam Wing. Now, Evangelion is complicated to talk about because there's a lot around Evangelion. Evangelion was kind of the last gasp of its studio, in the sense that if they were not able to make Evangelion work, they were going to go out of business, like, you know, this was their last chance at being solvent, if you will. So it was kind of a desperate move for them to do a lot of the stuff they did in Evangelion. It was kind of like, we have one final shot of this, let's just throw everything in that we've ever wanted to do. It's also deeply psychological. It is also kind of exploring a lot of the things that was going on in Japan at the time, socially, economically. The Japanese economic bubble had burst in 1990. So this roaring economy of the 80s was suddenly slowing down. Folks were feeling this kind of malaise, and Evangelion really tapped into that with its mood and its tone. And it was a hit. Boy, was it a hit. Evangelion was just one of those, James Cameron's Avatar, Titanic, massively, Star Wars, massively successful series. Arguably out of proportion to any one thing you could point at to say, oh, that's why this was hugely popular, right? It just hit. It was the right thing at the right time. And it became kind of the template for a lot of anime to come. And you got some really interesting anime as a result. But honestly, once Evangelion came out, the mecha genre started to fade away. The next year, you got Martian Successor Nadesico, extremely popular at the time, and that is a mecha parody. It is a mecha series, but it also is parodying mecha in and of itself. There's actually the crew of the starship all become fans of a super robot show, like within the continuity of the show, and they're all, sitting down to watch episodes of what's the name of it? I'll remember it soon. So they're watching this cheesy 70s giant robot show all the time within Nadesico. So very goofy, very funny, and kind of making fun of mecha in general. But you started seeing fewer and fewer mecha series. Gundam tried to get back into things with Gundam Seed, and succeeded wildly in 2002 with Gundam Seed, because Seed did some really smart things. Seed combined some of the elements of original Gundam, some of the setup ideas of original Gundam, with really pretty boy characters, and really pretty girl characters as well, and told a big epic action war story in a new alternate universe. And this really set up the pattern which Bandai had decided on once Gundam Wing exploded, that basically they would continue doing new alternate universes for Gundam on TV, but they'd make OVAs and movies in the original Universal Century timeline for the older established fans. So if you were into Gundam, you'd have OVAs and movies every so often to enjoy, but you get new fans in through the TV series. And that became kind of the pattern. And Seed showed Gundam was still relevant and still successful and popular, and could still bring in huge amounts of fans. So Gundam was safe. But you see fewer and fewer mecha series. As I was researching for this panel, I was looking up more and more of these mecha series, and I couldn't find a lot of notable mecha series. Gurren Lagann, I think from 2007, is certainly a still remembered, fondly remembered, mecha series. But what did it change? Right? How is the anime industry affected? How is the mecha industry affected as a result of Gurren Lagann? I can't really think of anything. A few years ago we had Darling in the Franxx, 2018. And indeed, in the same year, SSSS Gridman. And these were both by Studio Trigger. Gurren Lagann is technically by Studio Trigger. It's sort of the same crew within Gainax. And they're really the ones keeping mecha going. Now, obviously, there are still mecha series being made today that are not by Trigger and not by other people. But the mecha genre itself has kind of faded into the background. I will say, from a historical perspective, one of the reasons is that as the 90s moved into 2000s, anime fans generally didn't want big, dramatic, sad war stories. They wanted comforting high school romance stories. They wanted harem anime. They wanted things that were, comforting blankets to watch. As they hit the lost decade of the 90s, and there was a lot of this soul searching. Yeah, exactly, Morphball. Girls replaced mecha in a reductive but accurate way. That was just a thing. You also have the issue, and Morphball is actually absolutely right here, in the sense that one of the problems Gundam has, and Bandai has with Gundam, is that very few people know how to draw mecha effectively anymore. That is increasingly a dying art. It's, with fewer mecha series, that is a specific skill. Being able to draw all those angles on all that armor. You look at something like, Strike Gundam here, and all the angles on that, and being able to animate that effectively, that's hard. And, it's been hard for them to find enough staff to actually do a 2D animated Gundam series or mecha series in general. And so that's just that's kind of reality. And that is how things are in terms of the mecha industry. Which I don't mean to end on a negative note. Because I think mecha is one of those genres that exploded in popularity for a couple of different reasons. It was really cool for little boys to imagine them being either, remote controlling a giant robot or getting into a giant robot, very clear, obvious power fantasy. And then it capitalized on the science fiction fandom of the 80s and the sort of adventurous stories of the 90s to tell some big, wild, fun stories. But, this is a difficult thing. This is a genre that is not relevant for everyone all the time. It doesn't have to be hugely successful all the time. It doesn't have to be the big thing that everyone is watching all the time. It can ebb and flow. It can be big now, big in the past, smaller now, but folks are still making mecha series. It's still there. And the great thing is, if you want to get into mecha, there is so much to go back in and watch. There is a massively rich database of anime to pull from in mecha to explore. You're going to spend lots and lots of time. There's going to be years and years before you drain that well of just that mecha that already exists. So that is really, really cool, really fun. If you want mecha, it's there. You're just going to go back a few years to look at all that stuff. So that's a brief history of giant robots. I will answer any questions folks have in the chat in the next couple of minutes before we transition over to the Unagi Observer's Guns of Tanegashima panel. So the problem is not so much finding talent to draw mecha, it's that is a skill, that takes time to learn, right? No one is naturally talented, naturally skilled at drawing mecha. So you have to either have grown up drawing mecha and kind of figure it out, or have been at an anime studio that is making mecha all the time and is thus teaching people how to draw mecha. But give an industry 10, 15 years where very few people are doing that, and the only people drawing mecha are the ones who already know how to do it. None of the new staff is being taught that skill because there's no need for it, right? You can just get those dozen people who already know how to do it for the shows you're doing, and it dies out. Thank you, Box. Appreciate that. I do my best. So yeah, it's an interesting situation, skill-wise. And you have the problem that, similarly, because there hasn't been a lot of mecha series, animators getting into the industry aren't necessarily interested in drawing mecha. Right? It used to be everyone wanted to draw mecha, everyone wanted to work on a mecha show. Folks don't anymore. They want to work on Naruto or One Piece, right? That's what gets people into anime now. Yeah, super intimidating skill set. It's really, really tough. Yeah, even just drawing manga of mecha is not easy. Drawing the same mecha from multiple angles, that's tough. Legit tough. So, you do what you can. That is just the nature of things. Cool. We're going to transition over and take a quick break. We'll be back in just about 7 minutes. with the Guns of Tanegashima panel. See you in a bit.
Hey guys, what's up today? Me and my good friend Allison are here in Matsushima, Japan. Literally one of the most beautiful places in Japan, in Miyagi Prefecture, just a little bit north of Sendai. When we got here, we found out that there's gonna be like a concert and a samurai parade, and there's a whole
Jets.
Yeah,
They're doing jets. The
here.
Emperor's personal fleet or something like that.
Something crazy. Like, we came on such a good day. It's summer solstice though, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna show you guys all around. Let's go check out some street food. We're pretty hungry, and then we're gonna go jump on a boat because that sounds super fun. There's nothing more Japanese than getting French fries to eat as a snack. I've got my French fries, or as the Japanese say, fried potato. And we've got our tickets, so we're gonna take a loop all around the Bay Area and look at all of these different shaped islands. It's gonna be super fun. And Allison got a Coca-Cola Zero. Fortunately, we were able to come outside. That one's so pretty. Just so you know, if anyone gets thirsty on the boat ride, there's literally a vending machine right on the boat. I don't think I've ever seen a vending machine on a boat this small before. That was super fun. I had done that 4 years ago, but I think it's more fun in the summer because like all the trees have leaves and stuff on them. Last time I was here it was snowing while we were on the boat, so it was a little different, and it was nice because we could go outside. And last time I didn't get to do that, so we could go outside the boat and it wasn't freezing cold. It was so nice and warm.
Did you have a favorite island?
No, probably. Well, okay, I kind of liked the husband and wife
Too, that's what I was
one.
thinking about.
That one's adorable, and then like the one with the lonely tree on it.
There was
That
one
one?
called Soggy Island too, so you had Bunny
Yeah,
Island.
oh, that was so cool. I don't know why it was called Buddy Island. They probably told us and I missed it. Went up to the cafe, got me some ice cream before the samurai parade starts, which we had no idea what was going on until we got here. Found out there was a samurai parade, so we're gonna go watch that. All right, now we wait. Oh my. They're coming for us. This is it. Well, there they go. Alright, so we just bought our tickets for the Fukuda Bridge. They're so cute. They have a little character on them. Alright, let's go across the bridge. Oh, this is so pretty. We saw this bridge from the boat when we were taking the boat. This is probably my favorite part about Matsushima, is this bridge right here. Alright, made it across that bridge. Look at like Matsushima from here. It's so pretty. That's gorgeous. What is that? That must be the...
All right, we will transition over to the panel in just a minute. Wanted to remind everyone we're doing a charity auction a little later on today, selling off those cookies, or auctioning off those cookies, plus other stuff. Plus, if you like that Mecha panel, we'll be auctioning off a Mecha twofer, Gargantia of the Verdurous Planet and Gasoraki, two G anime that are not Gundam. Gargantia, a more recent anime series about a mecha pilot in a very unusual world, and Gasoraki, a much older anime series by a dream team of anime creators. Oh my gosh, the folks who worked on this, it is just kind of Shinji Aramaki, Yosuke Takahashi of Votom's fame, all sorts of amazing folks worked on Gasoraki to make a really amazing show. We will also be auctioning off, given the girls sell more than Mecha do, an original poster that came with a movie screening of Weathering with You. So if you're interested in this, you could only get this if you went to a Weathering with You screening. We'll be auctioning this off later on today during the charity auction, plus a whole bunch of other stuff. So we hope you will all hang around for that. And now we will transition over to the Guns of Tanegashima panel.
Hi there, and welcome to the Guns of Tanegashima panel here for Onicon number 4. That's right, the 4th Onicon. Isn't it glorious? A couple things before we start the panel today. First things first, there's not going to be any anime videos because this is YouTube, which means that if I don't own the copyright, then that means I could accidentally shut down Onicon, and we do not want that. So, unfortunately, no anime videos. The second thing is that this is going to be about firearms in Japan. This is not going to be about the pros and cons of firearms in general. There's not going to be a American Second Amendment debate here. None of that stuff. It's just the historical significance of the Tanegashima matchlock on Japanese history. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's get into the panel. One of the interesting things of the Tanegashima matchlock is that it pretty much shows up everywhere in anime. You can see it in just about any type of anime. It's sci-fi, slice of life. You can actually see it, of course, in the period pieces of the Warring States period. Just about anywhere you'll see some semblance of the matchlock, the Tanegashima matchlock, or some variant thereof of it. So just to kind of show you a few examples of how prolific the matchlock is in anime, here's some examples. So here in Afro Samurai, we have an example of the Tanegashima matchlock being used. This anime is a little weird because it's not exactly the Warring States period. It's kind of some weird alternative universe involving magical headbands and things like that. But the use of the Tanegashima matchlock is pretty interesting in this anime. So here's a unique anime, Aria the Scarlet Animo. Basically, these are teens set in present day to train at a specific school to take on the criminal element with very specific weapons that they train on. And in the case of the person you see here, that is a Tanegashima matchlock. Kinda odd choice of weapons. And of course, in Inuyasha, you see the Tanegashima matchlock used all over the place in that anime, particularly in the Band of Seven storyline, which is the picture that you see here. Even though you don't see the villains, they are there off screen, and that is a volley fire about to happen. Now, one of the things I liked about this particular scene is that it cuts to Shippo and Inuyasha and Kagome by a stream. kind of gathering up water and resting, and they hear the volley of fire. And Shippo and Inuyasha have no idea what that is. Shippo makes a guess that it might be some type of fireworks, but why would you do that during the day? But Kagome knows what that is. She knows that's gunfire. And so then that's kind of like the introduction to the storyline for them. And then, of course, there is Princess Mononoke. And here we see Lady Eboshi with what looks like a matchlock. It's not exactly a Tanegashima matchlock, but it's a variant. Normally the matchlock would be in the shoulder, not on top of the shoulder, but it's still very much looking like the Tanegashima matchlock. It's pretty. This great anime movie, is pretty interesting because it also shows the progression between the handheld Teppo cannon, which were the hand cannon, into an actual kind of individual firearm. And of course, you just should watch this movie because it's Studio Ghibli and it's just wonderful. Anyway, so by these few examples, you can see that the Tanegashima matchlock is pretty prolific, even pervasive in the world of anime. Pretty much any genre, slice of life, even science fiction, action, drama, period pieces. The whole 9 yards. You can find it in just about any anime at some point or another. And as you can tell, it has a pretty distinctive look to it. So when you see it, you know exactly what it is. And that's kind of unique because it means that there's a historical significance behind the weapon itself. And it is a very important weapon in Japanese history, particularly Japanese military history. So let's use the rest of our time here and talk about how the Tanegashima came about and why it's important in Japanese history and what's the deal with it. So let's start talking about it. So let's start with the invention of gunpowder. So of course black powder was discovered by accident, really, in the late 800s or late 9th century AD. And it was done by the Chinese. Now, what was happening was that the nobility, the Chinese nobility, were looking for ways to live forever. So they sent out their alchemists to find various concoctions and try, different herbs and minerals and things like that to achieve this effect. And while these alchemists were doing that, and the Taoist monks actually got in on the act too, and because they were like, well, we can't find something to make someone immortal just yet, maybe we can use some of this stuff as medicinal purposes. So as they were going through different chemical compounds, as primitive as chemistry was back then, they were able to discover various things, various uses of various plants for various reasons. Everything from medicinal to cognitive, to help the brain think more clearly, things like that. So the discovery of black powder as gunpowder was really accidental. They were really trying to look for the serum to immortality, while the Taoists were also looking for something that would help heal wounds. And gunpowder, or actually black powder at the time, would help in cauterizing wounds and help in closing them up. Obviously, you pour it on the wound and you light it up and fire cauterizes. But beyond that, they weren't able to find much use for the black powder until someone said, hey, we noticed it makes this nice little flash when you add fire to it. Let's see if we can make something go, and it makes noise, so why don't we make some firecrackers? So they made firecrackers out of them, and for a long time, that's how it was used. Medicine or firecrackers as entertainment or things of that nature. It wasn't until 904 AD that someone got the idea to actually weaponize black powder and turn it into gunpowder. They changed the formula up a little bit just to make it a more potent thing. And then as that happened, we started seeing new things like cannons and new projectiles. Basically, they would take arrows and put a little canister of gunpowder to it and extend the range. Of course, they could aim it very well, and quite often, more often than not, the little missiles with the arrowheads would go, wherever they wanted to go. But the cannons seemed to work pretty well. So as the Chinese were developing this over in Japan, due to a lack of resources and due to a lack of knowledge, that was not going on. So Japan was not going after an immortality serum or anything like that. So gunpowder or black powder was not on their radar at that point. Now, as soon as Japan and China started trading with each other, that's when you start getting an exchange of ideas. A lot of Japanese technology is based on Chinese technology. As a matter of fact, a lot of things Japanese are based on Chinese thoughts and discoveries. And this is no different. So as Japanese merchants are seeing these cannon for the first time, these Chinese cannon called Teppo cannon, they say, oh, we could probably use those. And so they would purchase them and purchase the gunpowder and bring it back to Japan. Again, due to the fact that Japan was kind of resource poor, or they didn't exactly know how to make these things, how to make gunpowder and how to make cannon very well, they relied on actually buying it from the Chinese. So that's kind of how the Japanese first got knowledge of gunpowder. So they knew about gunpowder. They knew about black powder weapons before they created the Tanegashima matchlock. It's just that it was somebody else's idea that they just kind of latched onto, and all they did was kind of just keep buying it, which was very expensive, and only a few people could actually afford to do that. So let's look at a couple things that the Japanese would buy from the Chinese. Again, this is not something necessarily they would make very successfully on their own. They had to buy it. So let's take a look at a couple items, like the Teppo cannon and actually hand grenades. So here's an example of the Chinese Teppo cannon. As you can tell, it's pretty primitive. It's almost usually cast in one, maybe two pieces. The end where you would pack the gunpowder and the shot is kind of bulbous, and that is kind of a recipe for disaster if you don't do the casting correctly, if you don't carve out the bore correctly. It can explode on you. So that was part of the technology that the Chinese had. It wasn't just the black powder to turn into gunpowder or creating a cannon. It's actually creating a design of cannon that doesn't explode every time you light it up. Now, as you can see, the carriage is pretty simple there. It can be drawn by a carriage. Aiming is not that important because usually it's just done like shooting at a castle or a mass of people. So it's not like you have to fine tune it. You just kind of have to point and shoot. Kind of an inaccurate weapon after a certain range, but at the time that was high technology. Now the Japanese did not have the technology available to them to make their own Teppo cannon successfully. They were able to make them, and they would probably last a few shots before the overall cannon would start to crack, making it unusable because it means it would explode on them at some point. But these are the kinds of things that the Japanese would buy for their own armies. And again, this is something they really couldn't do on their own. They had to rely on China and Chinese technology to get something like this. Okay, so here we have a primitive design of a hand grenade. So in this case, it's not so much that the Chinese sold hand grenades to the Japanese as it was exporting the idea to the Japanese of hand grenades. This is something that the Japanese actually could make on their own, but it also exposed a problem that the Japanese had with gunpowder in general. So the actual construction of a grenade like this is fairly simple. You make a clay pot. You either hole it out in the center to put the gunpowder charge in, or maybe you would also pack it with also additional sharp objects so that when it exploded, you would have more shrapnel in addition to the clay. And as you can see here, there is a wick system to activate the grenade to make it explode. Now, the reason why I say it exposes the Japanese problem with gunpowder is that they hadn't quite refined a more explosive, a more better chemical formula for their gunpowder to make projectile weapons with. The Chinese have done that, and they didn't really share that technology with the Japanese, same way with how they didn't share necessarily the technology of making the Teppo cannons. So the Japanese were able to make small bombs like this that had limited damage potential. Having said that, though, because the wick system was very inaccurate in terms of timing. The wick could be really quick or it could be really slow. So if it was really slow, you could throw this hand grenade and it just wouldn't go off and the people you're trying to kill could run away. Or it could be really quick and it would blow off your hand. So this was a very, very chancy weapon. So at this point in time in Japan's history, they did have experience with black powder weapons, but it was mostly in the terms of making bombs like grenades, or actually large bombs with which to blow up roads and bridges, or artillery. They didn't really have anything in terms of personalized weapons or the individual firearm. And the other part of it was that because the Japanese were not able to crack the technology at that point, they weren't able to figure out really how to make a Teppo cannon last more than a few shots before it would crack, or get away from using chancy weapons like the very primitive hand grenade. These things cost money, so they, if they couldn't do it themselves, that means that they had to buy it from the Chinese, and the Chinese, they made them pay out the nose for it. So only the rich people could really have these kinds of things. So it was kind of a status symbol to have a personal firearm. Now, if you were a lord, a daimyo, or a shogun, you would want to have the Teppo cannon. So you would buy these Teppo cannon, you would buy the gunpowder to be able to use the Teppo cannon effectively, but again, it would be very expensive. So a battery of cannon might be only 2 or 3 cannon per army, but still it was a useful thing to have. So that denoted power. Now, in terms, like I said, with the personal firearm, it was a little bit different. That nobody in Japan was making them. And they were able to come across them in Chinese markets and buy them if they had enough money. Again, they had to buy the powder for it, they had to buy the shot for it, they had to buy the firearm itself. And these were usually matchlocks. And the reason why you had them was to show off how rich you were, because you had no practical use for it. No Japanese army was using them. People weren't really using them in a day-to-day way. They were kind of like, if you were a lord of the manor and you were entertaining visitors, you could go, oh, hey, let me show you my matchlock and let me fire off a couple rounds at a watermelon, right? So that was really it at that time in terms of Japanese firearm technology. Black powder technology in terms of the cannon, they were on par only because they were buying it. But it wouldn't be until 1543, when the Portuguese would show up, that everything would change. And that's a very important date for Japan. So by 1543, the Portuguese and the Japanese knew of each other. They even dealt with each other in Chinese markets. So they were not unknown to each other. They traded, and that was about it. There would be no treaty negotiations. There would be no trade negotiations. It was all just merchant to merchant in Chinese markets. That's generally how it worked out until 1543. And the reason why that date is so important is because that's actually the first time that on Japanese soil, Western Europeans and Japanese made a trade agreement with each other. And this happened between the Japanese and the Portuguese. Now, what was the world like in 1543? What led to that particular meeting? What happened there? What was life like for the Portuguese, and what was life like for the Japanese leading up to that event? So let's first talk about the Portuguese. So for Portugal, things kind of started midway through the 1400s. And that had to do with the birth of a number of sons to the King of Portugal, one of them being Prince Henry. Now, because Prince Henry was one of the younger sons, he would never be King of Portugal. So that was not in his cards. But he would be able to do other things as sons in noble families would do. There's their tradition. Your firstborn is heir to the lands. Your secondborn is usually military. Your thirdborn goes into the clergy if you have that many sons. Well, King of Portugal had more sons than that. So Henry was, he had to find something for himself to do to make his mark, to make himself useful to the kingdom. And one of the things that Portugal wanted to do was to expand their exploration. Of course, as we know, Christopher Columbus, and various other explorers around that time were starting to be able to find new lands out west. And so Prince Henry wanted to improve on that. And what he did was he did it for Portugal, but wound up everybody using his innovations, was that he improved nautical science. He became what is known today as Prince Henry the Navigator. He improved the navigational sciences. He improved the mathematics behind it. He supported new nautical engineering for ships. Anything that had to do with exploration by sea, he was behind it, and he supported it. And if he didn't make the innovations, he supported those who did. And even more importantly was that he set up schools and universities to this effect. So he would actually set up a number of schools so that if you wanted to be in the merchant navy of Portugal, you would go through these schools and you would become a seaman. So it wasn't just learning about how to tie knots and how to read the wind and the waves and things like that. It was also about how to make an exact position for your ship so you know where you're going, how to make better ships, how to repair those ships, and how to improve upon the mathematics and the sciences. So if you were a seaman for the Portugal Merchant Navy, you actually had to have a little bit of a brain. You didn't have to be a genius or anything, but you were kind of better than your counterparts in, say, Spain or England or France. So as a result, Portugal was able to expand greatly into the world. The problem was that the Spanish also learned from what Prince Henry did. So after the death of Prince Henry, or around his death, the Portuguese and the Spanish were bumping into each other in various territories. Now, the difference between the Spaniards and the Portuguese was that the Spaniards were able to take land and keep it and rule it. The Portuguese knew that they couldn't do that, so what they did is they decided to create an economic empire. However, that means treating negotiations with the people, the natives at hand. It also means creating ports, so there is a little bit of land management. And so that's what they wanted to do, but they kept butting heads with the Spanish. So finally, in 1494, just as a big war between Portugal and their allies and the Spanish and their allies was about to erupt, the Pope said, nope, we're not having this. This ain't a thing. We're not doing it. Look, I'm going to draw a line in the Atlantic right here. We're calling it the line of demarcation. Spain, you get everything to the west. Portugal, you get everything to the east. Have fun. Don't bump into each other. Don't go to war. So that was basically how the Portuguese went east. They were basically told so by the Pope. Now, they were able to expand their economic empire much more quickly than the Spanish. And as they went eastwards, they went across the land, and they were actually able, due to their navigational technology, create better maps. And so the maps that you see for the Portuguese, as they go around Africa and go around to India and then go around Vietnam and up China and to South Korea, they're pretty accurate maps for the time. Now, here's the other part of it, is that the Portuguese created a ship called the Caravel. And the Caravel was a smaller ship, but it was a much faster ship. And it was a cheaper ship to make, so that you could make huge fleets to make up for the lack of storage. So if you would have these huge fleets that would go out to these foreign markets that were far away, you could still bring stuff back and still make a profit even on perishables. So Portugal had a really good strong economic empire. They were able to trade with people out in the Far East. They basically almost cornered the market for the Europeans. As such, that they actually made it all the way to Papua New Guinea. So at this point, Portugal is rich. They're maintaining a good empire. They don't really have to go to war. They're making good trade treaties. They're making good negotiation with native peoples so that they can make their money and be happy and be rich in life. So what was going on with Japan during this time? So the years leading up to 1543 for the Japanese was not that great. So while Portugal was enjoying a period of advanced nautical sciences which enabled them to become a powerhouse in Western Europe and to become an economic superpower and to enjoy untold riches and advanced nautical science, the Japanese were going into the gutter. They were going into a slow decline. They were not the explorers that the Portuguese were. They had no interest really going west. Their method of exploration was basically conquest. So they would go out and find territories to try and conquer, and they would have initial successes wherein they would be able to conquer a piece of land, hold on to it for 5-10 years, and then be kicked out. And that's basically their exploration. Most of what they did, how they treated the outside world, was through markets, and that was through China. So whoever they dealt with, whomever they met in terms of other Asian nations, other Asian empires, and limited contact with Western Europeans, was through just merchant marketing in China. So they did not have a very strong economic empire. And also keep in mind that the value of their currency was based on the production of rice. So there's that. So if you have a famine or a drought, then you're going to have economic hardship. And that was part of the problem the Japanese were having before things really went bad. And the things that really went bad were basically because at one point the emperor gave up his day-to-day governorship of the empire, and he gave it up to a shogunate that became eventually the Ashikaga shogunate, and they at one point were unable to produce an heir to the shogunate throne. And that was a bad thing because while the emperor gave up his power, was basically a figurehead so you can concentrate on other things, the shogunate is what really ran the day-to-day stuff for Japan. So they had to be strong. They had to be able to provide an heir. They weren't able to, and the emperor at that time was unable to make a decision as to who would succeed this shogunate. And two samurai families in the capital of Japan at that time, which was Kyoto, went to war with each other, basically, and actually it was just small clan action inside of the city, which managed to burn down the city after about a year. Then other sides jumped in, like one half of the nation would jump on one family side, the other half would jump on the other side, and pretty much it came into this huge civil war called the Onin War. And the Onin War is unique in that there are no winners of the Onin War. Both families killed each other off. The emperor finally made a succession choice, but the person was so weak that the rest of the country basically fell apart. So all these minor lords and these very stronger lords would go, hey, wait a minute, I don't have to answer to these guys anymore. And they would go off and try to carve out their own kingdoms. So for a period of time, which became the Sengoku period, or the Warring States period, Japan was experiencing all these little warlords from the clan level on up, engaging in fights and violence to gain more wealth, more land, petty squabbles, revenge, you name it, whatever reason they could think of to fight, that's what they did. And as a result, the nation of Japan, the Empire of Japan, suffered greatly. The people suffered greatly. Now, by the time 1543 rolls around, we're getting towards the end of the Sengoku period. We're seeing the beginning of the end of that period. And the reason why 1543 is so important for the Japanese is that they are provided a technological instrument that they can use to actually make progress with. And Oda Nobunaga uses the Tanegashima matchlock to great effect. So in 1543, the Portuguese and the Japanese would meet for the very first time on Japanese soil, face to face, and create a treaty negotiation as opposed to just trading with each other in China. And this is very important because it opens up Japan to the west a little bit, to the Portuguese in particular. And it all happened by accident. Literally, by accident. So let's talk about that accident. So the Portuguese are doing really well for themselves. They have a huge economic empire. They can't really hold territories like the other European nations like France and Spain, but in terms of economic power, they are a superpower. They are a power to be reckoned with. They were, because of the line of demarcation, able to go east into very profitable markets, into lands that are already settled, that already has civilization, whereas the Spanish were going into areas that were not as developed. So when the Portuguese were going down the west coast of Africa, they were dealing with African nations and African tribes that already had a pretty solid system of merchant trade. So they were able to, from the Africans, get various fruits and vegetables that you don't normally see in Europe, and they were able to make money off of that. They were also able to make a little bit of metal wealth. They discovered that there were some nice precious metals in the area. So they were able to kind of take advantage of that. And of course, unfortunately, there was the whole slave trade thing that the Portuguese decided, sure, why not? And which is unfortunate for obvious reasons. And then they would continue to go down. They would come up the east coast of Africa. They would come up along Madagascar, which is a nice little treasure trove of spices right there. And they continued on to India, where they found out that this is how they're going to get rich. And India is full of spices, and they're willing to trade, and they're a solid empire, solid nations, and they are more than willing to deal with the Portuguese. So Portuguese set up a lot of ports along the India coastlines. And as a result, they're able to even expand their economic powerhouse empire into Far East. They're able to go into the South Pacific. And they create a major port in the South Pacific for the European countries. And that is in what we know today as Papua New Guinea. As a result of the spice trade with India, they're able to do this because, after all, the spice must flow. Name the reference. Anyway, so as they create this port in Papua New Guinea, they have direct access to the Chinese markets. Now, it is in the Chinese markets where they come across the Japanese. And they trade with the Japanese. They do business with the Japanese merchants that are there. The few of them that are there, because the Japanese have a very strict control over who can be merchants and who can leave the islands and who has to stay in the islands. That was a thing. So the Portuguese and the Japanese knew of each other, and they even dealt with each other. But as nations, they never did anything with each other. They never made any treaty negotiations like the Portuguese would do with the Indians or various nations in Africa. So these things didn't happen between those two countries, and they were basically told by other merchants, most of them Chinese, saying, you know, the Japanese don't really like non-Japanese. It's okay if you're Asian, if you go over there and deal with them, but if you're white Europeans, they are a little bit reticent, to the point of sometimes they get a little violent. Anyway, so the Portuguese pretty much said, okay, that's fine. This is the markets we want to be in, and this is who we are going to deal with. So in 1543, one such ship, one of many, one of thousands, makes their way in the effort to hit the coastline, go up Vietnam, into China, and go into the markets. As they're making their way to Vietnam, they get hit by a typhoon. The typhoon blows them around. It snaps their mast. It comes clean off. And so the typhoon just pushes the ship farther into the South Pacific to a point where they don't know where they are. They wash up on this island. And on this island, they're like, okay, well, we're here. There's probably some food that we can probably get. We're definitely going to need to make a new mast. We're definitely going to need to get some provisions here. And we need to get going so we can sell our stuff in China. We don't know exactly where we are. We have to kind of figure that out as well. And, oh, hey, look, here's some local natives. Wait a minute. They look like they're Japanese. Wait, are we in Japan? Sure enough, one of the people coming out to greet them is Lord Tanegashima, who is basically like, welcome to the Tanegashima Islands, and when can you leave? And the Portuguese see this, and they go, oh, okay, we're not really supposed to be here. But as they talk with Lord Tanegashima, they come to find out a few things about the Tanegashima islands, actually, chain of islands, and they go, we have a massive opportunity here. We've got something going on that we can really take advantage of. And so they start, for the very first time, a Western European country starts a treaty negotiation with a member of the Japanese government. So it's at this point that the Portuguese learn exactly where they are from Lord Tanegashima. And they are at the Tanegashima Island chain, or also known as Kagoshima. And as you can see from this picture, they are pretty far away from China. They are on the southeast end of Japan itself. And they are a very small chain of islands. It's not many, and it's hard to get to at that time. You can only get there by ship, and the weather's not great around there. And only a couple of the islands are actually populated. There's a couple main islands, and that's about it. It's not very big. There's not very many people there. There's not a whole lot that the Tanegashimas think that they have to offer to anyone on the mainland of Japan. Now, the bonus for Lord Tanegashima is that he doesn't really have to worry about the Sengoku period very much. He's in a place that, you know, it's going to cost money and resources to invade his island, which doesn't really grow rice. That's the other part of this. So he doesn't really have to worry about invasions. He just has to make sure that everybody in his clan is getting along and that there isn't another clan or a part of the clan that's trying to usurp power. That's really all he has to worry about, and he doesn't have to worry about that. So there's not a whole lot going on in terms of the violence that's going on for the rest of the nation. So Lord Tanegashima has kind of got it easy. I mean, he does have lords that he answers to, and when they ask him for troops, he's able to provide them with like 20 or 30 men because, again, there's not that many people on the island. It's, you know, just a couple thousand at the most. But even though they can't grow rice, they grow something else. And what they grow is sugarcane. Now, for the Japanese, this is not a big deal. You know, sugarcane, you can pretty much grow it anywhere in the country. They're not really interested in doing that. As a matter of fact, pretty much the economy of Japan depends upon growing rice. So Tanegashima has no rice to really give, so he doesn't have to worry about being invaded because he's not in a wealthy land, but he does have sugar. Now, the Portuguese, being masters of trade, understand the value of sugar. And the thing about sugar is that you can process it to make so many other things, like rum. You can use sugar in anything, in everything. So here they are in what they thought was the middle of nowhere, and they find this treasure. They're like, we can make a trade negotiation directly with the source. We don't have to go to China and deal with a third party to get this sugar. We can get it directly from them. How are we going to do this trade? So as they're trying to figure this out, Lord Tanegashima is basically saying, hey, you know what? Tell you what, this is accidental. It's not your fault that you're here. You're not trying to invade or anything. So you know what? We'll trade for provisions, and we'll help you get a nice straight tree which you can make a mast out of. And then once you do that, you can go away. And then the Portuguese do what they normally do when they come across a new land with people they haven't met before, is that they want to kind of show that they mean business. And they don't mean it in a sort of a overtly violent. They don't try to take over anything. They just kind of do a show of force. And usually by using their matchlocks, they can impress the local population and kind of sort of make the implied threat of, oh, there's more where that came from. It's kind of like, here's my boomstick kind of thing. And so they made a show. They, each of these ships have their own little bit of cannon, a couple cannon, and they have their own security, which are these matchlocks, which were actually a variant made in India, in one of the ports in India. So they brought these out, and they made a demonstration for Lord Tanegashima. They said, would you like to see these things? He's like, sure. He's heard of these things, but he doesn't really have them. And so he sees it, and he sees an opportunity. And he goes to them and says, hey, look, we'll do this trade, and part of the trade, I want 2 of those arquebuses. That's what the matchlocks, the Portuguese matchlocks are called. So I want a couple of those, and we'll call it a day. And the Portuguese are just like, throw some sugar into that, and we got a deal. Sure. Okay, great. We're gonna be gone, and we're gonna be gone in about a year. Come back in a year, and maybe we can do some more trade like this, and we'll trade for your sugar. Well, this is actually what we want from you. And so Lord Tanegashima goes, oh, well, hey, this actually kind of works for me. Here I get to get these kind of new weapons and with which to, do things with, and I get to actually sell something somebody finds value in my sugar. So I can actually get rich. My little clan can be rich. We can be somebody in the hierarchy of the Japanese Sengoku period. So they agree to this, to this trade, and the Portuguese leave. They have sugar, so they have additional treasure to spend and trade with, and Lord Tanegashima has various items, and including these 2 matchlocks. And he goes to his smith and he goes, make more. The idea is that what he wants to do is to reverse engineer these matchlocks so that he can sell them to interested parties on the mainland Japan. So his smiths tried to replicate the firearms, and there's a piece of technology that their forges cannot do. They don't know how to make a certain twist in a piece of metal without it eventually stress breaking. So they have to wait a year, 1544, when the Portuguese come back and they say, hey, here we're back, and Lord Tanegashima goes, oh yeah, let's continue our sugar trade. And by the way, can you show us how to make these guns? And the Portuguese actually say, yeah, and they showed them. And then at that point, that's when the Tanegashima matchlock came into being. So now the Japanese, through this fateful meeting with the Portuguese on the Tanegashima Islands, now have a piece of technology that not only can they replicate, but they can innovate on. And those innovations, a year later, lead to a uniquely Japanese weapon, and it's called the Tanegashima matchlock. They made changes from the arquebus of the Portuguese design and made their own design on this. While the technology is the same, what's important here is that the Japanese were able to replicate it. And in replicating it, again, you can make improvements. Now, within about 10-15 years, other forges on Honshu Island were able to replicate those weapons as well. So the Tanegashima kind of lost out on their wealth. But for Japan, what that means is that within about 10 years, about 50 forges were able to make these weapons, which is very important because Oda Nobunaga would eventually go to these forges and ask for a lot of these matchlocks. And that's kind of what helped him to reunify Japan. And we're going to get to that in a little bit. But first, we're going to talk about what is a matchlock. So now that Japan has its Tanegashima matchlock, they were able to refine the gunpowder to a point where they weren't as reliant on China's trade to give them that gunpowder. They got to a point where it was usable for their own cannon and their own matchlocks to a certain point, but it was good enough. And while there was still some trade for gunpowder with China, they were eventually able to get away from that. Now, what makes a matchlock a matchlock? So the matchlock is basically a very primitive rifle. It's a smooth bore, which means that there's no grooves on the inside of the barrel. You want grooves on the side of the barrel, which is called rifling, hence rifle. And that makes the bullet come out in a straight line. Matchlocks are smooth bores for the most part, which means that they bounce inside of the barrel. So when they come out of the barrel, they can come out a little bit low or a little bit high. Now, the thing that makes a matchlock is the match. And the match is, and again, I'm kind of oversimplifying the mechanics of it, is basically a chemically treated rope, small bit of rope, where you can light one end of it and it just smolders. It doesn't catch fire and just go up in flames. It just smolders. And you can blow on the end of it so that it gets to be a red ember and makes it hot enough to make the flash in the flash pan of where you put the powder in. And that flash will put it into the barrel, and it makes the gunpowder in the barrel go off, which makes the bullet go out. So that's basically a matchlock. So I'm going to show you a little video here, and this video is from reenactment or a reenactor, and the rifle that, the matchlock that he's using is actually a musket, but it's very much on a matchlock design. Again, this is an English version of it, but it gives you an idea of how a matchlock works because it still uses a match. So enjoy this little video. You get to hear me laugh at the end when the gun goes off because I like things that go boom. So anyway, here's the video.
Try to keep my rawhide strung bow and my arrows that were held together in part by water-soluble high glue. Try to keep those functional on a day like this. That was a nightmare. So I think in relative terms, the Palatines probably had the worst of it if they had to fight the English on a day like this, just from the get-go because of the nature of the technology. And this was not new technology to the English either. This was 100 years worth of tried and true material that, all you had to do was train your soldiers to take care of it. That part doesn't seem to change in 400 years, just the way you go about it. But what I'm going to do, folks, I'm running very much late, so I know there are probably some folks who have given up on me getting this demo started, so I'm going to stop chatting for a moment, fire off a shot here. Then I'll come back up to that line. I'll tell you more about the weapon, what it was, how it worked, why they needed it, how they used it, and how that affected our history. Then we'll fire one more shot. All right. Present your piece! Give fire!
Awesome.
And welcome to our demo, folks. My name's Terry Bond. You can think of me as a reconstructed musketeer that's reconstructed for King James. And I am firing on
Tanegashima matchlock could not have come at a better time. Oda Nobunaga and his lieutenants, the Toyotomis and the Tokugawas, were fighting the war to unify Japan. And they were fighting many, many battles. Anything they could use, they took and used it. They found value in the Tanegashima matchlock in terms of defense. So what they did is they created small units, 20 to 25 men, trained to use these matchlocks, and put them on the flanks of their armies so that no one could get past them to attack from the rear. And they did a pretty good job of it. It was actually, if you had good enough ground or if you were able to create temporary fortifications and use these properly, you could hold out on your position for some period of time. So it was very useful to Oda Nobunaga to have these weapons. They just thought of them as defensive weapons, though. Until there was a point in in a battle where Oda Nobunaga happened to see a proactive commander of one of these units, about 20 men armed with the Tanegashima matchlocks. And he watched as a cavalry charge passed this unit. Now, this unit was designed and put on the flanks to defend the flanks, so they were not supposed to be part of anything else. That was their orders. That was what they were supposed to do. The commander of the unit saw that he was in a unique position to actually attack from where he was by using the matchlocks, and he did that. And he broke up a cavalry charge, a samurai cavalry charge, which was very hard to do at the time, by firing 2 volleys. The charge was about 200 samurai. 20 men, armed with matchlocks, in 2 volleys, destroyed the charge, routed them. They routed a force 10 times their number. Oda Nobunaga saw this and said, what if I had a large force, a much larger force of these guys? Because the best part of this is that they're cheap to make. It takes a little bit of time to make them, but they're cheap. And they're easy to train on. So he could take his ashigaru, and the ashigaru are the lowest trained soldiers. They're basically cannon fodder. And he would train thousands of these guys on the matchlock. And as a result, he had a huge force in the thousands of these guys trained to do this, and over the course of some battles, that entire force became a veteran force. So by the time they came to the very important Battle of Nagashino, which is a stronghold, the Nagashino castle, of his enemies, one of his generals wasn't able to breach the walls, was able to get through the gate and with his siege warfare. So Oda Nobunaga and Ieyasu Tokugawa showed up to help relieve him and figure out a way to get into Nagashino Castle and destroy the enemy. So he looked at all of his Tanegashima matchlocks and he said, got an idea. We are not going to use the traditional method. We are, but we aren't. So what he did is that he had a small force attack the gates of Nagashino Castle. A small enough force that it would allow the Nagashino clan to send out their best samurai on horseback to go out and kill this small force, because that's what you do during siege warfare. It's a small force that you can obliterate. You send out the cavalry, you kill them, you bring the cavalry back in, unless you think you can actually break the line, and then that way break the siege. So that was what Oda Nobunaga was hoping for. So he sent this small force out there, and while this small force was trying to, take the gate, with the understanding that they weren't really supposed to, thousands of these men with Tanegashima matchlocks created palisades, these wooden fences in a zigzag pattern, and they were 3 deep. So you had 3 people, each one of them armed with a matchlock, waiting for the cavalry charge. So the small force draws out the cavalry charge and it draws out all the Nagashino cavalry, which is most of the force that's protecting the castle. They think they can break this. They think they can break the siege. So they come out and attack. The small force retreats, leads them to the palisades, whereupon, for the next 30 minutes, the Tanegashima matchlocks win the battle. Basically, they do a continuous rate of fire. So the first person fires, drops back. The second person fires, drops back. The third person fires and drops back. By the time the third person is dropping back, the first person comes back up, and he's already loaded, ready to fire. So it's a continuous rate of fire. They kill most of the cavalry. Not only do they kill most of the cavalry, they kill almost all the Nagashino leaders. So there's nobody there to coordinate any defense whatsoever. Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu managed to walk in after that, take the castle, take the stronghold. This was 1575, and is considered to be Japan's first modern battle, using modern techniques and modern technology. And from that point on, generals on both sides in Japan started grabbing up as many matchlocks as they could to try and win the war. So that's the importance of the Tanegashima matchlock. Before this point, the Japanese military was fairly simple. You had, going from top to bottom, you had the lord of the manor, you had his generals who were usually samurai, you had the officers of the army, which were also, again, samurai. You would have a small professional army, which means that this is all that these guys would do. And and they usually had garrison duty, so they were usually guarding a castle or a strong point or something of that nature, but it would be small because armies are expensive. So then you would have the cannon fodder, which is the lowest, least trained part of the Japanese military, called the ashigaresu. These poor schmucks, these were the guys that the samurai would be told to go to the villages, the farms, homesteads, whatever, and go in and say, all right, all the able-bodied men line up. Okay, you're coming with us. We got a war to fight. They would get maybe a tunic and a spear, rudimentary training on how to use a spear, basically saying, take the pointy end and point it that way. And that was pretty much it. And if they lived, they lived. If they died, they died. So nobody really cared about them. So what was interesting about the matchlock was that when it was introduced to the ashigaresu, it was introduced to them because Oda Nobunaga knew that the weapon itself was, while it took a little time to make, it could be made cheaply. The other part of this is that it was easy to take care of, much like any other kind of weapon of the time. And most importantly, anybody could be trained on it. So if you had enough of these weapons that had a really devastating effects, then if you had a whole bunch of ashigaresu, like thousands of them armed with these things, you could do some pretty good damage, right? So that's how the face of the army changed. Pretty soon, instead of having guys with spears who didn't really know how to use them, you turned out to get guys who had actually training on a firearm and knew how to use them to great effect. And that, at the Battle of Nagashino, proved that point. And as a result, as I said earlier, generals on both sides, everywhere in Japan was just like, oh, we gotta get ourselves these matchlocks. We gotta get our people trained on this stuff because this is the way of the future. So when we look at the samurai and we look at their interaction with the matchlock, they liked them. They liked the matchlock, but they didn't see them at first as a offensive weapon like everybody else at first. They kind of saw it as more of a personal kind of weapon of protection. If you're out in the middle of the battlefield, someone knocks your weapon out of your hand, at least you can pull out this pistol, boom, give yourself some time to pick up a weapon or somebody else's weapon and keep going. That's kind of how they looked at it. They thought it was useful in that regard, so it was not unusual to see samurai in battle with 1 or 2 matchlock pistols. So they had use for them, therefore they didn't really look down on them as the movies would suggest. But here's the other way that it changed the samurai. So the samurai, as I said, are considered the officers of a lord's army, which meant that they kind of have to know the weapons that are being used by the force that they are commanding, whether it's a small force of 10 men or it's a large force of thousands. They have to have an idea of this. So as the armies become more and more armed with these matchlocks, and more the Ashigaretsu are being trained on these, they needed samurai to be able to keep up with that training and lead these men into battle using these specific type of weapons. So the samurai started to learn how to use them, and because they were being used more and more in connection with the canon, they were becoming a more and more modern army. That meant that all those wonderful, graceful moves with the katana, or battles with spears, or those amazing bows, those things started to go by the wayside. They started to become historical. The matchlock was the thing of the future. So what you started seeing was low-level samurai going, okay, well, this is how I can make my station in life better by being a good unit commander, which means that I need to have a matchlock. Now, the brilliant thing about the matchlock, like I said earlier, is that it's cheap. Low-level samurai were not very well paid, and swords were very, 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 very expensive. Not all samurai had swords, okay? They usually had other types of weapons. That's why you see such a huge arsenal for the samurai. Usually they had a spear, maybe a secondary weapon, usually a dagger of some sort, or an axe, or a pick, or something like that, but not a whole lot had swords. So you started seeing samurai using as their main weapon a Tanegashima matchlock. So these low-level samurais, they became proficient in this. They were able to train the men on how to use this, and were able to be better unit commanders. So to get ahead as a samurai, this is what you had to do. So the days of being a samurai and going into battle, finding another ranking samurai of some worthy and note and cutting off his head to be presented after battle so that you might get some favors from the lord you were serving, were over. That was done. Things like that didn't happen anymore. Now you had to be a better officer. It wasn't so much that you had to be a better warrior yourself and adhere to this Bushido code. You had to adhere to the Bushido code but become a better leader, a better officer, a better soldier. There's a difference between being a soldier and a warrior. So the Tanegashima matchlock pretty much dragged the samurai into modernization. From that point on, as the samurai were abandoning their old tried and true weapons, they were going with the matchlocks, which would eventually, would turn into better weapons, rifles and machine guns and things like that. For many years afterwards, it was still important to be a samurai. It was still important to be able to, have that lineage. But it also meant that if you were going to be in the military as a samurai, and not just be a bureaucrat and be a samurai, then you actually had to learn how to be a soldier. So that was a new thing for the samurai. So the age of the old samurai that we think of, that we see in anime and in the movies, the Tanegashima matchlock pretty much put an end to all that. And that is the story of the Tanegashima matchlock. You can see why it appears in so many different genres of anime, starting from slice of life, believe it or not, to military, period pieces, action, whatever. It is everywhere in anime, which kind of makes sense because it is historically significant for the nation. It not just in a military sense, but in a sense of almost identity. The matchlock is kind of like a symbol of a little bit of power, a little bit of progress, definitely of unification, because it had such a big role in that. And it was a mainstay for the Japanese army for a very long time to come. And while I have not been able to fire it myself, I have seen it fired, and it is a wonder to behold, because these firearms can be actually quite beautiful. They are very exquisitely made. If you ever get a chance to see a demonstration of them, please go out and do so. You will enjoy it immensely, I think. So, on that note, I look forward to your questions. I'm looking forward to you guys asking me some stuff about this, and looking forward to that. And again, just to remind you all, my name is Steve Gearhart. I have a YouTube channel called the Unagi Observer. Please stop on by and check that out. And other than that, enjoy the rest of OnCon 4. Yes, the wonderful OnCon online convention. So have a good time, and well, yeah, have a good one.
All right, hello everyone. We are back, and we're going to be getting Steve on in just a moment to talk about the Guns of Tanegashima. And yeah, we've got that should be some good conversation there. Hope you enjoyed that. If you have any questions for Steve, please feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll keep an eye on that. And we will move over and start talking about the Guns of Tanegashima in just a moment. In fact, I think we are ready to go. There we go. Hey, Steve.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the great panel.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. So anything else to kind of add on before we go further?
Just that, as I said at the end, if you ever get a chance to see a demonstration of this, it's really, really nice. You can see actually a lot of these replicas done very exquisitely well. Like they take a lot of care in doing it. And one of the things I hope to see in Japan when we go, is hopefully somewhere along the way we might see a demonstration, because to see a person in samurai armor doing this is just I've seen the video of it, and the video of it's pretty cool, so I can't just imagine what it would be like in person. So yeah. But if you guys get a chance to see a demonstration like that, please by all means, it's pretty neat.
That's cool. Were there other situations sort of historically where we saw a similar kind of technology just kind of come in and kind of militarily just have that kind of, revolutionary change kind of in a way like no one could have expected, where there's something that's kind of foreign to them?
Well, for outside of Japan, certainly, you're talking about the longbow, the British longbow. Its use against knights in France. That's definitely a game changer right there. It's one of those things where everyone knew of bow and arrows and people used them, but it was just that the British were able to, through a combination of training and upgrading the technology of a longbow, were able to take out the knights, which at that time, once you had a cavalry charge of knights coming down at you, you couldn't really stop them. And so when you had something like a longbow where you could accurately, that was your artillery, it's like the first real example of artillery, and you're able to whittle that attack down to nothing, it's pretty much a game changer. And things have to change around that, because you either when you're on the receiving end of something like that, or Tanegashima matchlock, you have two choices: you die or you adapt. You have to change your own technology to keep up. So it definitely, things like that definitely change.
Sure.
Another example of that, of a weapon like that, would be something along the lines of a Gatling gun. Oh, okay. which is arguably one of the first sort of machine guns that appeared on the planet, and where it was more along the lines of, okay, yeah, we have all these bolt action rifles that we can use, and we're able to have the concept of a magazine and things like that. But it's a Gatling gun that just puts more bullets out into the air, and just does more damage. And again, as we see in World War One, as more and more sides use that, you have to change your tactics to meet either the best possible use of that weapon or the best possible defense against that weapon. So they all always become game changers.
Gotcha. And then Tracy CDT asks in the chat room, why exactly were the Tanegashima matchlocks so cheap to produce? Like, what made them relatively inexpensive?
It was the fact that they figured out the technology, honestly. So initially, when these matchlocks were coming to Japan, the Japanese just simply, the smiths who would forge weapons and forge items and art and things like that, did not have the requisite technology, smithing technology, to actually make a Tanegashima matchlock. So they had to buy them, which means that they had to buy them at market cost, which was expensive. So once Tanegashima was able to reverse engineer the Portuguese matchlock, he was able to actually mass produce. And that's actually another big thing about the Tanegashima, is that it's actually the first sort of mass produced firearm in Japan, where people kind of use the same basically set of blueprints. They might change from smith to smith, but and they're not interchangeable parts, by the way. That's
okay.
Entirely different. But basically, within 50 years, you had, about 20, 50 years, you had like a handful of smiths being able to do this, to like a couple hundred throughout the country being able to do it. So once you're able to mass produce, you can drive costs down. And then also on top of that was being able to convert the black powder into a more potent gunpowder. There is a difference there.
Okay.
And once they were able to do that for the matchlocks, then pricing, and once they understand how to manufacture, and then dovetailing manufacturing, or streamlining manufacturing, can drive the cost down. So then it got to the point where the samurai could be like, because one of the things that a lot of people don't know about samurai, particularly lower level, is that they were paid to be unemployed.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's how the lords used to keep these guys to them, by controlling how much money they were paid during the course of the year. They were only paid twice. They were only paid twice a year.
Wow.
So if you don't have your low level, you don't have any lands, you don't have any income with which to supplement what you're getting from the lord, then you can't really go out there and buy a really quality katana or a glaive or nice spear or something like that. You have to get what you can get, and as it turns out, the matchlock actually turns out to be, once it was mass produced, was cheap. So they could do that, and like I said, it benefited them to be able to use that weapon to get ahead in getting a better station, acquiring lands, acquiring a larger pension, larger income, things like that.
That makes sense. I wonder, and this may not be an answerable question, but I wonder, you think of the samurai home, and you think of the sword mounted, on the wall or on the I forget the name of the rack, but you never think of a matchlock on there, despite that being probably the most practical weapon that they used. And so I wonder, was that a matter of just sort of public opinion, of just it became not cool to show off your matchlock at home, but the samurai sword was the symbol of the samurai, so that's what I'm going to show off. You wonder.
Actually, you hit the nail on the head. It is the sword, the weapons, the setting up of the almost shrine of the armor and the weapons there that you see in so many castles. Like when we were talking earlier about Summer Wars, you have that wonderful scene of the armor and the two Nagatas sitting there. That is craftsmanship. That is workmanship. That is wealth. That is a status.
Okay.
So when you had, and also when you were a samurai, if you were able to afford a good katana, which was a lot of money, you took very good care of it. Like you will see the scenes of where they will take like what looks like a dandelion puffball kind of thing, and they just tap it along the blade.
Yeah.
That is a combination of trying to find imperfections first, and second, that is an actual spiritual ritual with which you're respecting the blade. I don't know the details. That's the best I can explain it.
Sure.
But there is a ritual behind it.
Wow.
You actually got it right. It's more of a status thing because of the wealth behind it and the spirituality behind it. Whereas a matchlock is, as you pointed out, pretty cheap. It's not something you exactly put on the mantle, unless that's where you can easily reach if you need it. But that's not something you normally display. It's not a workmanship. Now, if you were a lord of the manor and you had one, then of course you're going to commission one to look as good as it can.
Gotcha.
It's almost ceremonial type of functional ceremonial purpose to it. But kind of getting back to the katana and just the whole, a good movie to watch to understand how someone can be really obsessed, or how samurai were really obsessed with their weapons, is Sword of Doom. From the late 50s, early 60s. Okay. And it's about a samurai who eventually goes mad because he has a particular sword that he takes care above everything else. And he's just hoping that the sword will perfect him because he thinks the sword is perfect. So, there's that kind of thing that you want to, samurai just are really, really conscientious about their weapons.
Sure.
But yeah.
Cool. Now, you mentioned that Tanegashima Matchlock show up in anime a lot, and you mentioned that daimyo might commission like a custom one. How much variation was there? Like, if daimyo A and daimyo B each commissioned one, when you have like one that looks like a dragon and one that looks like a wolf, or was it just kind of cosmetic? How different?
Well, first of all, yes, they were very much cosmetic. So it would be, so you would see a lot of whatever their clan symbol was, or whatever their nobility symbol was. You'll see that in there, or there might be something like an origin story. It's the same way as a katana. That sometimes when a katana is commissioned, if you look at the hilt art that's done in the hilt, you can see things there. Same idea, same concept. Now, interestingly, is because while I say that the matchlock was able to be mass produced, but it wasn't interchangeable parts, is because the caliber often changed. So that's why. So like one gunsmith might make a bore that's a little bit larger than another, and one might make one that's a little bit smaller. Wow. And there's that kind of thing. And also they actually tested. So when they would make a batch of them, they would test their effectiveness by actually setting up a suit of armor on a pole. And then marking off yards and seeing how effective the caliber is against the armor the farther back that they go. So there were actual testing done to see what they could do with it.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing. So yeah. So it's kind of funny. Like a Tanegashima made in Tanegashima might be different than one that was made in.
Gotcha. Yeah.
They had the basic same look, which is the barrel, the length, the short stock. You see a lot of pictures of them not having it in the shoulder. It's a more curved stock, which was kind of unique to them. Sights were a little bit different, but there's a general look to it that's the same.
Gotcha. And which explains why, again, in anime, you might have it show up, because it could be a very not ceremonial, but a very distinctive weapon, because this was commissioned by this one person, has this long history. Gotcha. Yeah.
Right.
As opposed to it's a Smith and Wesson, where it's like cool, but it's another Smith and Wesson. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Very cool. That's fascinating. Yeah. It's always interesting to me when history comes in and. Or when something comes into history and just upends everything. And it's one of those just true revolutionary moments in history.
And all by accident.
Yeah.
They just lost their sail. That was it. That's all it took.
Mm-hmm. Yep. One storm changes history. It's amazing. Cool. Well, thank you so much. This has been fascinating.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Hope you have a great rest of the day. And again, what's your YouTube channel?
The Nagi Observer. Please stop on by.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We will see you later on.
Later on.
Hi there, my name is Mary. I go by Otuple1/2 on Twitter and Otuple on YouTube. And today I would like to talk to you about 1920s Japan and an anime called Taisho Baseball Girls. Taisho Baseball Girls is a late 2000s bishoujo anime directed by Takashi Ikehata of Genshiken fame. The story is based on a light novel and the show is licensed by Sentai Filmworks. Taisho Baseball Girls is exactly as it sounds. It is about girls playing baseball in the Taisho period. And this presentation is about the historical context surrounding those three things. Now, all these topics are pretty interconnected, but for simplicity's sake, we'll tackle them one at a time. So, when was the Taisho era? Taisho period, Taisho reign, whatever you want to call it. The Taisho period is a relatively short span of only 14 years, starting in 1912 and ending in 1925. It's part of the Japanese calendar system, which is based on the reign of Japan's emperors. So the Meiji era marks the reign of Emperor Meiji, the Taisho era for Emperor Taisho, and the Showa era for Emperor Showa, and the Heisei era for Emperor Akihito. Each emperor is named after their era after they die, and Emperor Akihito is still alive, so that's why he breaks the pattern. Japan still uses this calendar system. Years are reset at the beginning of each era, and then you count forward from there. So, for example, we are currently in the Reiwa era, which started in 2019. So counting from 2019, 2020, and 2021, we are currently in the third year of the Reiwa era. So what was actually happening in and around the Taisho era? This is a very condensed timeline of 20th century Japan. Starting with the Meiji Restoration, this marks the end of the era of samurai. Political power is taken from the shogunate and is restored to the emperor. This also marks Japan opening up its borders to the rest of the world, which means they can start fighting their neighbors and grow an empire. They fight China in 1894, then Russia in 1904, and Korea in 1910, and Korea is annexed into Japan and becomes a colony of Japan. Then World War I happens, and Japan declares war on Germany because it wants to take over some islands in the Pacific that belonged to Germany at that time. And then Japan is hit by the Great Kanto earthquake, and this does a ton of damage, and Japan has to do a lot of rebuilding afterwards. Then it fights China again, and finally enters World War II, which ends in the atomic bombing and the occupation of the country by the US. The US rewrites Japan's constitution, Korea is given independence, women are given the right to vote, and the emperor must admit that he is no longer divine. Once the occupation ends in 1952, Japan gets back on its feet and hosts the Olympics in 1964. And from that point, it starts to resemble the pop culture epicenter that we see it as today. Taisho Baseball Girls takes place right here in 1925, the last year of the Taisho period. And this show goes above and beyond in reminding you of its setting. The way the characters talk about things, whether it's reminding you about inflation, or if it's about how Japan hasn't fully integrated the metric system yet, there's all these little details that have been slipped in. Even how the characters write is outdated. And all of these small things add up and really make the Taisho period feel like a character in and of itself in this show. That being said, Taisho Baseball Girls does provide an idealized view of the period. There are all sorts of terrible things happening in this period, like World War I and the Spanish flu, but these two examples were sort of seen as taking place outside of Japan. These events were happening out in the world. You could feel the effects at home, but they weren't happening at home. But the Taisho era also had domestic disasters as well. The worst being the Great Kanto earthquake. It's been estimated to have been about an 8 on the Richter scale. The Richter scale actually hadn't been invented yet when it happened, but the devastation was immense. What wasn't leveled by the earthquake itself was burned to the ground by fires that the earthquake had started. Tokyo was totally destroyed. Many survivors have lost their homes and businesses and are looking for someone to blame. This is a time of great nationalism for the Japanese. And in the days following the earthquake, hundreds of Koreans living in Japan are murdered in the streets for supposedly causing the earthquake. So, Taisho Baseball Girls is not actually a show about war, disaster, or death. It does technically acknowledge these events, though. There's a musical number in the first episode where Kome does a song and dance over a timeline of the entire era, and the timeline includes things like World War I and the earthquake, but it also has a lot of international events. There's a little bit of dissonance where Kome marches over these events, some of which killed hundreds of thousands of people, while this peppy song plays. And the Sentai release of the show doesn't translate anything on the timeline, so it's hard to know what's even going on at first. So the show acknowledges all of these events at the very beginning, but then quickly moves on to what it actually wants to focus on. And that focus is on how this is a time of cultural shifts for Japan. Clothes, food, everything was starting to change since Japan opened its borders, and the Taisho period witnesses some of these larger shifts. The country is basically a mix of Japanese tradition and Western progress, and Kome and Akiko make wonderful aesthetic foils where Kome is a homegrown heroine from a typical Japanese family, and Akiko is a prissy Ojo-sama from a wealthy family that lives in a big Western mansion. For the government, westernization is about growing your military and your empire. But for your average citizen, westernization is about struggling to choose which parts of Japan's culture you want to cherish and which parts of shiny new Western culture you want to embrace. Technology is something where it's hardly a choice. Not just Japan, but the whole world is embracing new technology from this period. And most of this technology isn't actually relevant to the show, but they showcase it in the opening and ending. But I do want to go over the technology that does appear in the actual story. So first up is electric streetcars. These were introduced to Tokyo around 1910, 1911, and before they were introduced, they actually had horse-drawn cars like that one you can see on the left. But these were very expensive and slow, and the general public didn't really use them. You can see on that map on the left a very small red loop where that's the route that these cars would take. The electric trams were faster and cheaper, and they didn't leave poop on the ground, and they could cover so much more distance. And you can see the web of red routes that these trams covered in Tokyo. And soon different tram companies are competing within Tokyo. In Taisho Baseball Girls, the trams we see are green, and the green trams were operated by the Tokyo Shingai Tetsudo Company. This company would eventually merge with a bunch of other companies and then get bought out by the Japanese government. And during the time that the show actually takes place, tram use would have been down because after the earthquake, it took a really long time to get the rails up and running again, and buses would eventually become cheaper and popular as a result. But Tokyo's electric streetcar system is really the first harbinger of Tokyo's contemporary subway system. So the other exciting mode of transportation we have is automobiles. The first domestically produced cars in Japan would come from Mitsubishi and DAT, which would eventually turn into Nissan. Now, mass produce is a little bit of a misleading term here, where they only actually made these models in the dozens. Japan's car industry wouldn't really take off until the 1930s. Cars are actually pretty rare in Tokyo, especially for personal use, where they're usually used as taxi cabs. And those taxi cabs are a type of imported Ford model. But of course, Akiko, with her fabulously wealthy family, can afford to import a car for personal use and hire a driver. So if you don't have the money for a personal car and you're going somewhere that isn't far enough to justify a taxi, and it's somewhere that isn't along the electric streetcar route, you could take a rickshaw, which was still a popular mode of transportation back in the Taisho era. You can still see rickshaw today in a lot of Japanese cities, but they are mostly used for tours, rather than a legitimate mode of getting around the city. We also see a bunch of telephones in the show. So telephones were introduced to Japan by Alexander Graham Bell himself. He personally went to Japan to sell his products, and the Taisho era is when they started appearing in middle-class homes. The girls are actually studying a Graham Bell quote in class, and I actually couldn't find a source for this quote being published before the 1930s, so either there is an older source for it and I just couldn't find it, or this is a little bit of a hiccup in the show's accuracy. Before the Taisho era, the phones were a lot more likely to look a bit more like that model on the left. They would have been installed in places like post offices where they would be available for the public to use. and Japan also followed suit with the US, where phone operators were usually female. By the time the show takes place, the candlestick model of phones would have been more popular in Japan. We also see Noriko of the newspaper club use a few cameras during the show. 1925 was the year that the first 35mm film camera was introduced. It was introduced in Germany. There aren't a lot of details on Noriko's handheld camera there on the right, and it's a little hard to believe that she would have gotten her hands on one by the time that the show takes place, but you never know. And she also has a stationary camera that uses the traditional glass plates rather than film, which would have been more common around this time. And finally, we have moving film. We have movies. There is a whole filler episode about how someone is shooting a movie and Kome gets recruited to be in it, and it is just so that way they can show off the movie technology from the time. Movies were still black and white and silent, and you had to crank the physical film inside of the camera to capture whatever you were filming. And when silent films were played in the theater in the US, they would usually be accompanied by some kind of music, maybe piano or an orchestra. But in Japan, they were always accompanied by a narrator that would sit to the side and basically tell the audience what was happening on screen, the same way a narrator functions during a play. And this approach would feed into some of the stylistic differences between Western and Japanese films. While not related to the content of Taisho Baseball Girls, and more so related to its medium, a short animated film called Namakura Gatana debuted in 1917 and is considered by many to be Japan's first domestic animation. The film is very crude by today's standards, but the Taisho era does mark the beginning of Japan's animation industry. Let's talk about baseball. Baseball is incredibly popular in Japan. It's called yakyu, or literally field ball, and it is one of the few foreign concepts that is written with a kanji in Japanese. From a linguistic perspective, baseball is not British, it's not American, it is Japanese. So baseball was introduced to Japan in 1872 by Horace Wilson, and he was an English teacher at a Tokyo boys' school at the time. He has an exhibit in the Japanese Baseball Hall of Fame, and there are statues dedicated to him, and his story is reflected in Ms. Kirtland. She is the girls' English teacher. She is from America, and she is the one that teaches them the rules of baseball and how to actually play it. As far as American characters go in anime, I actually like Miss Kirtland. She does have the stereotypical blonde hair and blue eyes, and she does put random English interjections into her speech, but she's never presented as being stupid or brutish, and so it's nice how she breaks that stereotype. So baseball has been around for a while in Japan, but the 1920s is when it really starts to take off on a professional level. But of course, all of those formal teams, both school teams and professional leagues, are all male. And this is where we have the core conflict of Taisho Baseball Girls, where it is not proper for girls to be playing baseball at this time. This is a huge point of tension between Kome and her father. And even though her family makes a living running a Western-style restaurant, Kome's father hypocritically opposes Westernization and doesn't want Kome wearing Western clothes or really doing anything that is improper for a Japanese girl to do. And this brings us to our last part, girls, and by extension, women. So, stateside, we think of the 1920s as this tremendous leap in women's rights, where the U.S. ratifies the 19th Amendment and white women across the country are able to vote. Voting rights in Japan around this time have a different focus. In 1925, Japan passes the Universal Manhood Suffrage Law, and all men over 25 in the empire can vote regardless of property ownership. This law passing actually really pisses off Japanese feminists from this time, because it explicitly states that they're being excluded from suffrage on the basis of their sex. It wasn't an issue of women not being property owners or not meeting some other type of specification. And on top of that, now there's men that have never set foot in Japan and live in places like Korea and Taiwan that now have more political rights than women that were born and raised in Japan. And it's not a simple matter of women just need to protest more and fight for the right to vote, because just a few years prior to this, Japanese feminists were furiously fighting to amend something called Article 5 of the Public Peace Police Law. This is a law that forbid women from joining political parties or attending political rallies. Women have very little control, both politically and personally. Women can't even necessarily choose the partners that they want to marry. There's this thing called the Ie family system, where each family is expected to have a male head. This could be a father or a grandfather or maybe even an uncle. And legally, you have to get your family's head's permission to do anything related to marriage or divorce or legitimizing children. The concept of marrying for love is actually a recent Western import that comes from Christianity, and it doesn't really take off until after World War II, when the family system is abolished. There's tons and tons of pre-war Japanese literature about how love is found outside of marriages. It's found in trysts and affairs and at brothels. And women can't be open about who they actually like. And so culturally, you have to develop all these little symbols and signs. So things like what kind of flowers you send or how you word your letters really matters, because they can be misinterpreted as something a bit more scandalous. As Kome learns firsthand, where she is late and running with her breakfast in her mouth, which is a rice ball, because sliced bread hasn't caught on yet in Japan, and even though it's the Taisho period, it's still anime, and she rounds the corner and bumps into some guy and drops all of her stuff and has to pick it up and runs off, and the guy is totally smitten and realizes that she left a handkerchief behind and is convinced that this was the secret sign, that she did this on purpose and this must be a love confession. Because again, coming out and saying these things is incredibly taboo, especially for women. But there are some women that go against the grain during this time. Modern girl is a term coined by Junichiro Tanizaki in his book Naomi. Modern girls are young women who like Western clothes and Western movies, and sometimes they even dare to drink and smoke in public. In the book, the modern girl represents everything that men both fear and find attractive about Westernization. From the female perspective, we have terms like new women. New Women is an explicitly feminist term. It comes from the New Women's Association, founded in 1920. They are associated with a magazine called Blue Stocking. That's the cover of the first issue on the right. Blue Stocking's contributors write about politics, philosophy, and even their own love lives, and then they publish it for all the world to see. This is so shocking that the Japanese government actually bans Blue Stocking for being a danger to public order. But the modern girls and New Women are a little older than the girls in Taisho Baseball Girls. The girls in the anime are still at an age where they're receiving a basic education. This is the highest formal education that they can receive because women cannot earn university degrees in Japan at this time. Originally, Japan's secondary education system only had boys' schools. No one wanted to cough up the money to educate girls. They didn't see the point. But in 1899, a law is passed that each prefecture must have at least one public girls' school. Kuroda Kiyotaka is oddly pro-girls' education during this time, and under the reasoning that educated mothers raise better soldiers, he says, efficient colonization requires able men raised by educated mothers, to produce which schools for girls must be founded. There's this educational philosophy that finds its way into school curriculums during this time called Rosai Kembo. And it's a set phrase in Japanese, and it means good wife, wise mother, where these are seen as the only roles suitable for women. It disappears from textbooks after World War II, but you can still hear it as a phrase that people say sometimes in Japan, and sometimes you can even hear it in anime if you're listening for it. But there is something else from the education system in this time period that you can spot in almost every anime. The seifuku. It is the hot new trend for schoolgirls across Japan. So, before the seifuku, girls would wear just kimono to school. Sometimes there would be a uniform where you had to wear a certain kind, like the hakama style in the photo on the left. Seifuku are credited to Elizabeth Lee. She was the principal at a Christian girls' school in Fukuoka during the 1920s. She was American, but she had visited Britain in her youth, where she had seen British naval sailors and based the uniforms off of those. That photo on the right is what her uniforms looked like, and the idea spread all across Japan. The Western-style uniforms were praised for comfort and convenience and, most of all, mobility. Wearing a seifuku as opposed to a kimono allowed girls to run from danger. There are accounts from the Great Kanto earthquake that many young women were unable to evacuate buildings before they collapsed simply because they could not run in their kimono. So the switch to the seifuku wasn't a matter of fashion, but one of autonomy and safety for girls. So in Taisho Baseball Girls, the cast wears a mix of hakama and seifuku. Their school allows them to choose either as an acceptable uniform. But not only are these girls a mix of Eastern and Western fashion, but they also are a mix of socioeconomic backgrounds. The reason a prim and proper lady like Akiko is attending the same school as girls like Kome is probably because there just weren't that many schools for girls. Even after each prefecture is obligated to have at least one girls' school, Still, no one really wants to cough up the money to establish the same amount of girls' schools as there are boys' schools. And this gap gets filled in by Christian missionaries, mostly from America, who are the ones willing to go out of their way to educate Japanese girls. And this is where we get the origins of Class S Yuri. All girls' schools where you address the girls in higher grades than you as One-sama, and between praying at Mass and having your seifuku blow into the wind wistfully, you have passionate friendships that are never quite homosexual, at least not explicitly. And in Taisho Baseball Girls, Kyoko and Tomoe One-sama are the representatives for Class S Yuri, because this is the time period that lays the foundation for this genre to start showing up in novels and manga no less than about a decade later. So not only are girls' schools ripe for friendship, but it's where Japan starts developing a unique girls' culture. Shoujo no Tomo, or Girl's Friend, gets mentioned by name in the anime, and Shoujo no Tomo is one of the publications from this time that was very popular among young girls and was illustrated by the fabulous and influential Junichi Nakahara. It is also one of the publications that kicks off shoujo manga. So there's this widespread myth that shoujo manga started with Tezuka's Princess Knight that came out in the 1950s. But there was already manga aimed at girls running in pre-war magazines, like Shoujo no Tomo. So some of the confusion might stem from how Shoujo no Tomo was not exclusively a manga magazine. It had short stories and poems and all sorts of stuff. And Tezuka's Princess Knight was one of the first manga to be published in a girls' magazine exclusively for manga. But if you look at what was in Shoujo no Tomo, things like the mysterious clover there on the upper right, they're pretty similar to things like Princess Knight and other post-war manga that claim to be the first of their kind. So why should you bother watching Taisho Baseball Girls? There's a bunch more recent and more popular animes set in the Taisho period, like Demon Slayer and Mars Red, and you could check those out instead if you want. But if you're a little tired of fantasy anime and you want something that's not only more historically accurate, but really goes out of its way to capture the feeling of an era and focuses not on world wars, but personal battles about proving who you are and what you can do, Taisho Baseball Girls is the underrated gem for that. And I hope I've convinced you of that today. Here are some of my sources and where you can find me, as well as some recommended further reading. Thank you for watching and have a good weekend. Okay.
There we go. Well, thank you so much for doing that. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Mary Minton. I go by Otuple1/2 on Twitter and YouTube. And I've used to do a lot of convention panels, and then I moved to Japan and lived there for about 2 years. And then I came back to the US just in time for 2020. And so here I am now.
Cool. So Taisho Baseball Girls. How much did you, or was there anything that Taisho Baseball Girls kind of taught you or kind of revealed to you about that period that you didn't already know?
So the Taisho period, since it's so short and it kind of gets put together with the Meiji period a lot of the time, and even I mix them up sometimes because a lot of the literature that gets published during the Taisho period is about the Meiji period, and like the biggest example is like Kokoro Natsume Soseki, where the whole book is about the Meiji period, but it was published in the Taisho period, and so you kind of forget that because you know, it's more looking back on looking back on the Meiji period, where the Taisho period is weird because it's so short. But it was also really crucial because that early 1920s was when a lot of westernization was getting properly adopted by the public. And it's when a lot of the social change that was happening everywhere, even, you know, in the US, you know, people were at least hearing about it. And so it's a really interesting period because there's a lot happening, but it's also a really forgettable period where I don't think I like, you know, because you before you like learn the history and get it all down, you kind of hear the names floating around like, oh, Meiji, Showa. I don't think I actually knew the Taisho period by name until I watched Taisho Baseball Girls.
Sure. That totally makes sense. Yeah, and now that I think about it, you know, you have the Great Kanto earthquake in there, which also would have, you know, spawned a lot of, you know, reconstruction and, you know, okay, now it's time to redo things. That totally makes sense. So yeah, and I know you touched on this in the panel, but you know, baseball is obviously one of those things that's like really big in Japan. To an extent, I think a lot of Americans don't realize. How would you say that baseball is kind of similar or different than it is in America in terms of just sort of like natural acceptance or just how much people watch it or that kind of stuff?
I would say baseball's a bigger deal in Japan than it is in America because, like, you know, we have a lot of like the, you know, culture. Like I think of like, you know, you go to the baseball stadium and you eat a hot dog. That's just what you do. But I mean, Japan has Koshien, where it's this national broadcasted high school baseball tournament that everybody's taking really seriously. And Japan still looks to America for baseball. There's kind of a very cliche, like, childhood dream for young boys where they're going to become a baseball player and then play in America. But it is definitely really different. I feel like a lot of, you know, baseball is more akin to, I think, something like the Super Bowl for Americans, where like everybody's kind of, you know, at least aware of when it's happening, even if you don't care about the sport. Like Koshien is playing on like TVs and restaurants and bars, and like it's something that you're at least like aware that when it's happening. So yeah, and then of course there's the huge anime connection. I mean, I feel like this isn't as true anymore, but in the 2000s, it felt like every show needed a baseball episode. Like the baseball episode was crucial.
Absolutely. Yeah, if it was the 70s, you had to have a soccer episode. If it was no, totally. And one of the things I also find interesting about this is how much it focuses on kind of the girls' experience. And about how much, like the whole thing about the school uniforms and how, you know, I'm actually sending my girl to middle school. I ain't gonna buy her a whole new, you know, uniform. How much did you see that reflected in the show versus like real life?
So I mean, obviously, like most schools in Japan are co-ed at this point, and like, you know, I mean, like, only middle school is like legally required, but most people go on to high school, and then college. And so it's interesting seeing in the show, like, kind of how much of a struggle it is, where not only are they kind of in this old rickety wooden schoolhouse, but like there's a point early in the show where they go to visit the boys practicing, and like the boys have like a whole like stadium little like they got bleachers, they got like the whole field, you know, and so it's good at kind of illustrating how there is this gap, and how that does influence, you know, how things are today, where there's I mean, the main thing is, you know, scandals with how like test scores for getting into high school and college in Japan, where basically at this point Japan has like affirmative action for boys because girls are scoring too high, and it's kind of, and it's not really in the name of diversity, it's kind of in the name of like, well, we don't really want to admit this many girls, like, why would we want to do that? It's kind of like, okay. So it's interesting because it's, you know, how far we've come, and yet, you know, how little we've come.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's and I know you're saying in the panel, it's fascinating seeing a show that is oddly like this lighthearted, given kind of its subject matter. You know, so often it gets really dramatic.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, it is kind of a cute girl anime. It is. I mean, it's only one core, and yet there's filler episodes where it's like, let's shoot a movie. Let's like run around town challenging like boys in the night to like these pitcher face-offs. Like let's do some wacky thing. Oh, and also like we're working towards this goal. But that's just what makes it so charming, and like it really just makes it, you know, feel good, even though like there's kind of this serious topic, but at the same time, like it's kind of about these girls just learning to work together. Like it's not even that they're uniting, you know, against an enemy. It's literally just kind of they're learning to, you know, have each other's backs and get along.
That's a great point. That it's kind of set amidst all of this social upheaval, but it's not about all the social upheaval. Yeah.
And tacking onto that, like it's also interesting because I mean the social upheaval and the, you know, political stuff. I mean, young girls are pretty much the farthest you can get from that.
True.
So that's kind of another interesting part of it, where seeing how much actually affects their lives despite being so separated from everything, because of their age, because of, you know, the political status of women and whatnot, and yet they're still, you know, facing these really basic, you know, conflicts that might not register the same if it were about, you know, a group of boys.
Sure, totally. Ginger asked in the chat room, do we know where this is set? And I was actually Googling, and I didn't see anything about, like, is that in a particular prefecture? Like, is it in Tokyo?
It's basically in Shinjuku. It is in Tokyo.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I believe it's Shinjuku. I know that on the Sentai release, I think they have, like, a note that pops up on the screen. But yeah, it's basically Shinjuku, 1920s.
Cool.
And that's why it's significant that the tram cars are green, because those were the cars.
Oh, cool. Right. Yeah. That's really awesome. Cool. Was there anything else you wanted to mention before we wrap up?
Yeah, so if you liked this, I made another Taisho Baseball Girls video. It's up on my channel. You can look up Otuple, OTAPL. It might... OTAPLE. It might be easier to just type in like Hypnosis Mike and you'll find my most popular video. But yeah, it's only 2.5 minutes, but yeah, if you want to check out more of my stuff, I'm mostly on YouTube now, and my Twitter is Otuple1/2, and you can find me there. And thanks for having me.
Perfect. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have a great one. See you.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, I hope you're having a good time at OnCon so far. My name is Kira, and this panel is called Anime That Helps, series that encourage and heal. And I'll get into why I wanted to do this panel very soon, but, you know, as a disclaimer, anime is not a replacement for therapy, but it's something, alright? So, just gonna throw that out there first thing. So a little bit about myself and the panel. Again, my name is Kira, and I tend to really just love relaxing slice of life anime. Those tend to be my favorite types of shows. And in this panel, I chose anime that helped me personally in life, whether it was to be more encouraged, to start a new hobby, or just help me with mental health issues, maybe anxiety or depression, which I know a lot of people have. And I'm hoping that because a lot of these series personally helped me in my life, maybe if you pick them up and you watch them, they'll help you in small ways in your life too. So I also want to discuss the conflict rating in this panel when I recommend an anime. The last thing that people want to do when maybe they're feeling depressed or they have a lot of anxiety is watch something with a lot of conflict. Maybe this is different for different people, but when I'm feeling that way, I don't want to watch stuff like Parasite or Elfen Lied or Attack on Titan and stuff like that. I don't really want to watch. I want to watch very happy,
easy to absorb things that are encouraging and just happy-go-lucky, very feel-good shows. So I have implemented into this panel a conflict rating, which all of these series that I'm going to show you have very, very low conflict, but there might be some that maybe deal with friends fighting or bad relationships, or maybe even something tragic like a family member passing away. These concepts can still be in very relaxing, slice of life, feel-good anime. So I just put this content rating here for that. Number 1 kind of being like, there's no conflict whatsoever. Like, the biggest thing that might happen is like, oh, I found a lost cat and I have to find its owner. Not a huge conflict. And then number 5 maybe being more heavy, like maybe a death of a family member, but it's not something that is necessarily shown in a gruesome way in the show, like many other shows might show. It would just be something that happens. So I hope that makes sense. And I'll definitely explain each content rating through each show that I show off. So without further ado, let's start with the first anime that, or one of the first anime. Well, the first anime on this list. It's actually a much newer anime. It aired last year, so it's not one of the first ones that encouraged me to do stuff, but it's just first on this list. So this is Diary of Our Days at the Breakwater. This show deals with picking up a new hobby, facing your fears, and I would rate this show at a level 2 conflict. Not that much happens, and I'll kind of explain where the conflict lies in this show. Diary of Our Days at the Breakwater follows the main character. Her name is Hina. And she moves from the big city to this countryside, small town in Japan, seaside town in Japan. And she is actually more of an artist type, an arts and crafts type. And she's very excited to join high school and get into like the arts and crafts club. She actually does a lot of crocheting. So she's good at untangling like yarn and different kinds of strings and that kind of craft. So she ends up in a situation where she's meeting up with a girl in the fishing club at school. And she ends up untangling fish line. And because of how good she is at untangling fish line, the girls in this fishing club try to get her to join their club. And the thing with Hina is that she's very squeamish when it comes to like fish and crustaceans and anything having to do with just fishing and the water and stuff like that, because you have to think she's a city girl and normally wouldn't have to deal with those kinds of things, but now she's living her life for the first time in a seaside town where that stuff is way more normal. So she ends up getting kind of put into this club, and she's very not so sure about it at first. But as the series goes, she learns how to catch fish and gut them and cut them up to make sushimi and stuff like that, which at the very beginning of the series she is very against. She won't touch a fish. She doesn't like looking at fish. The other girls in the club are very used to like taking the bones out, taking the guts out, and that is something that she can't even watch. And as the show goes on, she gets a little bit better about it. Not all the way, but the other girls in the club try to teach her these things. And you'll see the character here that's actually next to Hina, the main character, the girl with mud all over her face. She's a very country girl. She doesn't mind getting dirty and touching fish and anything that comes out of the ocean. And so it's funny how they become such good friends despite their differences. But what I really do like about the show and how it kind of helped me a little bit is that I am very scared of bugs and of like arachnids mostly. And I relate to Hina, the main character here, because she's scared of those things and she's learned to overcome it. Now, I have not learned to overcome my fear of spiders, but it is a constant process. But, if you have even the weirdest kinds of fears. What if you're scared of fish? This might be encouraging to you because, throughout the series, she does end up taking a fish and being able to cut it up and properly fix it up to be eaten. It's just really cool to see her grow, and it's really cool to see all the other characters being there for her and encouraging her, and there's really not all that much conflict outside of just being disgusted by fish. So I will say that if you're a little bit squeamish when it comes to like gutting fish, the show does show stuff like that. So I just want to throw that out there. But yeah, great one. Diary of Our Days at the Breakwater, highly recommend. The first season came out last year, so it's very new. And I binged the show probably in a day or two. I love it. I think it's only 12 or 13 episodes. So again, this one's really good for overcoming your fears and trying new things that you originally don't think you ever would have been into. The next series I want to talk about is Encouragement of the Climb. I'm going to check my time here to make sure that I'm not running over too bad. Okay, Encouragement of the Climb is very similar to Diary of Our Days at the Breakwater, but instead of fishing, it's mountain climbing. So it's very much about overcoming obstacles and also discovering a new hobby. Now, this show, I have at a level 3 conflict, which I'll kind of explain as we go. But the reason why I kind of have it at a level 3 conflict is because these are high school girls, and sometimes they run into situations where, like normal high school girls, like, oh man, why isn't she talking to me today? Is there something wrong? Did I do something wrong? And it's a little bit about balancing your friendship in a way. So I put it a level 3 conflict. The main character, the kind of short-haired blonde girl, Aoi is very scared of heights due to an accident that she had as a child while mountain climbing. Nothing too extreme. And she eventually goes to her new high school, and she meets up with her childhood friend named Hina, who is a veteran mountain climber. And they actually used to mountain climb together as kids and got separated in middle school. And then now that they're in high school, they've reunited again. And Hina tries to get Aoi to come mountain climbing with her. And at first, Aoi, just like in the last series that we talked about, Hina was very not so sure about the fishing club. Aoi's also not so sure about mountain climbing due to her fear of heights. But the girls decide to hike just tons of mountains. I think they climb a new mountain almost every episode. Real mountains in Japan, by the way, mostly in the Kanto region. The girls, they climb all these mountains together, real places that you can actually go in Japan, by the way. The screenshot to actual real life in this series is really cool to see. I really want to go to some of the mountains that they climb, actually. I've been to one of them, Mount Tsukuba, which is here in Ibaraki Prefecture. They climb in season 3 of the show, I believe. But it is about overcoming obstacles together and encouraging people who are new at something to never give up. And I think one of the other reasons why I put this at a conflict number 3 rating was because, and this isn't very spoilerish, these shows are very hard to spoil due to their nature, but they decide that they want to climb Mount Fuji, which if you know, is a very, very difficult task. Sometimes for people, it's the hardest thing they ever do is climbing Mount Fuji, just because of how high it is and how prone to elevation. There's the word. Elevation sickness that you can get if you climb that high. There are a set of a couple episodes where they attempt to climb Mount Fuji. And it's a very, very hard task. And they're very realistic about how hard it is to climb Mount Fuji. So that's where some of the conflict can lie too. And there are instances where Aoi, the girl who was originally scared to climb, feels like she never wants to feel like she's bringing down her friend Hina, who is just amazing at climbing. And have you ever had like a friend where they're introducing you to this new hobby, but you feel like you don't want to drag them down? You don't want to slow them down. She kind of deals with that a little bit. Like, oh man, I would love to climb this huge mountain, but what if I can't do it and I slow down Hina? You know what I mean? So that's why the conflict level I put more at level 3, but it's also like, no pun intended, but it does encourage you to go climbing and encourages you to go mountain climbing. For me in my own life, like I was never the biggest hiking fan. I think I went hiking a few times in like middle school and high school. But I watched a show and it makes me really want to go hike other mountains. So just last year after I watched a show, I went to go hike Mount Scuba, and that was really fun. And it just reminded me of the show. And now I want to go climb more mountains in Japan because of this show. And yeah, that's healthy. That's very healthy. Hiking is healthy for you. So yeah, this show kind of not only impacted my mindset, but my health too, and had me pick up another hobby, honestly. So encouragement to climb, it's wonderful. There are 3 seasons of it out right now, 12 episodes each. So you've got a good like let's see if I can math here, 36-ish episodes out there. And I think they're only like 10 minutes long, so they're a little shorter, but I highly recommend it. So the next show I want to discuss is New Game. I don't think I ever realized how an anime can impact me until I watched New Game. New Game is about living your dream job. It's about the competitiveness of the art world and of the graphic design world. Work-life conflict. What's it like being the newbie at work? And I placed this at a level 2.5 conflict because I really couldn't decide if I wanted to set it at 2 or 3, so 2.5 it is. And I'll explain why I put it at that level. But New Game follows the purple-haired character that you see right here. Aoba Suzukaze gets her dream job as a character designer at a place called Eagle Jump. Eagle Jump made one of her favorite game series of all time. And so, I mean, imagine like your favorite game series is Final Fantasy, and you love character design, and you want to design Final Fantasy characters, and right out of high school, you're 18. This is Aoba's only 18 in the show. You get hired by Square Enix to like do characters for the next Final Fantasy game. Maybe not so realistic, but this is the reality for Aoba Suzukaze, our main character. So it goes through kind of her everyday work life and being new. And if anyone has ever done art before, you know that in a lot of cases it can be very competitive. And I know a lot of artists tend to compare themselves to others, and this show deals with that a little bit. Like, oh, I hope that this character design is going to impress the people that have been with this business for years. Like, am I, as the newbie, going to live up to the standards and the expectations that they have for me? And her Aoba Suzukaze's boss is like her idol, because Aoba's boss created characters that she remembers playing in this game that she loves, and she just wants to make sure that she's good enough to the person that she admires the most. And that's where I kind of put the conflict level at 2.5, because I know a lot of people do get depressed and do get very anxious about their art, and this shows that too. But then it's just some of the episodes, the conflict is like not that much at all. Like, for example, if you've worked in an office, you know how it is. Some of the conflict is just, hey, the air conditioner is on way too low. And it's just like this constant like 5 to 10 minutes of the characters getting up and changing, and like the hilariousness that comes with like changing the air or the heat in the office. Sometimes I've called this like The Office, but for anime, like with moe anime girls, and there's some truth in that. But what the series meant to me basically is it was so encouraging to see these characters use programs like Illustrator and Photoshop and all these like 3D model programs that I use myself in stuff, and it was just encouraging to see them work so hard to get stuff done. And when I watched this, I was almost coming out of college, and this show encouraged me to complete my entire graphic design portfolio when I came out of college so that I could advertise myself for doing graphic design commissions. And this is the show that did it. I don't know, I was just delaying it, and something about this show, seeing how creative they were and how hardworking they were in their own craft, me to do the same. And so if you're an artist, especially if you're into character design or into 3D modeling or into just game design in general, this show, I think, will be very encouraging to you. There's 2 seasons of 12 episodes each, 12 or 13 episodes each, and I think it's wonderful. Okay, next one. A place further than the universe. Oh man, there's so much that happens here in this show, and I'll try to do my best to remember everything, because every episode, it's like you're watching a movie. There's so much happening in one episode. This show kind of talks about adventure and dreams that seem impossible. And I put this show at a level 5 conflict, and you'll definitely understand why. So, the black-haired character here, Shirase, I believe is her name. You'll have to excuse me, because sometimes I can't remember all the characters' names. But this black-haired character, her mother is lost, and got lost because she went on an expedition to Antarctica, of all places, and through certain situations she became lost and has not yet been found. And so Shirase wants to go to Antarctica to see if she can find her mother. I know that sounds like a crazy, ridiculous thing, but everyone else in the show to her is like, yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, you probably should give up on trying to go to Antarctica. And through certain situations, her and 3 of her schoolmates decide that they will join her in her adventure to go to Antarctica, and they end up finding Antarctica researchers who are Japanese, and they get the incredible chance to join an Antarctica team, and they fly out to Singapore, and then they fly to Australia, and then they take this boat all the way to Antarctica. But Antarctica them being in Antarctica is the less important thing in the show, and it's more about like how they get there and how they overcome people telling them that, like, oh, you can't do this, it's not going to happen. So yeah, it's overcoming what other people think about you and your dreams. And like, honestly, the reason why I felt like this related to me was because, I had always wanted to go to Japan, or live in Japan rather, since I was a kid. And I very commonly got told that I would never make it because I was too dumb to learn the language. I'm too picky of an eater. I wouldn't enjoy the food here. I wouldn't fit into society. So I got told like tons of things ever since I was in middle school. And, at that point, I'd never learned to like drown out other people's opinions. And that happens in the show where like friends of these characters go as far as to make up rumors about them in school just because they're jealous about them having big dreams. And so it deals with that. And it also deals with when the girls leave Japan and make their way to Antarctica. It talks about leaving unresolved things at home. And like when you leave a place, sometimes people have this mindset of like you're leaving your problems and conflict behind, but that's not ever true. It always ends up following you no matter how far away you go. And so it deals with that too. For example, one of the characters has really bad conflict with some schoolmates, some club mates back at her school who spread bad rumors about her and were jealous of her because she's very talented at sports, and because it's a sports club, they kind of were too jealous of her, so they kind of kicked her out, and lots of gaslighting and stuff like that. So very toxic relationships. And while the girls are in Antarctica, they tell these toxic friends, these toxic classmates to just, for lack of better word, to F off. And I feel like that is a very realistic way of dealing with the situation, because I feel like what anime does a lot of times is it tries to make everything a happy ending. I'm not saying every anime, but generally a lot of anime will be like, oh, you have a toxic relationship with this person, you know, let's talk about friendship and getting along together, and somehow magically the two parties get along. But this kind of more teaches that it's okay to cut people if they're not good for your mental health. And that is something that I haven't really seen too much in anime, and A Place for the Universe just dealt with this in a way that I really appreciate. It didn't, it's so hard to explain. You'll just have to like watch the show to get it. But at first, when I first started watching the show, I thought it was going to be more about their time in Antarctica, and you know, for a few episodes it is, but a lot of it is very mental and is about relationships. So I put it at a conflict level number 5 because, you know, one of the main characters is searching for her missing mom in Antarctica, and it does deal with one of the characters growing up without any friends, and just slightly heavier things. A lot of emotions being shown in the show. But I think that this show helped me like just kind of drown out and get rid of what other people think about what you're doing. And, you know, do your own thing, have your own dreams. And that's why I like this show a lot. This is also only 12 episodes, so it's most of these are short attention span. I love my short shows. So let's see, what's our time here? Oh, we're good. All right, the next show I want to talk about. Oh man, how do I even begin? Yuru Camp, which I think is one of the more popular shows on this list. Yuru Camp is about discovering new places, spending time alone, making friends. And I put it at a level 1 conflict. This is our first level 1 conflict of the panel. Because really nothing happened. Like, I think the worst thing ever that happens is like, oh, the show's about camping, by the way. I should throw that out there. But the worst conflict I think like ever happens in the show is something like, oh, we went camping in winter and it's going to be very cold, and we do not have proper equipment to face this cold weather. What are we going to do? Oh, we're going to go eat Odin and other warm things in a neighbor's tent. Problem solved. Yay. So that's what makes this show so easy to watch. You could be having the worst day ever, pick up Yuru Camp, and like your day will be much better, trust me. So Yuru Camp mostly follows Raideen, who enjoys solo traveling and enjoys camping all alone. In fact, in the very first episode, she goes out camping all by herself, and most of what the first episode is her setting up the campfire, warming up ramen, building the tent, just finding the perfect place to camp. And when you're watching it, you're just like, okay, when's the conflict gonna happen? When's the conflict gonna happen? It doesn't, and that's the nice thing about it. I know I can always turn this on and not feel like I could turn on any episode I want and not feel like I'm going to be stressed by watching the show, which is nice. It's a show about, I would say it's a show about nothing but camping, but its presentation is so good. It just makes you interested. Even if you're not the camping type, it makes you very interested in camping, especially in Japan. Now, Raideen enjoys traveling and camping all alone, and she ends up meeting Nadeshiko and like other friends that are in her town and at her school and stuff. And it's very interesting. Like, I thought that the show was going to go from, oh, you shouldn't camp alone, like camping with friends is so much more fun. And the show a little bit touches on that, like, oh man, like, it is fun to camp with friends. But in the continuing seasons, Raideen still enjoys being alone, and I think it's very much, to me, what it tells me is like a lot of self-love and spending time with yourself is okay. Because the show could have just been, oh, well, now Reen doesn't camp alone anymore, she camps with friends, but it doesn't do that. Like, Reen has learned how to balance time with friends and spending time by herself, and I really love that because I'm also someone who loves to spend time by themselves, and Japan is perfect for that. Like, Japan, it's not weird if you go to the movie theater by yourself or if you go to a sit-down restaurant. I feel like in America, if you go to like Applebee's or something and you're just by yourself, people are always like, oh, that poor person is by themselves. In Japan, it's not like that. It's much more common to be alone doing stuff that you would normally do with friends, I think. But that's why I like this. Sometimes some episodes will only follow like one particular character and like their thoughts with themselves and how they take care of themselves on their trips and stuff like that. So all of that plus a lot of these characters, like Nadeshiko, she picks up this new hobby, camping. So yeah, this show does a lot. It does a lot. It makes you want to go camping. It makes you want to get out in nature more. It makes you want to maybe, this sounds so cheesy, but like find yourself in solo camping in a way. I feel like if you were to tell someone that you were going camping alone, they'd be like, are you okay? Are you trying to find yourself? It's just like, no, not really. It's just, for me, it would be so, I've like normalized it so much. And, yeah, wonderful show. There's 2 seasons of it. Both are like 12 to 13 episodes each. And as I said, not much conflict happens, but it's just the characters are so charming and lovely. You get to see a lot of really cool sides of Japan, like Shizuoka and Yamanashi and Mount Fuji and stuff. So I highly recommend it. This is probably the most relaxing show on the list. So if you can enjoy this one, I think you'll enjoy every other show on the list too. So Yuru Camp is absolutely fantastic. Did I give this one a content rating? Oh, yes, level 1. Duh. Okay, the next show I want to talk about is Mitsuuboshi Colors. Oh, okay. Oh man, Mitsuuboshi Colors. Mitsuuboshi Colors is cute elementary school girls just playing around in the hectic city of Tokyo. This has very funny but sometimes kind of crudish level of humor, and what I mean by that is like one of the girls, her like main jokes is relating everything to poop and toilets and stuff. But that's a child for you, I guess. So funny yet sometimes crude rumor and conflict level of just 1, because again, the conflict in this show is basically just the same as, oh, this cat scratched my arm, I need to find a band-aid. Stuff like that, stuff that like kids might think is tragic to them, but it's really not. So Mitsuuboshi Colors, this group of 3 girls, they call themselves Colors, and they basically try to solve these issues or mysteries around Ueno, Tokyo, which is the area that their clubhouse is in, and the area where they mostly play in the anime and stuff. And it just depicts their daily life solving these mysteries, which are never like really that big of mysteries at all. And they are always bugging the local policeman at the koban, which a koban is like a police box in Japan, which, pro tip, if you've ever come to Japan and you need the cops, going to the koban, the little police boxes, they're much more helpful than like the big police stations, in my experience. Anyway, so they're always going to like Ueno Park and harassing the adult cop that works there, and just all these funny, like what is it they have here? If this screenshot alone doesn't make you want to watch the show. Anyway, so they just go around with all these antics, and it's some of the funniest writing I think I've ever seen in a show. I think there's very few shows I can think of that made me laugh more than this. Probably Asobi Asobase probably made me laugh this much. It's similar humor. It's less the humor in this show is less perverted because they're just elementary school girls than Sobiasu Base, but it's like the same kind of it's very similar comedy. So ridiculous scenarios, and it's oddly relaxing for being based in Tokyo. And I think that's a cool dynamic that the show has, is that it's placed in Ueno, Tokyo, one of the most busiest areas of Tokyo, but also has a way of being relaxing. And I think it's just, you have these elementary school girls who are so carefree, surrounded by adults who are probably stressed and going to work, and just the rush of big cities like Tokyo, New York. It's kind of a very cool mix that I think they did here. So Mitsuuboshi Colors, I would definitely pick up if you're needing some laughs. The show really helped me, if I'm like feeling down or depressed about something, throw in Mitsuuboshi Colors. I promise you'll have a laugh. It's very funny. So let's see, Mitsuuboshi Colors. Okay, I think this next one might be our last show. Yes, this is our last one. Okay. Non Biyori, which is another, I think, relatively popular one on this list. Non Biyori is similar to Mitsuuboshi Colors, which we talked about earlier, because it also follows like elementary school girls in their daily lives, but Non Biyori takes place in rural Japan, which countryside life, ruralness, is usually already related to a relaxing life, whereas like Tokyo and big cities it feels like more of a less relaxed life. So the setting for this is perfect, and there are a lot of during the runtime, it focuses a lot on nature and music, and a lot of things in the show are also done non-verbally. It's a lot of like just let the animation do the talking. You don't have to let even the characters do the talking. And I'll give you an example of that in a second. But I put it also at a level 1 conflict because nothing bad that I can remember or know of happens in this show. I think the saddest thing that I remember happening in the show is, I want to say it was season 1, when Renge, the purple-haired girl right here, makes a new friend. And then that new friend moves to Tokyo, and it's kind of sad. And like, that's kind of the worst it gets. It doesn't get any more, it doesn't get worse than that, basically. And as I said, a lot of the runtime focuses on nature compared to other anime. Like, in fact, I think the first whole like minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes of the first episode of the show just shows scenes around rural Japan and shows Renge, or it doesn't even show Renge, but it's, the music is Renge playing on her recorder instrument, and it sets the tone. Like, I love the first 2 minutes of the show because it really sets the tone for what you're getting. It's like, this is Non Biyori. You're not going to get titans fighting each other. You're not going to get guns and shooting and blood and all this stuff. That's not this kind of show. So I like that it opens up like that. Even like in the middle of scenes, if there is a joke, like the punchline of a joke sometimes will happen after like maybe 30 to 45 seconds of just pans of scenery and just scenes of trees and cows and bugs and stuff like that. And then, after that 45 seconds of silence, boom, there's the punchline of the joke. And I love that it takes all that much time, because this show is so good if you have trouble absorbing a lot of information at one time, because it's not throwing that much information at you. So it's very easy to digest and very easy to watch. In fact, one of my favorite scenes in the series is Renge. Do I have a better? There she is. Renge, the purple-haired girl. She's only like 5 or 6 years old throughout the series. She's basically a first grader, and she wants to learn how to ride a bike. And I think like the scene might be like 2.5 to 3 minutes long of her and one of her adult friends who owns the candy store in town. So you can kind of understand how they're friends. Like, if you're a 6-year-old girl, you want to make good friends with the candy store owner. So she makes friends with the candy store owner, and the candy store owner teaches her how to ride a bike. And it's just like 2.5 3-ish minutes of just music, no talking, of just her learning how to ride a bike. And it's cute and touching, and you don't need dialogue if what you're showing is so powerful. You know what I mean? So there's just a lot of hilarious banter between, you know, the kids, because they're only elementary school people, and it's just oddly nostalgic. Like it reminds me of growing up in the countryside, and, you know, before having all the technology we have now, I guess people did spend more time outside, and because that was where the fun was to be had. And so it's also very nostalgic in that way. But the conflict is just not that much either. It's very heartwarming. One of the newest season just aired, season 3, and one of the heartwarming things about it is that Renge meets a friend that's younger than her. Throughout almost the whole series, Renge is the youngest one in the group, because everyone else is like a 5th grader or a 4th grader, basically. And so she's used to being the youngest one, and she meets a new friend who's like maybe kindergarten or preschool. And so now she feels like the senpai. She feels like the One-chan, you know what I mean? Like, she feels like the older sister. So that's also very, very heartwarming. But I just recommend this show for if you deal with like depression and anxiety. This will definitely help relax it, just in the same way that Yuru Camp will. In fact, like, Non Biyori is my second favorite anime of all time, and Yuru Camp is like number 3. So that's kind of how similar that they are. And this show, I remember, I think I picked it up in 2015 when I was feeling like really bad, and I had watched a few slice of life kind of anime, but my favorite slice of life anime were like Azumanga Daioh and Lucky Star, and those kinds of things where like crazy things are happening all the time and there's so much information being thrown at you. I had never watched something so relaxing until Non Biyori about 6 years ago, and I loved it. And I think this anime, I don't know, like it if I was having a really bad day, I could just watch this anime and immediately like forget all my problems. And this anime is very easy to fall asleep to as well, and I mean that in a good way, not that it's boring, but it was just, I was able to get to sleep because of how calming the show is. So I definitely recommend it if you're someone that deals with anxiety and depression, because it will just take that away the best it can. So yeah, Non Biyori, it's funny, Non Biyori and Yuru Camp, they aired, Non Biyori's 3rd season and Yuru Camp's 2nd season aired in the same season. And I'll let you know now, I haven't finished either of them because I don't know what I'm going to do when they're over. I think I have like 2 more episodes of each one left, and I'm not ready for them to end. If that gives you an idea, I have trouble completing stuff that I love because I don't want them to end. So yeah, there's that. I think that's the last one on the list. Yep. All right, guys, I think that is my panel. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know in the chat if there's an anime on the list that you are intrigued about and that you might watch, because that would be awesome. Also, if there's an anime that I didn't mention that you have found relaxing or you have found encouraging, good for your mental health, good for your soul, also drop it in the chat, and I would love to talk and respond to you during that time. Anyway, if you want to follow me on social medias and stuff, my YouTube channel is youtube.com/gingerandgaiden. I do videos on anime sometimes, like I'll do like top 5s of different seasons of anime and like my top 10 anime of like each year. So I'll do a bit of that, but mostly what I do is Japan videos about traveling in Japan. I'll do anime pilgrimages. Like, for example, I've been to where Lucky Star takes place. I've been to where Anohana takes place. And I have a lot of plans this year. Heaven forbid the pandemic gets worse. But I have a lot of things planned this year that I think you'll find interesting if you are interested in Japan and anime. So yeah, go check out that channel. And then my Twitter is @KiraHedgehog, and I'm mostly just talking about video games and anime on there as well. Anyway, thanks to Brent and Anime Archaeology and all of those affiliated with OnCon. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I hope you have a good rest of your con. See you later.
Hello, we are back. Sorry for that. Little bit of a delay on that. One sec. There we are. And one moment as we get things going on the other side of things. Yeah, there we go. Just gotta get a few things going here. Full disclosure, I had a couple of things come up that did not quite connect the way I thought they were. So we'll get going. Thanks so much to Kira for that panel. Really appreciate it. And let me go ahead and get her in. One sec. Nope. Oop. And I just want to do that. Cool. So just a moment, hopefully. And we can talk a little bit more about anime that heal. Which hopefully should be fun. Love healing anime. Love anime that's just, really gets into things, really helps. Actually just watching some of Quiet Country Cafe recently, Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko, which is one of my big healing anime. Just really lovely. And yeah, just some nice healing stuff. Sometimes you need it, Sometimes you just want something nice and relaxed. But any questions in the chat for Kira before we get going. Make sure those are all prepped up. In just one moment, we should be good to go. There we go. All right. 1 second. Let's see here. Kira, I cannot hear you yet. FYI. There we go. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Really do.
Yeah, no, thank you for letting me do a panel.
Absolutely. Anytime. So, are healing anime the kind of thing that, like, I think we all got into anime at some point. Like, at what point in your anime journey did you realize, oh, this is a thing that I can actually experience in anime?
Oh, it took a while, actually. When I was a teenager, I was like, I had to be really edgy. Like, I thought it was really cool for like Higurashi and stuff like that. I should not have been watching that at 13, 14, but whatever. Yeah. I had a computer and I had access to it. But I was really into like the more violent, the more sad it is. I'm all for it. And then I became an adult and I was like, oh man, like for some reason now I cannot process all of these like violent and sad shows. And I think like I remember how much I loved Lucky Star as a kid, or as a teenager, and I was like, I want to find stuff like that. And I think I watched K-On!, which by the way, K-On! Holla, nice. Let's go, Yui. Yep. I remember being in college and watching K-On!, which is also, a very feel-good show, and thinking like, I need stuff like this. Like, I'm an adult now. I'm paying bills. I'm working 40 hours a week, just normal stuff that can still take a mental toll on you. Sure. And so I was like, I need something like Lucky Star and K-On! And really, Non Biyori was the first of its kind to be as relaxing as it was. Because like Lucky Star and K-On! Still have those like moments, Yeah. And Non Biyori has that thrown in a little bit too, but it's still a lot more calm. So Non Biyori was probably my first of its kind, and as I said, it's still like my favorite.
Sure. Well, I think Non Biyori probably was the first, like, it's the first anime I can think of that kind of became famous for being a relaxing, healing anime, right? Like, people enjoyed Lucky Star, they enjoyed the other ones, but, K-On! Was more of a friend of mine called it a musical moe blob show. All in love, but, very much that. And I think people would just really love Non Biyori for being exactly that thing.
Yeah, and I think Non Biyori, I'm so happy it got, it's not the most popular thing, but it's more popular than like a lot of the relaxing shows that are maybe from the 2000s. Like, I never would have watched Aria and Company if I had never watched Non Biyori. I never would have gone back and watched Emma, the Victorian Romance, and even stuff like Kamichu. Like, I would have never been drawn to those kinds of anime had I not watched Non Biyori in like 2015, 2016, or whenever it aired.
Yeah, no, totally.
I'm
wondering, it seems to me like, for lack of a better word, like, healing anime seems fairly hot right now. Like, it feels like we're getting more and more of these shows. What do you think is kind of the trends? Like, what are we seeing in terms of healing anime?
I think we see, well, a lot of it has to do with, I think, in recent years, I think mental health has become less of a stigma, and a lot of people are becoming more educated about it, which thank God for that. Which I think in Japan too, because Japan for a while, I think, was a little bit behind in terms of like mental health awareness, and I don't think Japan probably might have a word for like mental health that's actually like a Japanese word made with kanji, but most people say mental health, like they Japanify it. So I think, Japan is starting to catch on with that. And I think as far as like anime that we're starting to see I think Super Cub, which is airing this year, is a really good example of like a girl who is very shy and not very outgoing, who picks up a new hobby and her whole world is opened up, and like she seems like she's looking a lot more forward to living life in her future. And so yeah, we see these trends of just like even picking up a new hobby can open so many doors in your life and make you like feel happy about like living life, you know? So I think that's what we're seeing a lot in anime. And for some reason, these two things tend to overlap. Relaxing anime and anime that is advertising different areas of Japan for tourism. Like Super Cub is doing that too. There's something Mug Cup, the Mug Cup. This year. Definitely advertising the Gifu prefecture or whatever. So I think we see that overlap too, which is really nice because I think it makes people want to be more adventurous, and I think travel and being out in nature can do a lot of healing for your head. So there's that.
Absolutely. That's a great point about hobbies, because I think Yuru Camp is another great example of that, where it's very much, it's not just, hey, here are a bunch of, cute girls hanging out, having fun. It's a hobby that you can then, because that's one of the things I like, is it's not just healing. There's also a certain aspect of, well, what is this hobby like? Like, what are the resources you need? What are the tools you need? How hard is it to get into, and so forth. It just kind of adds that extra layer onto the show and just makes it a little more fun.
Yeah, and it's amazing because anime gets you into stuff that you never would have thought you would have been interested in otherwise. It's the amazing thing. Like I'm not a very athletic person, but like I want to go climb the mountains that are in Encouragement of the Climb. Like I never thought I would be into a fishing anime, but here I am. I love Diary of a Days of the Break. It's the weirdest thing. So I think anime just such a good job of presenting these hobbies and hobbies that you would have looked at otherwise. So hopefully that trend keeps going, because I'm interested more in hobbies now through anime,
Absolutely. Well, and I think also there's a certain stereotype of the otaku as, living in their parents' basement, never doing anything. And I think we have, enough of a diversity of people now that people are realizing, folks aren't like that. They're interested in hobbies. They'll pick up things. I was reminded of Skate the Infinity. Which, I was talking to somebody who was like, who literally watched that show, went out and bought a skateboard, and started doing some skating. And it's awesome because I love that. Like, that totally makes sense. That, this is a lot of fun.
I love that so much. Like for me, I really want to. I'm not an outdoor person, but Yuru Camp changed my mind on that, and I feel like I have been outdoors a lot more simply because Yuru Camp exists. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
it's the okay.
Oh, I was just also gonna say that I think anime like this, Yuru Camp, Super Cub, Non Biyori and stuff. Anime trying out new hobbies, I think it's particularly important for adults who have just gotten out of college, who might not be doing extracurricular activities.
True.
Like I was in so many extracurricular activities in high school and in college, and then when you just get into the adult world and you get a job, you just stop doing those.
Yeah.
So I just love that these anime, it's like they're made for adults, even though they're just like for all ages. It's like they're meant for adults.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's one of the really nice things about them is so many of these shows are, and it's not just being all ages. It's just like there's nothing about them that is for any age. Because so many times all ages means really aimed at 8-year-olds, right? But adults can watch it. And this is just it's just people hanging out and going through their thing. Not gonna lie, season 2 of Yuru Camp, I saw that they're all getting their jobs, part-time jobs now, and I was like, oh, here we go. They're all starting to drift apart. They're all getting their own jobs and all that kind of stuff. And we're gonna get to the end. This is not a spoiler. We're going to get to the end, and they're going to be talking. And we're you know, let's do this again. Oh, but I can't because I've got this job and all that kind of stuff. No, they're just hanging out, camping the entire time.
Right.
You know, it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's the most easygoing thing. Little conflict, even though they're at work, where I feel like a lot of adults experience most of the conflict in their lives. It's like Yuru Camp. It's almost like unrealistic. It's almost so unrealistic, but it's just sometimes you just still need it.
Sure.
You need that fictional hope of like life can be good sometimes. So.
Yeah. Well, especially with Yuru Camp, where they live such wonderfully simple lives, not in a like monastic way, but in that way of just, you know, they go to school, come back, do their thing, and no, you're absolutely right that there's a certain, hey, I want that. I want just an uncomplicated life, please.
Yeah. Yes, I feel that.
Cool. Are there any anime that you found healing, even though they're not healing anime? Like what are some of your go-tos that like feed your soul? I think Pokemon is one of the ones that a lot of folks talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It's almost like any anime that's. Oh, actually, I've got one. For some reason, Love Live does it for me. The Love Live franchise does it for me, and I'm not particularly into idol shows. Like, I love Wake Up Girls. I'm mad about Idolmaster. Okay, Zombieland Saga. That's a whole thing. But you know, idol shows. Some idol shows are completely happy-go-lucky, and then some really take a deep dive into the industry and its bad sides. Love Live doesn't really do that as much, and Love Live is just happy-go-lucky schoolgirls. We're gonna start an idol club. We're gonna work our butts off learning this song, and so you know, every installment of Love Live, for some reason, even though it's not necessarily healing anime, just does it for me. I can't explain why. I don't. And that's coming from like a non-idol fan. I just Love Live. I think the thing with Love Live is I've become very comfortable with it. Like, I know what I'm gonna get with each installment. Like, now there's 3 installments, and like the first 2 installments, the original Love Live and Love Live Sunshine, have 2 seasons each. There's a couple movies. We're getting a 4th installment soon, and I know what I'm gonna get when I jump into Love Live. And I think like I get so intimidated by anime. By like. Like sometimes I can be intimidated, especially with shonen. Like I haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen yet because this isn't shade towards shonen by any means. I love shonen, but you know, I haven't been able to finish Demon Slayer. I haven't been able to finish Attack on Titan and like all these shonen shows just because I get intimidated by them. And Jujutsu Kaisen is like I literally can't push play on episode 1. It's just so intimidating. But Super Cub, I saw the Super Cub preview and I was like, that's for me.
Yep, exactly.
That's for me.
Yeah. One Piece is up to episode 978. Like, that's intimidating. Like, I'm sorry, yes. I don't care. It's intimidating.
It is.
Yeah.
It's very intimidating. Even like lengths of some episodes maybe won't intimidate me, but it's just maybe their content.
Yeah. Sure.
It's violent or sad.
Yeah. So. No, totally. Yeah. And that's actually a really good point. One of the things about shonen is it pulls you around in so many directions. You know, and it's upbeat and it's downbeat, and then everyone's happy, and then this person had a tragic backstory, and it's like
it's too jarring.
Yeah. And I'm like, I just sometimes I just want, you know, what a lovely sunset.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Totally. No, that's cool. Was there anything else you wanted to bring up or talk about or mention?
No, I think that's it, honestly. If you guys are interested in talk about more anime, if you guys are interested in anime IRL settings, I often go to anime IRL settings. I recently went to Numazu, Shizuoka, where Love Live Sunshine takes place. I did a whole video there. So if you guys are interested in stuff like that, my channel is Ginger Gaiden. And yeah, I'd appreciate it if you followed me on there. And yeah, thank you, Brent, so much. OnCon is always very fun, and I think we have a good group of people.
Yes, you are very welcome. Thank you so much for the panel. Thank you so much for letting me show some of your videos, because they've been awesome to see different stuff happening around Japan. It's really, really cool. All right, yeah, thank you so much. See you around.
See ya.
All right, cool. So everyone, FYI, let's see here. Our schedule now, we're a little ahead of schedule, which is good. We're actually going to take a break for about half an hour, and then over on SciTube, and I'll drop the link here in the YouTube, and I'll do it again here in a little bit. We're going to watch Miss Hokusai over at SciTube, and I'm being a little, a little quiet about this just because of just the whole weirdness of YouTube and so forth. Right now we got some AMVs playing over at the SciTube, so feel free to hop over there and check that out. And then at 5:30 we're going to switch over. We're going to watch Miss Hokusai. Then we'll be back at 7:30 for the charity auction, where we'll be auctioning off stuff like, say, this. Might be something some of you might be interested in at the charity auction, and some other things as well. Quick reminder for the charity auction, any winning bids will end up, we'll be adding a shipping cost onto that. All the explanations onto that. Just a small charge just to kind of cover shipping. And yeah, so we'll be on break for a little while. Again, at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, we will start that. I will probably pop back on here real quick to let you know. And then we will be back here for that. So, again, we are going on break for a little while, and we will be back momentarily. Or we will be back after that, rather. See you then. Okay, everyone, we're going to start with Miss Hokusai over at SciTube in just a few minutes. Just a quick reminder to head over there. I'm going to go ahead and paste that into the chat yet again, just to make sure that everyone has that. Of course, I had a quick issue. There we go. Quick thing with the thing. There we go. Head over there for our Con Watch Party over on SciTube. Hope to see you there in just a minute. We will start watching Miss Hokusai, and we'll be talking about it right after the charity auction. See you then. All right. Oh, that is not quite working. Hold on. Didn't mean to have that timer going. We'll pause that for a moment. There we go. And we'll make sure that is switched on. Interesting that we're not seeing the chat for some reason, but that's okay. We will work on that in a little bit. Hopefully get that working. Oh, because I think we're seeing a little something different. Interesting. Yeah, okay. So hello everyone, we're back at OnCon 4. It's time for the charity auction. So I've dropped a link in the chat to the Geek Archaeology Discord. We're going to be doing the bids in here. And I'm going to see if I can't pull in that chat. We had some slight technical issues, as always happens. It's just kind of the nature of things. And so, where did that go? I think we had to, there we go. We had to reset some things. There we are. Look at that. So it's actually going to be in the OnCon Swap Meet channel, right there. We're going to do the giveaway here, or I'm sorry, the auction here. Apologies. There is going to be a slight shipping fee added on to winning bids. So if you win your first 1 to 2 items, we're going to add a $5 shipping fee within the United States. If you're outside of the United States, it'll be a $15 shipping fee, just because that's the nature of shipping internationally. If you win 3 or more items, it'll be $10 within the U.S., $30 outside the U.S. Again, just to kind of cover all of that shipping. So let's start somewhere, shall we? I think, personally, we should start with the Weathering with You poster. So this is going to the 2020 Animator Dormitory Project, going to help fund dormitory space for animators in Japan. This is an exclusive poster you only got by being at Weathering with You. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat right now. Over in the Discord, again, the OnCon Swap Meet channel in the Discord. And we are looking for a bid of... That's weird. No problem. We'll make this work. I'm actually going to do a different timer. Looking for any bids on the poster. And I'm just going to set a timer here for 1 minute. And from there, we will get going. Any bids at all for the poster. Looking to see if anyone will throw some money down for the Weathering with You poster. Not a lot of interest. That's okay. FYI, there's probably a delay between Discord and here, so you want to keep an eye on the Discord. That's going to be the main place to drop in your bids. Not seeing anyone up for that at the moment. We've got 30 seconds left. No bids. No bids, to my surprise, on the Weathering with You poster. Just not interesting to folks. 10 seconds. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Weathering with You poster. Going in the trash. Let's move over to the Asuka figurine. A swimsuit figurine, obviously. We'll zoom in on the face there. Move around here to the back. Legs, etc. And we will start the bidding over in the Discord. Asuka figurine, we have 1 minute for bids. If you see it over there, go for it. Throw in your bids on the Asuka figurine. 5 from Kugane, excuse me. Whoever has the highest bid in 1 minute will win the figurine. Only $5 bid so far. Coming down to the halfway mark. We're at 30 seconds. Anyone else going to throw in some money? Oh, looks like we have a lag time of, wow, over a minute, really. Okay. Oh, it was that slow. Okay. I did not realize that. I did not realize we had that far of a delay. Okay, so I'm going to add another couple of minutes onto the Asuka figurine. Give folks a chance to go. So I'm going to add some more time onto the Asuka figurine. Tell you what, let's do. I'm going to give it an extra 2 minutes from now. So 2 minutes on the Asuka figurine from now. And then we'll figure out some kind of a delay here. So that will be in there. Meanwhile, the next thing up is going to be the Gargantia and Gasaraki Mecha back-to-back. So if you're looking for some mecha action, again, Gargantia the Virtuous Planet. 12 episode, I think, 13 episode, excuse me, mecha series. In really, with some really cute characters. Dealing with some very sci-fi stuff. And then Gasaraki, more realistic, grounded mecha series from the late 90s. That'll be coming up after the figurine. So we have another. Wow, it's like we're quite behind. We're several minutes behind chat via Discord. Anyone interested in the Asuka figurine? Still there. So I'm seeing some activity there. We are down to just about 30 seconds. 30 seconds on the Asuka figurine. We only have a single bid. Oh, okay, so it seems like Unagi's behind, not so much other people. Cool. So I think what we will do, just the one bid for the Asuka figurine. In that case, we have 10 seconds to go. And so that's going down to the wire. All right, congratulations, Kogane. You win the Asuka figurine. We are good to go on that one. Congratulations. I'm going to make a note of that. All right, stick it on there. That will go to you. So next up is, again, the Gargantia and Gasaraki double feature. We are going to give that 90 seconds. Give folks a little bit of more time. Oops. There we go. $15 from Unagi on Gargantia Gasaraki. And as that is going, we have some more DVDs. Deno Coil, a near-future augmented reality anime series about kids dealing with augmented reality and the consequences thereof and all the stuff going on. Folks have called it a near-future Hayao Miyazaki anime series, which is not completely inaccurate. The entire series in two box sets. That'll be coming up after the Gargantia Gasaraki set. And again, these are things where if it doesn't intrigue you much, you can always resell them on eBay and make some cash. We have 30 seconds to go on the Mecha deal. See if anyone else wants to jump into there. You're now dropping $15 on the poster. See if anyone else is interested in that one. Folks, not a lot of Mecha fans in the audience. That's kind of surprising to me. All right, down to the wire. All right, fair enough. Unagi Observer gets Gargantia. Cool. All right. Let's do something else. Let's do something a little more unusual. I've got here. Oh no! Wait. So Deno Coil is going up right now. Again, I love this series. It's really, really remarkable. So we're in the Oncon Swap Meet channel in the Discord. Yes, Gasaraki is in 1998. Gasaraki is a really remarkable show. Really unusual. So Deno Coil, starting right now, we're going to give that, again, a minute and a half. I feel like shows about kids doing investigations, near-future sci-fi, sort of study, stuff like that. Deno Coil, definitely going to be up your alley. And after that, we're going to auction off Star Trek the Manga. That's right. Ultimate Edition Star Trek the Manga. The original characters in manga format. Doing a whole manga storyline in manga format. I see some bidding there for Deno Coil. Some folks want Deno Coil. That's cool. Coming down on that one. About 30 seconds to go on Deno Coil. In case anyone else wants to jump on Deno Coil. See if we got any more takers. Nobody else. It looks like, yeah, folks are certain about Deno Coil. We're gonna move this to, I think, a minute because I think we've got to get it down. All right. Then congratulations, Kugane. You get Deno Coil and the Asuka figurine. So I'm going to move this actually over here because I'm getting out of space. There we go. So next up, the Star Trek manga with, again, we're going to go with a minute. Star Trek manga up for bids. After that, we're going to auction off Time of Eve, aka Eve no Jikan, the Kickstarter release. So this was the special edition Kickstarter box set release of Time of Eve, Eve no Jikan, including a Blu-ray release, including art posters, all sorts of stuff in here. Booklet, big making of booklet in there. That'll be coming up next. 15 for the Star Trek manga. Whoops. I did not hit start on that. There we go. So that Time of Eve Kickstarter, that was an expensive Kickstarter. So if you're interested in Time of Eve, that's going to be amazing. Time of Eve is a also near future anime about androids and how androids are starting to change a bit and how they're starting to explore kind of humanity and how to be better androids and the worries about that. So very much near future techno concerns. Only 15 on the Star Trek manga. I think it looks like we have our winner. We do. Congratulations, Unagi Observer. You're getting the Star Trek manga. Very good. So, let's move on. I'm going to show you a little bit more here. Here are some of the art cards for Time of Eve. Various characters in that. And we're going to start there. Oops. There we go. Needed that timer to start. 10 from Unagi Observer. He knows what he wants. A lot of bids on this one. 15 from Russet. Nice. 20 from Tadakichi-san. After that, we're going to auction off an issue of Megami Magazine, including a bunch of cute girl posters and art in there as well. If you like My Life is a Villainess, there's a bunch of stuff in here about that. 15 seconds. 25. Russet's pushing it up. Down to the wire. 30, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Tadakichi-san, you win it. Congratulations. Well done. I am going to mark that down for you. Thank you very much. Boy, that's familiar. Oh! That Azumanga Daioh reference. Well done. It took me a minute. Well done on the Azumanga Daioh reference. So, Megami Magazine, July 2020, Megami Magazine. We have a couple of posters in it. Not all of them, a few of the posters are out. But you get, this is reasonably works safe. This kind of poster in there, a few of those, and then a bunch of art from various anime series. I will try to find something that's fairly work safe. And there we go. So there's a bunch of stuff from My Life is a Villainess. Some lovely artwork. Of course, all in Japanese, including a whole bunch of character designs of characters in the series, Katarina Claes, and all the rest. So that is going up right now. Oops. 1 minute on Megami Magazine. And then once that sells, I think we're going to go with a whole mishmash. No, we're going to go there. We're going to go there. We might actually do sort of a selection. We're going to do Kaleido Star, a shoujo-esque series about circus performers, and Lady Oscar, The Rose of Versailles on Blu-ray. That's right. This is the beginning of Rose of Versailles, the first 20 episodes of the classic shoujo series. 10 seconds. Going on that. Yeah, that's very true, Kira. And there we go. We are done. Congratulations, Russet. You are getting Megami Magazine. You got to watch that shipping cost too. So that is going to russet now, auctioning off both the Rose of Versailles and Kaleido Star. Rose of Versailles, an absolute classic of the shoujo genre, again in Blu-ray, and Kaleido Star, a very well-respected anime series about a girl getting into acrobatics and such, and, you know, learning to be a better person, improving themselves. And so that is starting now. After that, we're going to auction off a rather unusual one. This is the box of the Lucky Star box set. It is, to be clear, just the box. But all your favorite characters from Lucky Star in one chipboard box. All there. That is going out soon. Ooh, 25 from Unagi Observer for Rose of Versailles Kaleido Star. That's awesome. That might be the winning bid there. That might be it. And yeah, it'll be auctioning off that Lucky Star thing soon. And that's probably one of those things where a few folks are going to jump right on that. And we'll see where it goes from there. All right. I think we got it. Congratulations, Unagi Observer. You've got the classics of... There we go. Classics of shoujo right there. Got a nice little care package. A very good deal. Very good deal. All right, so going up is, again, the Lucky Star chipboard box. Opens up, has a little ribbon in there to pull things out. All the characters, very cute. All the way around. And then bottom, that is going in now. And after that, we're going to auction off some shirts. Some t-shirts I got here. We'll probably do 2 shirts, both of the shirts at once. What the heck? Oh yeah, okay. I think I know who's going to bid on these. The shirts are going to be a t-shirt for the Washington Japanese Language School, which is pretty cool. That is an extra large. And we have a Fate Zero shirt featuring characters. I don't even know who they are. And that is it doesn't say its size. Looks like a medium-ish. Whoops, there we go. Wow, we're already there. Congratulations. Kira, you have got the Lucky Star box. Gaiden, you've got it. Well done. And now we're going to auction off the shirts. So thank you, Rizviel and Saber in the 2 shirts. I'm looking again to see if there's anything on the tag. It's a new type, cross-type moon shirt. Yeah, there's no sizing on that. But it's pretty big. That's probably a large, maybe an extra large. So that is going in. Boom. 1 minute of bids. After that, we have got a Wagnaria scarf, aka Working, I believe. Wagnaria 2, excuse me. For the various characters. Very, very cute, red and yellow. That'll be coming up. 13 from Unagi Observer on those shirts. Unagi wants those shirts. Which is awesome. Oh, an Otagon thing. Awesome. See if anyone else is up for the shirts. 15. Russet's pushing it up. 15 on the shirts. We will see where we go on that. Almost there. All right, congratulations, Russet. You get both the shirts. Yeah. Boom, that is done. All right, so coming up next, the Wagnaria 2 scarf. Or, whatever you want to call it, piece of cloth. After that, I think we're going to go with one of the big ones. We're going to go with basically the big one. This is a very special thing that I'm auctioning off because I believe in this so much. This is a Grave of the Fireflies poster with the theme song of the Setsuko and Seita theme song in notes, in musical notes in there. Whoops. I went through this, the thing on the scarf. Let me start that again at like 45 seconds. Apologies. Again, the scarf is various characters from Wagnaria 2. Right there. All right. Gonna 5 on the scarf. 10 seconds. And there we go. We are done. Yeah, bandana. I mean, whatever you want to call it. So, congratulations, Kugane. You are getting the Wagnaria decorative cloth. Moving on. So again, this is a Grave of the Fireflies poster with the music, with the characters right there. And a collectible Doraemon sticker inside. Several of them. I mean, who doesn't want that? That is going in now. And I'm going to add an extra 30 seconds onto that for a minute and a half on there. See who is up for the Grave of the Fireflies poster. And we have a few more things to auction off. Some kind of miscellaneous stuff. Should be fun. No one wants a Grave of the Fireflies poster? No one wants to be reminded of Grave of the Fireflies, I expect? Everyone's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want that on my wall. Folks could be over like, oh, what's that? 20 from Unagi Observer. It's unique. It's special. You learn the song? Yeah, play it on the piano. There we go. It's pretty complicated. I mean, the fingering is definitely, intricate. But that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Be able to actually play the song from Grave of the Fireflies. All right. Yeah, punctuated with sobs, exactly. That is pretty much it. All right. I think it's time to call it. Congratulations, Unagi Observer. You are getting exactly that. All right. We're going to sort of finish this out with some DVDs. I'm going to go with again, sort of a miscellaneous set. I forgot to show these before. So we're going to do Excel World. The 2-disc DVD set, 12 episodes. 16:9 widescreen video. In the year 2046, people use portable devices called neurolinkers to manage their daily lives. But bullies still exist. 13-year-old Haruyuki Arita is a frequent target. It goes into virtual games, and it goes into a virtual reality called Excel World. Again, I have no idea what this is, frankly. And then we have Shangri-La, with artwork by Range Murata, I do believe. Distant future, global warming of splintered Japanese society, and a spirited girl leading her people into the utopia of Atlas, ruthless government, etc. So we've got anime like that, and we're going to go with Excel World, Shangri-La. No problem, Kugane. 15 will still stand as your bid. There we go. Well, that's up. Next thing on the list is going to be the entire Girls in Panzer TV series. That's right. All of Girls in Panzer on DVD for charity. Well, Excel World is SAO related. Cool. Did not know that. Whoops, I forgot to start the timer on that. There we go. So any other bids on the DVDs? We're almost done. This is pretty much it, actually. We've gone through pretty much the entire thing, except for, of course, something that's sitting out in there. Yeah, there's Girls in Panzer and then a certain thing in the kitchen. Unless folks want to bid on, like, the manga on my shelves. Which I might do, actually. I might do that, come to think of it. That would be kind of tempting. I would not mind, actually. Maybe I'll do that. Just for fun. Before we get to the cookies, I'm going to grab some manga off my shelves. All right. Congratulations, Kugane. $15 for that. Let me just put it in your stack over here. All right. So now we're going to do Girls in Panzer, the entire TV series. What else have I got? What would I be willing to auction off? Not much, to be honest. I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll do this. Yeah. All right. 15 seconds on Girls in Panzer. Glad to have your picture in Discord Kugane later with all of your stuff, all of your figures. That is awesome. Kira, $5 bid. You got Girls in Panzer TV. I think that is a very good snag there. So I'm going to throw some other manga up in the auction, starting with Giant Spider and Me. This is a sort of relaxing manga about a little girl, well, you know, like a tween girl, living in sort of this post-apocalyptic, not post-apocalyptic, but this very savage sort of wilderness. Living kind of her life, who then rescues a giant spider and takes it home. Yes, no, absolutely. It's very odd because she is this, you know, very, very sort of pragmatic little girl living out, eating her things. It's basically a cooking manga. So it's all the stuff that she makes, you know, all the classic stuff there, but she makes the food for her giant spider. And it's surprisingly sweet. So let's go ahead and put Giant Spider and Me up for auction. Again, I'll put a little longer on that one. Give folks a chance to see it in there. It's a multi-volume manga, so it keeps on going for a while. I found it, again, kind of surprisingly sweet. First volume of that manga up for bid. Buddha is not up for bidding. That is one of the few manga that I will reread. I'm sure pretty soon. So 1 minute to go on Giant Spider and Me. And then I'm going to auction off a volume of Naruto in Japanese. And I don't know which volume. Kira can probably tell me. Which volume is that? I cannot translate that number. I can't count that number. I don't know what that number is. It is some volume of Naruto. I think it was like 6 or 7 or something when I got it. It looks like it's definitely early on. Volume 8. Sweet. So 20 seconds. Unagi with $3 on Giant Spider and Me. A Web of Friendship. We'll see if he's up for that. Oops, I'm peeking a little bit. There we go. For charity. Exactly. No, I think you might actually like it. Oh, Mr. Tadakichi-san. Mr. Tadakichi, $5. Just coming in. Wow, you sniped it. Tadakichi-san. You're getting Giant Spider and Me. Up next, Naruto Volume 8 in Japanese. And then after that, I'm going to auction off Volumes 1 and 2 of Princess Knight, Osamu Tezuka's classic shoujo manga, which is also sort of a gender-bending kind of a story. Very Rose of Versailles, girl dressing up as a guy to be a sword fighter. That'll come on. 5 on Naruto. Whoops, I forgot to do the thing. Well, there we go. So we've got all ready to go. 30 seconds on Naruto. And then we will do Princess Connect. And then I'm going to auction off those cookies. And we'll see who is up for that. A lot of other folks really excited about that Naruto volume, which is understandable. I hear that. All right, we got it. Oh, thank you, Casey1RX. $10 for charity on Naruto Volume 10, or Volume 8, excuse me. I'm going to put that on the sticker. Right, that is that. Now, it's time for Princess Knight. Again, first two omnibus volumes of Princess Knight. A formational shoujo manga. Wow, already up to 20. Folks are up for it. These are hard to find. Any Tezuka manga legitimately are going to be very difficult to snap up because they're limited print runs, every single one of them, and then they are gone. And again, starting that a little bit, giving us a little more time to bid on that one, as folks are very hot and heavy on Princess Knight. Quite understandable. Pushing it up there. Pushing it up there. Oh, folks want Princess Knight. Folks want Princess Knight. They're pushing for it. Pushing for it. Oh! Tadakichi-san jumping in there. What are we gonna get? Where's it gonna land? Who's willing to put in the extra? Push it over the edge. Gonna get anything from it? Last minute bid. 5, 4, 3, 2. Alrighty. Mr. Tadakichi, thank you very much. You are getting Princess Knight. Well done. Now, give me a moment. I'll be right back with the final item. Ladies and gents, we ended up with 14 chocolate chip cookies out of this. Plate will not be included, sadly. We will put this on like a paper plate, wrap it all up nice and good. Chocolate chip cookies. Look at that, folks. Just classic chocolate chip cookies. That is going in there. Hey, everyone ready? This is going to be a minute and a half. Here we go. Chocolate chip cookies. What do we bid? Fresh made today. Oh, wow. Unagi Observer wants the cookies. He has been saving up. He's ready to go. Locked and loaded. Oh, and wow. Folks are jumping on it. Already up to 33. This is very exciting. Doing really well. Folks want it. Folks want the cookies. They're willing to pay for it. Already up to 35. This is very exciting. Again, fresh baked chocolate chip cookies with premium chocolate. This is not like, off the shelf simple chocolate. This is chocolate I bought specifically as high quality chocolate. Organic brown sugar. All the good stuff. $39. 30 seconds to go. And again, it's all for charity. It's all for the 2020 Animated Dormitory Project. Oof. Push it over the edge into 40. Are we going to get anyone else? We're down to 10 seconds. Oh, 41. 41. It's going to be down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Down to the wire. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. KC1WRX, you win the cookies. I must ask, KC1WRX, are you in the United States? We can ship internationally, but we'd have to kind of make special arrangements for that because of how long it would take to ship. KC, are you in the U.S.? Okay, cool. So let's just make that easier. Again, we can make it work. Just want to make sure that they would arrive, in a reasonable amount of time. So, congratulations. I was about to put a post-it note.
Amount of time which is fairly necessary, conveniently.
Okay. Sorry. I was about to put a post-it note on top of the cookies. That's silly. Instead, KC1WRX. I'm going to put it next to the cookies. And that, ladies and gents, is the charity auction. Thank you so much. I cannot tot up and calculate the total. I will post that over the next probably day or two as I go back in and look at all of the numbers. Thank you so much. That will go again directly to the 2020 Animated Dormitory Project, and that will be the plan there. Thank you very much for your generosity. These things will be shipped out within the next week to you. Please, please, please message me directly on Discord. So Brent in the Discord, please send me a direct message within the next 3 days with your physical mailing address. And then I'll reply with a list of all the things that you won and your total. And so I'll reply to that again within the next couple of days. So please message me within the next 3 days with your physical mailing address and then I will reply with your winnings and your final total of what you owe, and then we will get payment arranged, and out it will go. Again, PayPal is preferred. More details, I'm going to paste this in all of the rules there. Thank you so much. We'll be back in 15 minutes with, with the Weekly Dig, analyzing Ms. Hokusai. We'll be back in about 14 minutes. I need a pause. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. That is my favorite part of the con. Sort of this disembodied voice.
All right. Am I here? Okay, good. Yay! I did something.
You did a thing.
I did the thing. Well, I've got the 1970s porn stash coming. Except for it's white like freaking Santa Claus. I just thought I'd give it a Exactly. Yeah, I had to shave today anyway, so it's just like, let's try to see what a mustache looks like. And it doesn't help. It does not improve this at all. I wanted that Girls in Panzers, but the video was like so wildly delayed that by the time I was like, I'm gonna bid on it, you said done and congratulations. I'm like, what? Look what happened. Oh. I fell asleep during the first part of it.
Oh, that's okay. You all got to actually watch it.
Oh.
I've seen it before, and I reviewed my notes, but I couldn't see it on site. It wouldn't let me.
Oh. Oh.
Hello,
Where are we?
everyone. There we go.
Hello, maybe.
Hello,
Exactly,
hello,
yes.
baby. Hello, my darling.
Hello, my darling. Hello, hello, my ragtime girl.
It's not a Saturday night if there aren't some technical audio issues to work through. It is Saturday night, the Saturday night of OnCon, no less. And it does mean it's time for the Weekly Dig. For anyone new to OnCon or otherwise, this is a live show where we dig into anime, old and new. I'm Brent, host of OnCon. These are my fabulous co-hosts, John. Say hi, John.
Hey. Hi, John.
And Steve. Say hi, Steve.
Hello, Steve. Hi.
Hey, how you doing? Looking handsome, mister.
Exactly, yeah. So, let's start the Weekly Dig tonight by analyzing an anime movie that we watched, that we showed earlier in the con, Miss Hokusai, which we wanted to sort of dive into and talk about to some extent, which is a very unusual movie. Now, had you guys seen Miss Hokusai before this particular viewing?
Steve has.
Yes, I've seen it a couple times.
Okay.
Enjoyed it immensely. I was actually very surprised by it.
Yeah.
There were a few things that, and I kind of noticed in the chat, even though I wasn't able to watch it this time around because my side tube wasn't working. But I was noticing the chat where people were like going, if this happens and I'm throwing my computer out the window, I'm not going, that's going to happen.
Yeah. And it does. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a drama.
And it does, yes.
John, how about you?
It was on obviously our watch list, and I was reserving the chance to see my first viewing of it till today. and I got up extra super early to get the dogs out and around, and I woke up about like 30 minutes into the film going,
no!
What? What happened? So I have a little disjointed experience with this Hokusai.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's been a day.
I had seen the film prior, so it was good to go back and watch it again because it's a very artistic film.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's kind of abstract in ways, despite being a very kind of grounded, visually film. But so, Hokusai, the artist, a very famous Japanese painter. This is about his daughter, grown daughter, and the kind of experiences she has. Now, it's based on a manga which has a kind of a similar structure. It's kind of various episodes in the lives of these characters. It's not one giant grand narrative. But yeah, let's start with kind of the art style in general of the movie, because it's very interesting how it's visually very anime, like it's recognizably an anime film, but there's a naturalistic aspect to like the colors, where it doesn't have that bright shonen style to it. It feels very real. It actually reminds me a bit of In This Corner of the World. Just in terms of kind of the overall color scheme, I would say. But even like the character designs are quite distinctive. There's this, I don't even know what to call it about the character designs. They were just kind of unusual.
Eyebrows.
Eyebrows. Yep.
Yeah. That's like the first thing when I woke up. I'm like looking at him like, wow, that lady's got eyebrows on her. What the hell's going on here? And everybody else has like, her mother has none.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, okay, so it must be a times are changing stylistic choice, maybe.
Could be. Yeah.
Because it makes me think back to plucking of the eyebrows.
Right.
And how that going further back in time was a thing, so that maybe now this is a more naturalistic look.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so it helped me wrap my mind around that.
I suspect it's also getting across the fact that she's not interested in her appearance in the way that other girls are.
No,
except for her hairdo.
Sure.
I mean, even though when she's getting ready to go to the failed attempt at Kabuki, she gussies up more, but the entire time her sister even says, your hair smells so nice and stuff. It's like, and she does work with trying to keep her do coiffed, if you will.
Yep.
Her mother even makes that statement. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say is that it's when you read a little bit more about her in real life and like what they show in the movie, where they kind of just live in a place and they go, it's a crap hole now, so we're just gonna move on. It's like I feel that that's like her nod of like for normal conventions of plucking the eyebrows are probably just going, you know what, I'm just not even gonna bother. I don't think it's her being progressive or feminist. I think it's just her being just like, I just don't really feel like taking the time to do it.
That makes sense. Because they definitely live that bohemian artist life in that sense. Where they're just painting all day, every day. There's a great line earlier where she says, 2 brushes and 4 chopsticks are all we've ever needed and all we'll ever need.
Right. Yeah.
Well, they do manage to put food on the table.
They certainly do.
When she takes her sister and they have some sweet sake in the snow, and her sister ends up face down in the snow, but that's not, she's okay. They have, some funding to be able to eat and to do things. Because she points out at one point, she's like, we don't cook.
Yeah.
It's like, and the guy who's asking about the painting, the dragon painting, he shows up and he's got like a 3-stack at least bento.
Yeah.
Where it's like, interesting. So your patrons feed you and pay you? How do I get
not a bad
gig?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, get me on some of that.
Yeah. And it is also kind of fascinating, and there we go. You think about these classic artists, and like, Da Vinci only finished something like 14 paintings in his lifetime. sculptures and so forth and so on. Obviously, tons and tons of sketches and such. Yeah. But seeing the productive output of this pair is mind-blowing. They're just drawing and painting all the time.
They're just machines.
Mm-hmm. All those shelves are just chock-a-block full of like paintings, drawings, and whatever else, just stacked in there entirely. It's like, wow. I was hoping for a moment, like when the doors blow in and you see like some of the smaller sketch stuff kind of blow around. I was hoping like some of those shelves would empty, so it would be like a shocking reveal. Be like, oh, there's 10,000 drawings here. I'm like, I would like to have seen that because obviously there were.
Well, this is the other crazy thing. You think about it. None of those are finished pieces.
Yeah,
because those all went to their benefactors. So those are all unfinished things or raw materials. So yeah, it's amazing.
Stuff like with
fire hazard.
The nib of pipe tobacco burns a slight bit of the drag, and then it's like, nope, right, done. Mm-hmm. Like, oh.
Yeah. It's what you get for smoking near a expensive painting. And that's one of the interesting things is representing the life of the artist, or of these artists specifically. That they are living in these somewhat bedraggled circumstances, but it's also very much by choice. Whereas, like, this is all they care about.
Yeah.
Well, say her mother offers her to come back home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she's like, no, I'll stay with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, so you could live in a decent house, with like, nice surroundings. And instead, you live in this sort of ramshackle thing with a dog.
Yeah.
And an apprentice, and a lot of crap everywhere. Like, wow, neat.
Mm-hmm.
Choices were made.
Absolutely. And then you start getting into some of the elements of the movie, because you start with the dragon, and her kind of summoning the dragon, if you will, to paint, which I think is a really neat way of introducing some of the more supernatural elements of the movie, because it's just wind, right?
Yeah.
Storm comes up, and then she paints. And you see this wonderful. I'm not going to be able to find it here, I think.
Well, that was one of the interesting things I didn't expect in this. Like when I sort of came to and I was dialed in, it's like I was somewhere around the time with the Great Buddhist Hell painting.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, so there's a lot of stuff suddenly going on. I'm like, ooh, huh?
Yeah.
When did this become like a ghost story?
Yeah.
What's going on in this story?
Absolutely.
The fun boy talking about the Buddhist, the Buddha gods, coming and walking through. I'm just like, wow, this is really going far beyond what I thought was going to be kind of a little bit dry. Be like, here's some anecdotes from their life and some things they experienced. It's like, no, it gets kind of freaky weird in some spots.
And as I recall, and I am not a Hokusai expert, this painting that Hokusai did, which is a real painting, obviously, it was famous for being considered maybe not haunted, but people felt superstitiously like I can feel the demons clawing at me when I look at the painting kind of stuff about this painting, and so it did have this remarkable thing. And Hokusai did remark on the fact. No, I don't know if he altered it, but he did remark on the fact that he explicitly put in the Buddha in the bottom corner for that sense of relief, that there needed to be some balance to the whole painting to provide some sense of hope to people. But
in addition to 108 hells, you
Yeah.
also have
Right.
a single out.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
Something. It's something.
It's throwing you a little something.
Yeah. Well, and before that, which John, I think you missed, there's the geisha that they help out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really kind of the first big spiritual thing, because they meet this geisha. There's some Maiko there, and then the geisha has she complains. People say that her neck extends in her sleep, and actually her face extends off of her face in this ghostly trail thing.
Wow!
It goes everywhere. Yeah.
So I don't remember the name of it, but that's an actual kind of like a vampiric.
Yeah,
it's an Oni thingy.
Yokai kind of thing. Yeah.
But the story that the father tells me is like, let me come along and talk to her. She had to try to get more out of her, and he talks about it happening with his hands. That was I really like that. Actually, I really like that.
And I suspect that was an actual Chinese ghost story that he's talking about, where his hands start moving on their own, and he sees them sort of pushing out. It's a very fairy tale kind of a thing, where you're kind of feeling through your hands as they are traveling everywhere.
Well, it was a weird description. It's like I woke up and I heard a tapping sound, and I realized my hands were moving. It's like, oh.
And all that was left was a hook.
You gotta stop drinking, dude. You're drinking something crazy. Get beyond that.
And exactly, Becca. The supernatural stuff kind of felt metaphorical. All the way really until that scene with the neck and the head. And then you realize, oh no, something is actually happening that these people can see and experience.
Yeah.
And
it's also a time where, not going to say more vivid imaginations, but the prevalence of scientific thought was not as widespread.
Sure.
So things are going on that people are coming up with fairly decent explanations on their own for that don't necessarily stand up in the light of day, but
sure,
right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's also interesting as kind of a metaphor for artists being able to kind of to see things other people can't see, of having that sharp eye for things that the artists can look beyond, if you will. And see what's actually going on, which I think is kind of a neat idea. Especially in a movie that, again, it has a lot of these very mundane scenes of kids playing in the snow.
Yeah.
So, rewatching it, by the way, there's a big red spoiler warning up there. I want to point at that spoiler warning again, because this kid dies. Yeah. And watching it again, I was like, they did an amazing job telegraphing something that I refused to believe was going to happen the first time I watched this movie. Where I was like, no, they're not going to go there, they're not going to do that. But really, this entire movie is just, she has a giant glowing sign over her head saying,
death is imminent.
Yeah.
It's imminent.
Don't love me too much, because I ain't going to make it. Come on.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Damn it.
So yeah, poor little Haku here is, she's this interesting aspect of, again, kind of the artist's life, where Hokusai is so paranoid about death, and he has this daughter who, and it should be pointed out, he's afraid of sickness, and it's not so much that she's sick. Blindness, at the time was often thought of as, in a sense, a kind of sickness. Like, there's something wrong with you. So, not that he thought it would literally rub off on him, although there's a little bit of that. Because there is the scene where he goes to see her, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it in here. He goes and he leans down over her, and her hands goes up.
She touches him.
She touches him, and his vision goes black. And you realize that's a fear, right? And he can't face.
Well, also, just the absolute look on his face is just like this stunned, like...
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh. Germaphobe meets worst fears.
Yeah, exactly.
Or sickophobe,
Yeah. And it's also kind of fascinating because there's so much... that's later. Because they do so much with this idea of her being a lost opportunity for him in a way. Yep. She is certainly not the first child whose parent kind of ignores them. And I respect the film for treating that as, yep, that's a thing.
Yeah.
And, this is you should feel bad for it, but also we're not going to sugarcoat it and say it always works out in the end. It doesn't always.
Right.
And I'll at least give him the fact that afterwards Hokusai is sitting there and he goes, maybe it's my fault. Maybe I gave her this blindness. Maybe it was my genes essentially that passed this on to her. which is
I
fair.
mean, there's also something to be said for the because of the bohemian artist life, that the connection to responsibility is kind of a little cut off.
It's a
So
great
it's like,
point.
I'm following my muse, and the wastage that falls behind me, the wreck and destruction I leave, isn't nearly as important as chasing the muse.
Yeah. Totally. It should be pointed out in the manga, at least, Hokusai has 4 daughters.
Oh.
That's a total. Like in real life, he had like 6 kids. I think.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Same mother.
Two married twice.
Okay. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I think that's I think you're absolutely right that it's one of those things where he spends time with Oe because she's right there.
She refuses to leave, like, more or less.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. No. This is the only blind daughter, as far as I know. I want to talk about it.
Mantis. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Speaking of the death of the daughter, we get that shot where Oe realizes what's going on, and we get one of the most